into the home of British motorsport for Formula Student 2026, where students from all over the world are coming here to compete in sprint, acceleration, and the big one, endurance. This year, we have the champions of the past 3 years. Modena, Edith Cowan, who have come all the way from Australia, and Basque Country. Will one of them reclaim the title? Or will a British team bring it home? Stay with us this weekend for the showdown that is Formula Student 2026.
A very good morning and welcome to the home of British motorsport here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. I'm Giles Cosgrove. Joining me on commentary is Jess Ball, and with us, of course, we've got Cheryl Bucknell and James Montgomery. And throughout the weekend, we will be bringing you live coverage of Formula Student 2026. As Cheryl just there, it really is the showdown of all showdowns. The past 3 champions of Formula Student are here competing against one another for the first time. And we've got some great teams as well vying for the title of Formula Student 2026. Coming up, we will have acceleration for you very shortly, coming up at 9 o'clock here on the National Pit Straight at Silverstone. A 75-metre dash, the fastest car in a straight line wins. 75 points are up for grabs right here, right now for the next 3 hours. On the other side of the course, we will have skid pad. That's a figure of 8 circuit, testing the car's handling. All of that coming up this morning. And then, of course, this afternoon, we will have sprint on Copse Corner, where the teams qualify for that all-important endurance. More information coming up about that all throughout the day. Jess, how excited are you for this?
I am very excited, and it's dry. The last few accelerations I've done, because I didn't do 2024, has been wet. So it's very, very weird, but very exciting that I didn't have to bring a a raincoat today. So I'm really excited. 10 or 11 teams have got through scrutineering yesterday. They're ready to get on the track today. I've spoken to some teams. They're very excited. We got some strong competitors here today. Can't wait.
We really do. Monty, you're our roving reporter today with Cheryl. What have you seen throughout the week so far in the build-up to the dynamic events across the weekend that's caught your eye?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I think it's going to be a case of, as you say, the big 3. I'm really looking forward to seeing those 3 go at it throughout the weekend, because they've never competed against each other on the same track before, so that would be interesting. Oxford Brookes, I had high hopes for them, but they're struggling through scrutineering at the moment, so fingers crossed we're going to see them pass scrutineering as soon as possible so they can come and join the acceleration and the skid pad. I think otherwise, though, it's just fair play to those 10 teams who have already got through scrutineering. A big kudos as well to Manchester, University of Manchester, first through. Not quite sure who well, I do know who's at the front, but I can't remember what number well, I know the number is 46, but I don't know which university that equates to.
You know, we called you our roving reporter earlier. Do you want to go and do some roving?
I think I should go and do that right now.
I think you should go and do some
I'll
roving.
come back in 2 minutes.
Fantastic.
Jess, do you want your mic back?
Wonderful stuff. So yes, you heard it here first. Manchester, University of Manchester, or as they call themselves, Manchester Stinger Racing, were the first through scrutineering this week. An excellent feat. They managed to do so in 24 hours, a real accomplishment for them. They operate on a 2-year design cycle, which is really interesting. So this car's been in development for 2 years. So they'll take 1 year EV, 1 year IC, and then in the background, the alternative will be being developed. So whilst they're competing here at Silverstone today and tomorrow with an internal combustion car, no doubt next year's car will be under development. It will be an EV. That's how they work. So very interesting stuff. And it's great to see them out on track. We haven't done for the past few years, Jess.
Yeah, it is amazing, isn't it? I think we saw it with last year with Imperial College, where they were, I think they were doing electric 1 year and went straight to internal combustion that year, and they pretty much passed about 5 o'clock. With Manchester, 6 p.m. they passed, just at scrutineering close. When I was at Tilt Noise and Brake yesterday, there were a lot of teams queuing for the final 5-10 minutes. A few couldn't do it due to time, but there was one team that just scraped through and got through to the dynamic events today. Leeds. They did well last year. They're through to dynamic events today. I can't wait to see what's going on. And I looked at what 46 is, and I think I know Monty. Do you know what 46 is?
I do indeed, Jess. It's the University of Lancashire, and we also have car number 2, Vermilion. They are at the grid as well, so they're going to be your first 2 on the track. Everyone else seems to be in the pit, so I'm going to go a little bit further into the pit, so you probably won't see me for a while now. Cheryl and I are going to go and do a bit of a wander. Just before I disappear, just because I know she's probably going to be looking and worried if I got here safely. Good morning, Mum. Yes, I'm here safely. Have a great day, guys. See you later.
Good morning, Jersey. And good morning, wherever you are watching from around the world. Of course, Formula Student is an international event, so do please get in touch and let us know where you're watching from and who you're supporting. No doubt we'll have a lot of Danish support in the comments at the moment. Vermilion lining up. They're at second in the line to complete in acceleration. Jess, acceleration, we love talking about this every year. We get together, it kicks off the event. What is it exactly?
Well, acceleration, they got to try and get from point A to point B in the fastest time. And I looked at the record on FS Stats, and if you haven't done so already, FS Stats, make sure you search that, because it gives you all information about record times, as well as who's passed Screw and when, as well as the static events as well. But it was about 3.5, 3.4 seconds is the record in the dry for acceleration. So will we see that done today?
Is that record still held by Robin Gwilliam from Cardiff a few years ago?
I will need to look at my notes in just a second, but yeah, that was the fastest time. And then later on, the top 6 go into a runoff, and that's for extra points, which could make all the difference for the overall Formula Student event. So they may not win acceleration, but they could get to the runoff. Quite a few teams did well in the first part of acceleration, but in the runoff, their car didn't start, and they didn't get those extra points.
It has happened in the past few years. The shootout has yielded a different result to the full acceleration event. So if you're a bit confused by what we're talking about, what you'll find is that all teams will complete in acceleration, and then the fastest 6 teams will come back to compete for additional points on top of those that they've got in the acceleration event. So the maximum that you can get in acceleration is 75, and then there's additional points up for grabs in the top 6 shootout. Now, across the event today, there will be unlimited runs, so that means that the teams can go and have as many goes as they want on skid pad, acceleration and sprint later on, but they will have to sacrifice their fastest time in order to do so, though there is a bit of jeopardy there, well worth keeping an eye. We're going to move over to here. I believe just got to keep an eye, make sure we don't cross the timing beam. So the timing beam is essentially the laser that crosses across the track, and as soon as the teams break through it, that will mean that they've set their timing board off. And we've seen it in the past where teams have crossed the timing beam and then stalled, which is hardly ideal, and in doing so, that's meant that they've costed their time quite badly.
Yeah. And I think we see certain teams didn't get to start their engine as well. Yes, they were fine doing noise and brake the day before, but when they got to acceleration, they couldn't get their cars started, so they had to wait to sprint.
Yeah, that's been a problem for several teams in the past, problem for several teams currently as well. I know that a few teams got through to tilt, which is the point that you don't need the engine, and then as soon as you get to noise and brake, the power unit's been playing up. So my commiseration is to several teams in the paddock who are right on the edge of getting their engine going. I know a few teams in the paddock struggling with that.
Surrey as well. I got some information about Surrey actually, because I was in tilt, noise and brake yesterday. In the last few years, when they last competed in Formula Student, they got through to tilt on the Sunday. They got through to tilt yesterday, which was 2 days ahead of schedule. Very good, but they just couldn't get through noise, which is very annoying. A few other teams, they've been struggling. They done noise, but they've been doing loads of brake attempts yesterday. So I really hope that they can pull through, get through brake today, fix all their problems, so we can see them out on track today or tomorrow.
If you're interested in what we're talking about when it comes to scrutineering, throughout the day we'll have VTs for you with Cheryl and Monty talking you through each aspect of scrutineering, so you actually be able to have a visual understanding of what we're talking about here. Approximately brake test, they've got to start from a certain point, then get to a line, hit the brakes, all 4 wheels have to lock, the car has to come to a halt and then without stalling and then be able to pull away again. Some teams having more issues than others with that. The good news is for you, Jess, the teams will talk to you. Some of the teams have got wise to me, and both Surrey and Cardiff have a rule of be careful what you say to Giles, because it may end up on the broadcast. So some teams are playing their cards close to their chest as soon as I rock up in their garages.
Yeah, I think that obviously it's Formula Student. Formula Student is very, very competitive. There's some teams that want to keep things tight-lipped, which is understandable. And there's a few teams that I'll be keeping my eye up and down the paddock, including Bizkaya, our reigning champions. When they went through brake yesterday, they did it in the first attempt. They didn't need to go round to do another attempt like all the other teams. They just went in a straight line, stopped. The dynamic marshals were like, yeah, all good, and they made it through. And another team, Modena, their last competition was 2023. They sailed through as well. I think they're going to be very, very fast in this year's event.
You're going to hear a lot about Edith Cowan, of course, and then, as Jess has just said, Modena and Bizkaia. Those are your three champions of the past 3 years, all competing here against each other for the first time. That's going to be very, very interesting indeed. You're going to hear a lot about them. Another team that I want to draw your attention to, Jess, you were there when they passed scrutineering yesterday, is Uwe. What was that for them?
Well, I think Uwe are always a very, very strong team. They always like to go very, very, very fast as well. There's certain events that they just don't get through as well. I think they were the third team to pass scrutineering yesterday, which was very, very good for them. The first EV to pass, which they were second in the queue for Millie. Not many EVs have passed scrutineering yet.
No, on that note, Oxford Brooks have joined us on the national pitch straight, and I'm wondering how they're getting on in scrutineering. One team to watch from the UK, electric power, four-wheel drive. How are we getting on in scrutineering, Oxford Brooks? Or are you just, no? I mean, they can hear me, I'm sure of it, but they're just, like I said, playing their cards close to their chest.
Scrutineering has just opened 6 minutes ago.
Excellent stuff. You can keep up to date on all of the action on FS Stats. It's run by volunteers here at Formula Student. So if there's a specific team that you're interested in and want to chart their progress, FS Stats is the website to go through. Currently in the pit lane, we've got Lancashire and then DTU. I believe that is, of course, Vermilion. They're a team to watch for me, Vermilion. They've been lurking in the wings for the past few years. They've come back with an even stronger car this year. So the Danes are ones to watch as far as I'm concerned, alongside your last three champions over the course of the years. You can see there is activity going on beside us at the moment. We're setting up what is called the hot seat. So as we've said, we've got those unlimited runs, and the team with the fastest time will be able to occupy the hot seat, and we'll then have to watch as other teams try and beat them, and we'll be able to get their reaction. So that's what this is about. We also had it on sprint last year, and we nearly lost Monty and Cheryl when some teams got very excited, Jess.
Yeah, Coventry won the sprint last year, and I think they were getting even more excited. They haven't passed Scrute yet, though, but I have a feeling they're going to be doing well here, as we almost got punted by a gazebo at the start of the broadcast.
I've got to say the joke, how many engineers does it take to set up a gazebo? Sorry, chaps, but it had to be said, I'm afraid. Just panning over to the shot if you're watching on the live stream. There's the test van. I was lucky enough to take a ride in that yesterday around the sprint course. More on that later. Plenty of exciting corners been set up for sprint later on. Drivers, do pay attention. The hairpin at the top of the sprint course, very tight on entry, very wide on exit. Do us all a favour. Get the arse out. Anyway, more to the point, Jess. What have you got in your notes at the moment?
Well, I'm just looking to see how many teams are it may be in the queue on FS Stats for tilt, noise and brake, because you can actually see who's in the queue as well for those events. They haven't done that last year, so I'm going to keep an eye on that whilst it's going on as well, and hopefully we'll see more teams get in the queue and pass those crucial scrutineering. And if you are struggling a little bit, we really hope to see you out there on track.
We really, really do. Scrutineering was always the bit I loathed the most when I was a competitor in Formula Student, because you're essentially watching 12 months, but it felt like 12 years, 12 months of your life be analysed with a fine-tooth comb. So Jessie's just passing me her phone here.
Yeah, those are the teams are in the queue for certain things at the moment. So we've got team 20, 51, 56 and 42 on tilt at the moment. We got 1492. That's probably not up to date, is it? No,
possibly not. But
that was from yesterday.
I have to give a shout out to Team 42 because they set their number. They chose their number with the specific intention of referencing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They also did provide me with a can of Iron Brew. So big up to Glasgow Caledonian. Thank you very much to them. Big up the Glaswegians. There's a lot of Scottish teams here, all looking very, very exciting. Birmingham also looking very exciting as well, because of course they won endurance last year.
They're almost there with scrutineering as well. They just need to do the final 3 bits, tilt, noise and brake this morning, so I think we'll see them up there. Glasgow Caledonian, I know you were speaking to them a lot in the last few days, Giles. They just got brake to do, so they could be the third Scottish team to do that. Aberdeen not that far off either as well. We saw them in the bit in there yesterday. I think they only got a few more to do as well, so we could see 2 Scottish teams out there on track. I'd really like to see it.
I'm really looking forward to seeing as many teams as we can through acceleration. You may also be wondering, why am I wearing this rather loud shirt? And I'm not alone in this. Jess will be wearing one later this weekend, as will Monty. We were very kindly gifted them from IUT, who have come all the way from Bangladesh to be here at Formula Student. And I'd just like to say thank you ever so much to them. They kindly gifted us these shirts, their traditional Bangladeshi dress. I thought it appropriate to wear it. Also available here at Formula Student is IMechE merch, Institute of Mechanical Engineers Formula Student merch, several t-shirts, including one for our very own Dan Jones. And it very much does say, Dan says, read the rules. So if you haven't already, do grab your Dan Jones t-shirt. They are worth having. They're limited edition, exclusive to here at Formula Student. And we'd just like to say we love you, Dan. Thank you ever so much for everything you've done at Formula Student over the past several years. So in the queue at the moment, we've got Lancashire and we've got Vermilion. Is there anybody else in the queue? I don't believe so at the moment, but to bear in mind,
there
of course,
could be a few people at skid pad.
This is it. I had a conversation with Staffordshire earlier, and I imagine that this is no longer secret because they'll be over there, but they were going to go and do skid pad first. So I know that Staffordshire will be over there. Staffordshire ones to watch from my point of view. Competed against them for the past several years. Always incredibly competent and incredibly high placing, and it's nice to see an ice up there with the EVs.
Yeah, the atmosphere for Staffordshire is always very good. When they passed Scroot yesterday, I think we had the entire team cheering. They're always consistently the top 4 and the top 5. They did very well in endurance last year. I think they came second in endurance, so just missed out on the win, of course, by a small margin. I think they're determined to do one better and be the bride this year.
Absolutely, and definitely one of the UK teams to watch. I mean, we couldn't take the football home. Potentially we could take Formula Student home. We'll have to see. Do stay tuned over the course of the whole weekend. Right now we're stood here on the national pitch straight ahead of acceleration, due to start any moment. Do please let us know where you're watching from and who you are supporting. The supporters are lining the national pitch straight, several from various teams, including Cardiff. Good morning to Cardiff. Meanwhile, the comments coming in thick and fast already. The Lycan Dragon saying, go Cardiff. Algerian Ace, oddly enough, says, let's go Algeria. The Ander Yoz says, go Vermilion, whilst Matty Petch says, go Modena, whilst Mod Scotsman says, good luck to everyone competing today. All the hard work and late nights are worth it to be on the grid. Vesteria, I don't know how to pronounce that, but there we are. He says, yo, OBR for the win, go Addy. And Phil says, looking forward to watching this from Australia. Yes, good morning, good evening, good afternoon in the land down under. I don't know what time it is in Australia, but good morning, good evening, whenever it is. Hello.
It's good. It's evening as well, and it's great to see ECU racing Edith Cowan here this weekend as well. It's their, well, they do alternate years, and of course this year is the one they competed in. They won, of course, in 2024. They're the ones to watch out for. Took a while for them to pass break yesterday, but they got through. I think they've done quite well in the statics as well. So I think it's going to be a well put together car. It's a hybrid car. Not many people do well in hybrid cars around Silverstone. So
we've got a lot of hybrids in the field this year as well, and they seem to be taking a leaf out of the Formula One. Both Edith Cowan and Modena have arrived with an incredibly similar concept, completely independently from one another. One from Italy, one from Perth, Australia, and yet they've both arrived with 2 electric motors in either front wheel and a rear internal combustion unit. They are very evenly matched. Their aero package is also taking an incredibly similar approach. So we're looking at 2 teams vying for the win here at Formula Student. Both have had wins here in the past with very similar cars. It's going to be close, Jess.
we do see one car that's at the front of the queue, so hopefully we should be getting underway soon.
We will be getting underway soon. We've got Vermilion heading up to the line. It's 75 metres in a straight line. And so all they have to do is put their foot down, especially with these electric cars. They don't have to worry about the gearing in the case as you would do in an internal combustion car. So all they have to do is foot to the floor and hope they cross the line in the fastest time. We've got a timing screen here for us to be able to tell you the times. And of course, we'll be relaying to you those on the stream, and you'll be hearing it across the tannoy here at Silverstone. Now, in the past, the magic time has been sub 4 seconds. As you were saying earlier, Jess, that
3.5 seconds is the record.
Is the record. There it is. Thank you. And Vermilion heading up to the line then. The Danes ones to watch, very engaged with the international set of Formula Student. I know they've been watching the podcast over the course of the year to stay in touch with Formula Student. They don't compete in Europe, they come over here instead. They don't deal with it anywhere else, they just come to the UK event.
I think the thing that they liked about Formula Student, we were interviewing there, and as you can see, they're cheering on their driver as they make their way to the starting line at Giles for the first time in a year. We get some cars out on track.
Here we go then, Jess. The first car out on track for us on the coverage of Formula Student 2026 is car number 2. It's Vermilion, last year's runners-up. And you will need then to keep an eye here as the process begins. There will be a conversation between the marshals and the driver. There'll be a thumbs up from the Dynamics volunteer in purple. The green flag will go down, the green flag will go up, and away they go. It's a very slow start, unfortunately, for Vermilion off the line. We know they can do a lot better than this. They are crawling along here. I'm fairly certain I could walk. They've lost power, I'm reliably informed, and that is not the start that Vermilion will have wanted. There's disappointment I can hear echoing across the pit lane already. They're back under power. You can hear the electronic beep emitted from the car as it's back under its own power. Keep an eye on the light above the roll hoop. Red means it's under power. Green means it's safe to touch.
And green is not good if you want to get your car running.
Absolutely. You need that red light to be showing on the roll hoop. Nice tight turning circle though, which will pay dividends later on in sprint. The car being brought right back up to the line. They don't have to go immediately. They chose to do so earlier on in that first run, but once the green flag goes up, it's up to the drivers to choose when they wish to go.
Yes, because you can see the timing monitors there. As soon as it detects the car going, it monitors the time. And of course, we're not going to say the time that they got because, of course, it's not representative.
Not
they
in the
can go
slightest.
faster.
They can go a heck of a lot faster. Bear in mind, these electric cars are very, very quick. They've got that instant torque. There's no need to worry about the gearing. What we have found over the past few years, commentating on the electric cars in acceleration, is they tend to find the peak of the performance curve very, very quickly. So let's have a look at what Vermilion can do if they've got consistent power. The green flag is down, waiting for the green flag to go up. The green flag is up, and away they go. It's a controlled start, but the power remains. I think, no it doesn't. It seemed to freewheel towards the midpoint of the course. I'm not 100% sure whether that power was there or 100% for that full run, which is disappointing.
They got 6.2. They could have found a few seconds there, but they've done 2 runs, so priority now is given to the ones who haven't done any runs at all. We'll see who's next in the queue very soon.
Lancashire were there earlier, but that 6.2 nowhere near representative of Vermilion. We know they can do better. I'm not convinced even in that second run the power was consistently applied.
No, definitely not. It looked good at the start, all right, up until the middle, but then they just
tailed off.
Yeah, they tailed off a little bit. So I think Lancashire, what they might have done is they might have gone to skid pad, but we'll see.
We can hear a car bubbling away, but whilst we wait, just to recap the hot seat, I'm going to pass over to Monty and Cheryl, in fact.
Didn't see me over here, Giles? You completely missed me. I know I'm short, but come on.
It's his sunglasses, Cheryl. It's okay, you're still waking up.
You just didn't recognise me, I get it. So we have, it's back for a second year, but this is the IMechE Formula Student Hot Seat. Take it away, Monty.
Yes, it is indeed. So last year, you guys may remember that we had the hot seat concept, and it was quite simple. Whoever was fastest got to sit in the throne with pride until they got knocked off by another team who went faster than them. So as the acceleration events happen this morning, we're going to see the driver who pedalled the car down the straight in the fastest time, sitting here with lots of pride, Cheryl.
Yes, I think I was definitely very, very quick.
In her Mazda MX-5, exactly.
This is actually really comfortable.
It's a very comfy chair, yes. So thank you, IMechE, for bringing this initiative back again this year. Now, for the rest of the team, you may have remembered last year was absolute chaos. Don't worry. So for now, as we're on the live track, only the driver can sit here. When we do the sprints later on today, it'll be sat on the grassy mound. That means the driver and the whole team can come and sit and cause absolute chaos. And hopefully I won't get disappeared in a crowd of students this year, right?
Yeah, that was absolutely terrifying.
But there you go. Right, Giles, do you want your mic back? And Jess,
you can have
we'll
it.
hand you back to the main commentators team. We'll come back with an update soon. Bye, guys.
Somehow managed to stab myself in the mouth with that. Not quite sure how
That's
I
not
did
good.
it, but there we are. Anyway, thank you very much, Cheryl and Monty. They will be around the paddock throughout the day, bringing you all the latest action and interviews across the weekend. So keep an eye out for these two. You can't miss them. Cheryl's impeccably dressed and Monty's dressed. Anyway, here we go then. Car number 46 is edging its way towards the course. The engine's gone. It will come back on again. I was watching them do their brake test yesterday, and they did seem to have an issue. As soon as they brought the car to a halt, it would stall. I wonder, and obviously the engine's going to have to be retuned and remapped as a result of that. I wonder how many of those gremlins they have emitted after fine-tuning the engine yesterday. They were able to pass brake after several attempts, but idling and low revs does seem to be an issue with this car, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like it, but they got their car on the track right now, so it looks like it's okay. But I think they're going to crawl at the moment, but we'll see if they could beat Vermilion's time.
Vermilion setting a benchmark of 6.278. That's the time on the board that Lancashire have to beat. The marshals lining them up precisely on the line. A conversation between the marshals and the driver, just getting it pinpoint perfect. Marshals happy with that. The green flag goes down. Waiting for the timing beam to be set and ready. The timing beam is ready. The green flag goes up. Up go the revs. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. It's an exuberant start. A lot of torque steer past the halfway mark. Well held by the driver with a 5.234. And there is the first proper time on the board there from Lancashire. There we go. We know Vermilion can do better, but at the moment it is Lancashire in the lead at acceleration.
Very solid time to start off the weekend, Giles, and thank goodness they got their engine working. They can go again if they want to, they are allowed, but if they feel like that they want to do some more events first, they could do that.
Yeah, they're in conversation with the marshals at the end of the course. I believe they're being wheeled back. I think they weren't aware that they could return on the other side of the course rather than having to go around the pits in order to make their second run. Just waiting for that car to restart by the looks of things. I can't hear it from here, but do bear in mind it's about 100 metres away at this point, so take that with a pinch of salt. But fingers crossed Lancashire can get going again. Don't look like they're under power.
Yeah, I could barely hear it from where we are in our little commentary box, so...
I believe they are under power. They're away, so they're returning down to make a second go of it. Can they get through the 5-second barrier? Surely. I would suggest less wheel spin off the line, were it me. And we saw midway through that run, the rear really wanting to step out with torque steer. It was well held by the driver. If there had been less of that, I suspect he would have got a few tenths of a second off there. I say all of this as if I know what I'm talking about. Those that can do and those that can't talk about it. Do please bear that in mind.
The engine stopped a bit, it looks
yeah,
like.
that's not under that engine unit is not consistently applying its power, much the same as Vermilion, but just a different source of power. In this instance, internal combustion. It's a little more obvious because you can't hear it, and alas, we can't hear it from Lancashire, Jess.
No, we can't, which is very frustrating. I can tell you which team has gone through skid pad at the moment. Biscaya. They're the only teams who've done that so far. 5.464, their fastest time.
There's a time on the board then for skid pad from Biscaya, last year's champions, hoping to defend it against some very strong competition from Italy and Australia. Under power then is Lancashire, with aid from the marshals being brought up to the line. They may want to make this second run and then go and have a look at the mapping of this engine, because it does not like low revs or idling, Jess.
No, it doesn't look like it. But for some teams in Formula Student, it's just an achievement to get a car running.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. 12 months of blood, sweat and tears. Trust me, all of them have been shed this week in the paddock. I've seen it all. And suffice to say, Lancashire being out on track, they should be very happy with that. But the engine has died yet again, unfortunately. Looking to the driver to reset the car. And it does seem to edge forward just a little as it gets under start. So they might need to bring it back just a touch. Yes, they do. But the car is back under power, thankfully, for the University of Lancashire. Car 46, waiting for the starter's orders. The green flag goes down. The green flag goes up. Up come the revs and away they go. Less wheel spin off the line. There's a gear change there. It looks a smoother run. Brilliant stuff. 5.838 though. It didn't quite get faster, which is a real shame. 6.6 slower, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was expecting it to be a lot faster, but it seems to me they have a bit trouble with their engine gremlins. And don't forget, with the Formula Student teams, this is not alongside their degree, it's extracurricular that they do alongside. And for quite a few people, it's their last event before they go into the big wide world. And quite a lot of teams and students come from Formula Students work in big Formula One teams.
Yes, they do. I would also say in certain cases, depends on what university you're at, because when I was at Cardiff, it was part of my degree course. It was part of the automotive module in the fourth year Masters of Mechanical Engineering. And I
That's pretty cool, actually.
distinctly remember spending several months designing uprights, only to be a moron and forget the turning circle, and it clashed with the turning arm. The track rod, I should say, and unfortunately you couldn't get past 15 degrees with my upright, so they had to evolve them the year after. It happens. Anyway, let's not remember my failings. Let's look to the successes of the current batch of students here at Silverstone. And there is a queue developing, and who's that in the queue? I could do with a look. I'm going to... Is it? Thank you very much. It's Yui. Of course it is, because a certain Welshman is here, and at some point he'll come and join us in the commentary box, no doubt.
We will love that, Giles, because he was very good last time with you. So we would like to see that. But again,
we're going to get Lee over to discuss UE, because here's the team that got through scrutineering with relative ease, and I think they surprised themselves. And it got to the point where they were sat yesterday reading Lord of the Rings. They were so surprised. They had nothing left to do. They competed in their static events, more on those later. And they were just sat waiting for the dynamic events to start today, to the point they were flicking through Tolkien's best.
That's a good position to be in. If you pass your scrutineering early and you've already done your static events, you can just focus on the dynamic events. And quite a few teams we've already seen do some practice. We will see them on the track later on. We saw Manchester do some laps in the practice circuit. They were looking good. Modena, of course, as well. So that should be interesting. And there could be a few teams that could be on the practice circuit now.
A very good morning to you, Lee. How are you?
Good, thank you, Giles. You? How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Could we borrow your mic just for just a second whilst we chat to Lee? So Lee was at Cardiff when I was at Cardiff and is now at UE. And what car have UE brought for us this year?
It's an evolution of the previous car. It's an evolution of the previous car. It's got some changes. The nose is a bit higher this year, so there's a new aero package as well. It's a little bit lighter than last year's car. It's just a bit of a better all-round package.
I must say the aero does look its most evolved over the past few years. We've always been quite close with UE over at Cardiff, and I distinctly remember several years ago when we were competing that the side pods looked almost papier-mâché-esque. There's none of that this year. It looks very intentional and very well produced.
Yeah, they've spent a long time, making the molds. They've worked a lot of hours to try to get this finish nice on this car this year.
Excellent stuff.
Yeah.
And how much testing time have UE managed to get done?
Not the most, obviously, like most teams, we aim for a month, the same as they did in Cardiff, but it's ended up being probably like 2 or 3 test sessions. But the last test session was optimistic because the car lasted all day. It didn't sort of put it didn't put a foot wrong all day. It lasted all day. So we're hoping, obviously, it's going to survive the whole weekend without any big dramas.
We'll cross our fingers for you. Now, across the field, there's a variation in power units. You're seeing internal combustion, we're seeing electric, and we're also seeing hybrid.
Yeah.
What have we got with UE?
It's a hybrid system. So again, it's like an evolution from last year's system. So last year's system didn't quite work. We had just the battery wasn't quite there, and some of the sort of controlling software wasn't quite there. But it's made a big step this year. But we're not going to run it on the car this year, I think, just because of, again, a lack of testing. We're just not sure, exactly what it's going to quite do yet, So if we had, again, that 2 or 3 weeks more, I think you'd see it on the car.
Excellent. You're off to Spain soon, aren't you?
Yeah, the team are going to Spain. I'm not, unfortunately, but the team are going to go to Spain. When's that? The 1st of August, is it?
Yeah, very soon.
Yeah, 1st of August, yeah. So it's, well, I can't see it being much hotter than this, but who knows,
Wonders will never cease.
No, that's right.
The Australians have turned up and said it's like they haven't even travelled anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Well, again, talking about that car, that's a nice car, mine, the Edith Cohen car. So that runs a hybrid system as well as the modern car this year.
Yes.
So the Edith Cohen car runs a similar system to what UE have. I think the same motors as well. So it'd be interesting to see what those cars can do this year.
So you've been here at Formula Student for the past several years, and you've seen it all, Lee.
Yep.
Your advice to students running in acceleration in this instance, and then potentially later on in sprint, but we'll go on to acceleration first, because earlier on we saw Lancashire midway through the run, there was a little bit of torque steer kicking off in the back there.
Yeah.
They're flying up through the gears. What would your advice be to these student drivers getting behind the wheel for these events, particularly in this case acceleration?
Yeah, it's quite a dangerous event, this one is, because there's a massive wall on the side, you know, so it's important that the driver has a bit of practice doing this event. So the car itself, generally you would lower the rear tyre pressures, increase the front tyre pressures, because you don't want any rolling resistance on the front tyre pressure, but obviously like with the hybrid stuff, you want the grip as well at the front. So you want it to squat and stay down as well, obviously, not to sort of bounce and oscillate around. So maybe the car that did lose itself on you like a little bit a second ago, maybe the suspension was a little bit hard at the rear, you know, he could have just softened it a bit so the car just bogs down, but then he used less revs on the second one, bogged down, and then sort of come out with the power band, unfortunately. So it is a bit of a balance. So the cars are tuned to a certain RPM range, you know, so, and the gear shifting obviously should allow that car to stay in its power band the whole time, hopefully. Obviously that's if it changes gear right as well.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And in the case of electric, there's no worrying about gearage.
Nope, you just got to get off the line and go. So that's why generally they are always a bit quicker. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. Instant torque as well.
Instant torque. So as long as they can put that torque down and not lose it in wheel spin, you know. So again, the launch control systems are very important on these cars, you know. If you look at from a road car point of view, if you look at like the Porsche 911, and it always outdrags a lot of, you know, higher power cars because of just the way it's set up and the way it has its certain launch control systems, and it just works. You know? There's
certainly more to it than just putting your foot down and hoping for the best.
Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. It's not just a case of like flooring it and see what happens. You know, it's a real setup challenge, you know, to get it right. So and a car with no launch control, it's down to the driver's luck, unfortunately. You know, it's balancing that throttle to that clutch and obviously, you know, that power band. If they can't do that, then we'll see random times, you know. But if it's set up right, it's a case of flooring it, letting it go, changing gear, and the car should produce the same time every single time.
And just quickly before you go, we hand back to Jess, because I can hear the dulcet tones of what I suspect is a Triumph Street Triple.
That's a Triumph.
Wonderful stuff. Just quickly for those at home, what is launch control for those that don't know?
A launch control system is like an electronic system that will control the power of the engine. So it measures the wheel speeds between the front axle and the rear axle, and it will cut the power depending on how much wheel speed is set within the tolerances which has been set up, you know, for the car. So it would either have like, you know, X many rotations of rear axle to front axle, and then it cuts the power either by killing the spark or by sort of shutting the throttle if you have an e-throttle system on the car. So like a lot of teams now do go for like an e-throttle, the same as we have this year, because you have more controllability over that setup, you know.
If you can get it to work.
If you can get it to work right, yeah.
So precisely.
So like the electronics in these cars is vital to get right.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and even more so when it comes to electric vehicles. Lee, as always, thank you ever so much for your time.
Very kind, sir.
Hand you back to Jess,
and
Yui are heading out on track very soon. That's Lee from Yui, their technical advisor, and shortly Yui will be out on track. I'm looking forward to this one, Jess.
I'm very looking forward to it. I was interested to hear from him about what the car entails as well, and the launch control. Let's hope they could get their car to a really, really fast time. We're going to be seeing Staffordshire soon because they've been doing skid pad as we speak. So hopefully it won't be very long before we see car 4 on the circuit.
Absolutely. The spectators have built up considerably since the start of this event, and you can hear there, hopefully, if the microphones are picking it up, the sound of a Triumph Street Triple 675 running in the back of Yui's car, and that's going to power them down this 75 metre straight. 75 points available here at acceleration, and unfortunately that engine's died. I don't know whether intentionally or not, but we're moments away, fingers crossed, from a good run from Yui.
Yeah, if they stop their engine for no good reason, then it's a bit worrying.
Yes, but there will be a reason. If it wasn't intentional, that reason is a bit concerning. Hopefully then, Huey out on track very, very soon. Now, you saw them go through scrutineering yesterday, Jess. How did it look?
The car looked good. They were controlling quite well on the brake test as well. They failed one attempt, but they were able to go again. It seemed like the car had the power beneath them as well. They were able to start the engine quite well as well in the noise. So keeping our fingers crossed.
Absolutely. Huey, University of the West of England, will be hoping to take it to Lancashire and Vermilion, 2 teams that have run so far. The fastest time on the board, off the top of my head, is a 5.2 from Lancashire. Here is car 121 then from Huey. They've even sprayed their rims, and it's in keeping with the whole aesthetic. Really do like it. There's been mentions of Haas as a livery inspiration. Back in the day when I was competing in Formula Student, Huey always had that element of the... who was James Hunt's team in the 70s, Jess? Hesketh, there it is.
I don't know. You are a historic nerd, believe it or not, as the as the car is being dealt with by the marshals and the engine has stopped. So as the car is positioning, hopefully they'll be able to get the engine started again, which they
Consistent
do.
restart on it, which is good news. A very consistent restart there for Huey. The green flag goes down. The revs build, the green flag goes up. Just trying to find that position, where the revs are happiest. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Building it up again. There's that gear change there, I think. That's a 5.154. They are the fastest, and it's a stop there. That's a stop and a half from Huey.
They saved that really, really well. The fastest time so far, not quite in the 4s though.
That'll look good in the highlights package. Excellent stuff from Huey. No harm done. It just goes to show how much power is available in these cars, and well held by the driver there for 180. And hopefully we'll see that's created a bit of excitement and a bit of a stir down the national pit straight here at Silverstone. That flurry at the finish there, 5.1, the fastest on the board. The magic 4-second mark is a bit of a way off there, but I've got a funny feeling we can get beyond 5 seconds here with Huey, Jess.
And don't forget, we're in a heat wave at the moment, so the temperatures, they're cool now. They might get a bit hotter later, so that's why they're probably not going to be at the times that we would expect currently. But Huey are going to go again for attempt 2 to try if they can get into the 4s.
I do appreciate that from the teams assembled on the national pit straight. They're not all of them are from Huey, but there was a round of applause following the car down the national pit straight in admiration for the drama and the driver's ability there to hold that, because it could have well gone wrong and ended up in a place they didn't want the car to be. We've seen it before here at Silverstone, where unfortunately the car has been planted in the wall at acceleration. So well done there and well saved by the driver from Huey. You noticed off the start they didn't go immediately. They were trying to find that rev balance. I suspect we'll see that again as they try and find the sweet spot in the rev range. Exactly as I said, the rev's building and away they go. And that looks a lot stronger to me, Jess. Here it comes then. It's a 4.88. An excellent time there from Huey. The applause erupting from the national pit straight. Huey are happy with that. I would be too. Excellent stuff and a far less dramatic finish.
Yeah, they were able, it looked like a controlled start really from start to finish with that car. So very, very impressed with them. They've done their 2 runs. They could probably go to skid pad now before they do their other runs, because crucial point is skid pad there as well. So
absolutely. Now,
so they're going to probably go to that.
I thought I saw a Bizkaia flag fluttering behind the pit wall earlier on, so I suspect maybe Bizkaia are getting geared up to head out on to the national pit straight for their acceleration runs. They're currently leading in skid pad. The comments coming through. So Skeptic says go Blimblom, which I believe is a reference to Cheryl, oddly enough. Hail Bargatan Khan says watching this from Turkey for my bro in Kingston Racing. I want to shout out Kingston. Their livery is brilliant.
Yeah, I did see Kingston in the final 3 scrutineering yesterday. They didn't get very far, but I have confidence that they can have the perseverance to get through there. So I'm confident. I'm not sure if there's wood, to be honest, Giles, but I'm confident that we will see them out on track. Maybe not today, but tomorrow, but I'm hoping today.
There's a significant amount of support coming from Modena from a chap called Matty, who's got the Ferrari logo as his emoji, so one would presume he's Italian.
Yep.
And he's saying Aura Modena. And then there's some other comments in Italian, which I don't know what they mean, so I'm not going to read them out, because in case I end up reading out something inappropriate in Italian.
I love the support as well, and I absolutely love the support and the sportsmanship from all the teams as they clap all the cars making that way through as well, not just their own, which is very great to see. I love the Formula Student community, Giles.
It is great. Lancashire are back then. They're at the entrance to the National Pit Straight, and we're just waiting for them to head back out and line up. Now, one thing you have to ask, have they managed to rectify those problems with the power unit? It was just struggling on idle, and it didn't seem happy on some of the gear changes either, I will be honest. It was a slower time than I think that car is capable of. 4.8 as set by, or 4.88 I should say, set by Yui is the benchmark. Hearing them trying to get it restarted, and here it comes then. It's quiet on idle, in fairness to them. It is. You wouldn't disturb the neighbours with this one.
Oh, the engine stopped again, Giles. So
that might be why you wouldn't disturb the neighbours then.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. So, and we're not covering skid pad, by the way. And if you want to keep an eye on skid pad, make sure you go on to FS Stats. We know that Biscaya and Staffordshire have set some lap times on the board, and you can keep an eye on FS Stats as to how they're doing. We have 3 teams that have done it, Biscaya, Staffordshire and Sheffield Hallam. Biscaya are still leading that one with a 5.464. Staffordshire in second with a 5.8.
Here we go then, Jess. And Lancashire, and they're struggling with their gear shift. They've got the power down there, and you can see it twitching as soon as it gets the power up there. It wants to go a lot faster, does this car. 6.633. Again, not representative, I don't think, for Lancashire.
Nope. I wonder if they're going to do one more run. And don't forget, they have 2 drivers for acceleration, so I believe this might be their second driver.
Quite possibly. And of course, they will have those unlimited runs throughout the morning here at the National Pit Straight for acceleration. We are hoping to be able to bring you some highlights of skid pad later in the day. I believe that's the intention. We can't make any promises, but there is the hope to get at least some highlights for you from skid pad. So do keep your eyes peeled there. As you say, Jess, is that Biscaya currently leading?
Yeah, Biscaya currently leading skid pad, yes.
Biscaya, of course, from a region in Spain, if you're not aware, or you're geographically challenged like I am.
Yeah, and of course they're hoping to do well in Formula Student, and then they'll be probably watching the World Cup, and hopefully they'll see their team take the win potentially there as well.
Oh yes, of course. I think we're all cheering on Spain.
Yeah,
and,
we are as well. So for because as I say, we hope Spain does well tomorrow at the World Cup.
Big up the rice and fish. There's a word for it, and I can't remember what it is, but big up that rice and fish in a bowl. Big up the Spanish. Good luck in the World Cup. One of the teams competing here for the win at Formula Student 2026. Right now out on track is Lancashire as they bring the car back round, freewheeling it to the line. And it is back under power now as the marshals bring it up to the marker.
They're struggling to get their engine restarted. It just seems to stall in places as well. You said they were having problems yesterday, but we are about to get going. The green flag is on. They wave.
Here come the revs in a big way, but the driver is shaking his head. He's not happy. Cannot find that sweet spot, and it's not gone again, Jess.
Nope, it is not gone at all there. They're going to get the car started. They can go when they want to, of course. The revs are going. And almost
you can hear that conk of a gear shift. It's just not happy. Away they go, but that's going to be a slow start. And he's just shaking his head, raising his hands in frustration. Like, what are you doing? So the car seemed to have a mind of its own. The driver clearly frustrated. A 7.660. We know that car has gone faster. So that's a real shame for Lancashire. That's the second run done for likely to be their second driver. They do, of course, have unlimited runs, but I suspect they may want to go down to the pits again and have another fiddle with the car.
Yeah, they got time, of course. I believe it's to 11 or 12 with acceleration, and then we got run off straight after. So as long as they get it sorted by then, because that's where the extra points. Of course, we only had a few teams take part in acceleration, so who knows? If no more teams take part, they could be in the runoff.
Oh, there'll be teams taking part still to come. I mean, we've got some people from ECU over the way. I can already see from here. Oxford Brooks are looking on with interest. Fingers crossed for them that they're able to get through scrutineering. Oxford Brooks, is there an update on your progress through scrutineering? They're looking at me with vacant expressions.
They've still got their high voltage EV2 for scrutineering before they go on to the final three. That's all
there it is then. Still waiting to get through the all-important high voltage for those electric cars are Oxford Brookes, one of the teams from the UK that we're hoping to see out on track and competing alongside the international set for Formula Student 2026. They always place very highly, and they always make themselves incredibly known as a result of that, but so currently still in scrutineering.
Yeah, I heard the cheers yesterday when I was in tilt, noise and brake when they were passing the static scrutineers yesterday. I could hear it from where they were. It was incredible. We always loved their atmosphere, and I really like their car this year, but hopefully we can see it out on track because they're very, very competitive. They always quite do well in statics as well. They also have a team in AI. Quite a few teams have teams in quite a lot of classes this year. Bizkaya being one of them, doing some AI this year, and they're doing well in that. Much progressing over the last few years, and it's great to see that we have autonomous cars in Silverstone. Of course, they did acceleration in this track yesterday, and I am going to look to see who won that. But
so in terms of live timings, people asking for live timings, as we've said earlier, head over to the website FS Stats. You'll find the live timings for all events there. So that will be your place for live timings. In fact, what we'll do is, whilst we're waiting for more teams to arrive, is we'll take you through on the timing board those that have run thus far. So momentarily, we've got for you leading at the moment with a 4.884 by 0.27 seconds. That's Yui in first. Red Rose Racing in second place. That's, of course, Lancashire. Vermilion in third as they come up again for another run at acceleration. They're being brought up to the line now, Jess, and it strikes me that if they can get this right, they ought to do rather well, because as Lee was saying earlier, these electric cars have got that instant torque.
Here they're going again. They're going up towards the line. It looks like a very fast time, and it's going to be a 5.9. Not as fast as expected, though. Again, they were good at the start, but in the middle, they just lost a bit of ground. Yeah, they dropped off again, and it's their second driver as well, so they get to have another go, it looks like.
I wonder whether they lost power midway through that run, Jess.
Yeah, because they had no trouble starting it.
No, not at all. It was looking like it was going to certainly be sub 4, maybe even troubling the sub 4.5s, but all of a sudden it just seemed to really slow down. The round of applause erupting from the team there, but there's a faster time in this car again, Jess. We're seeing the car potentially underperform compared to what we know they ought to be capable of.
Yeah, I think they're a team that the reason why they were the runner-up last year, because they did so well in the static events as well, because that scores quite a few points as well, because they don't just have to have a car that goes well on track, they've got to justify the cost of it and the design, and they also got the presentation. The final result, the results on who's going to get through to the final for all of these will be up very, very soon, and we'll find out if Vermilion get to be that again and defend their statics crown. But the Marshal is putting their car onto the grid.
Green flag down, waiting for the thumbs up from the timers, and away go Vermilion. And that's looking a lot better to me, Jess. That's looking a lot quicker indeed, and it's a 4.809.
Love that.
And I think that is Vermilion leading acceleration here at Formula Student 2026, live from the National Pit Straight at Silverstone. They're very, very pleased with that. This is what they're going to need in order to take the fight to the likes of ECU, Modena and Bizkaya for victory at Formula Student overall, Jess.
If they were consistent throughout the entirety of the run as well, there was no drop-off in the power as well. And if they feel like they could go quicker, they could try it. But if there's teams still to go, they're going to have to wait, because there is a priority in the queue in terms of who's going to run. So if anyone hasn't done their first or second runs yet, they get to go first. So for anyone will have to wait a while. Of course, they're going to be doing skid pad later on as well, so they'll be going to get that done. Of course, statics was done yesterday for all the teams.
Yes, indeed. And those statics are all important. In fact, you and I have been up and down the paddock all week, and you've been over at scrutineering. I've been interviewing the teams, taking notes. A lot of the top teams, I think, are very evenly matched with their cars. And I think this year, more than any year previously, it really is going to be defined by the results in the static competition. So that's business presentation, that is cost, that is design. Those are really, really going to play into things here.
Yes, and there's certain teams that lost quite a few points in statics, and that costed them a chance to win Formula Student overall.
All not to forget as well, points available for lap time sim. And that all crucial points available. So lap time sim is another one of those static competitions where in this instance you simulate your car based on a platform provided by IPG Automotive. So thank you very much to them for all of their support for the IMEC and Formula Student.
And to all of our sponsors.
Yeah, we'll get through those later on in the day, absolutely. We'll give them all a shout out, no doubt. But you will have to try and get the fastest virtual car. And I distinctly remember being sat in a hotel room in France after my flight got cancelled with a bottle of wine, a packet of crisps, a laptop, and Nev Cohen from Glasgow on the phone crying, I don't know what I'm doing. So thank you to Nev.
I hear a car.
And congratulations to him and his fiancée on their recent engagement. Meanwhile, a car is fired up. I'm very much looking forward to seeing who or what this could be. I'm trying to get a look and I can't quite see from here, but we can hear an internal combustion car. And could that be Yui back again, perhaps? I'm not 100% sure, but there is a car on its way, certainly.
Yeah, I think there's some teams I could tell that it's not, because I know what the sound of their car was yesterday. So you could possibly tell on that one. So that would be good. And if you're in the paddock, by the way, make sure you come and join us in the National Pit Straight to come and watch as well. And massive shout out to all the spectators that come. This is the first day that the spectators have been allowed to join. Welcome to Formula Student, the home of British Motorsport here at Silverstone.
Indeed. First Grand Prix in Formula One held here in 1950. And we're back once again for Formula Student. And I believe, is that my good friend Kian? That is my good friend from Edith Cowan. A maestro of aerodynamics and an all-round good guy. And hopefully has brought me some Tim Tams. I look forward to those. Meanwhile, does someone want to let us know which car this is on the other side of the wall? We cannot see it, unfortunately. In fact, you know what, Jess? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to take a walk. I'll be right back.
Well, make sure you don't cut the timing board as well, Giles. Get us as well involved in the YouTube chat as well. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting.
Oh, this is going to be good.
We are live until about 12 o'clock for acceleration. And there's quite a lot of support for DTU as well, for Million as well. Can you see, Giles, who is on the queue?
It's like Christmas and my birthdays come at once,
Who
Jess.
is
It, not only is it Edith Cowan, it is also Bizkaya right behind them in the queue.
Our recent champions, of course, Bizkaya last year, Edith Cowan in 2024.
This is going to be really, really good. So what we're looking at here, Edith Cowan, you can hear that. And now I've seen that it's Edith Cowan. Yeah, you can hear that it is that dirt bike engine in the back of it. Once you've got that visual recognition, you realise it. And then, of course, behind there. So bear in mind that Edith Cowan are running a hybrid system, and then behind them is the pure electric of Bizkaya. So we're about to see the difference in powertrains here between the top teams. Bizkaya winning last year with an all-electric power unit. The first time that Edith Cowan have run a hybrid power unit here at Formula Student 2026. And certainly the first time they've run a hybrid power unit in the UK. They may have done it in Australia, I'm not aware, but I believe it's the first time here in the UK they've run hybrid.
I think they ran it in Australia as well, because don't forget, in Australia they run it at different times in their summer. So they ran theirs in December. So their development was a long time coming for them.
They have got a bit of a longer development, but they only ever enter one event a year, so there's only $7,000 extra, because obviously Australia is a very big place, and Formula Student Australasia is held a flight away from where they are near Perth. So as a result, it's only £7,000 difference between going to Formula Student Australasia and coming to here at Formula Student in the UK at Silverstone for these guys. So they just do one event a year and alternate between them. It just does mean that they've got that larger development time to develop the car when they come to the UK, and we're about to see how that's paid off in dividends. Now, I've got to say the aero package here has been lovingly developed and has actually required less processing time, approximately speaking, than 100% of the time allocated to Formula One teams to develop their aero package. It's really very exciting, and I look forward to being able to talk you through it a little bit more throughout the weekend. But right now, we've got to see how this car performs in a straight line. I've been told in my DMs to look at the rear wing for this acceleration run, so I've got to keep an eye on the I'm wondering what they've done with it. Is there may be a message on the back, or it may be a case that they've adjusted the flaps to reduce drag. That's going to be the least of their problems right now, because the power unit did die momentarily, but it is back now. Oh, that's a gorgeous noise, Jess. Come on.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Here we go then. The Aussies back once more to compete here at Silverstone. Lining up on the line, just being brought back to the precise point at which they can start. Over to the timing team. The green flag is down. The green flag goes up. Here comes the revs. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. It's a huge start for Edith Cowan, and the time is a 4.537.
They're the fastest time so far by a few tenths per second. Edith Cowan are in the lead of acceleration.
They well and truly are. And bear in mind, this year the rules have dictated that the rear wing runs a lot lower than previous years. So all the cars will look more compact than you'll have seen them previously.
Oh, look at that rear wing, Giles. That looks so good.
I think the elements have been closed up to reduce the drag on the back of that car. I'm hoping to get a thumbs up from the aerodynamicist from ECU. Am I right in thinking that the elements have been closed to reduce your drag? Or he's looking at his phone. I think I might be getting a DM, possibly. That's great communication across the pit wall here.
Yeah. Edith Cowan is actually struggling to get their car restarted, Giles, it looks like, from as we could see. So hopefully they're not having any problems with their engine.
So what I'm seeing here is that Edith Cowan did not run in Australia, and I'm as blind as a bat. They've got an upside down wing, and I somehow missed that. Which goes to show why I'm a combustion engineer and not an aerodynamicist. The good news is the combusting is working now.
Yeah, it took a while yesterday, to be fair, so let's see if they can get their car on the line.
The driver's adjusting something behind the wheel there. You see him fiddling with the controls, trying to get the car to run consistently. He's getting those revs bouncing off up and down the limiter in idle, but we're certainly in first. Just being brought to the line there. Keeping the revs above a certain point to make sure it doesn't stall. And here comes the green flag. Here comes the revs. The revs are up. Wheel spin off the line once more. Can they beat their earlier time? It's looking very quick. It is a 4.479.
1/10 quicker than their previous time as well. So they found extra time. Of course, they got their second driver as well. So hopefully they can find the speed. And next is our reigning champions from last year. Well, I can't remember what car number it is, but the University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia. They've been looking good all weekend. Break they passed first time. Quite a few teams failed to reach that beat. Bizkaia had no problem at all. I've lost count of filming it. As soon as I was about to film, the dynamic marshals put their thumbs up and they passed it. So I'm annoyed I missed that. But Bizkaia are ready to go. They've done very well in skid pads so far. Let's see if they could do well in acceleration.
The gauntlet has well and truly been laid down by former winners here at Silverstone. Edith Cowan, and that time I'm going to get it for you, just to recap it for you. I'm going to squeeze past the camera here, I do apologise. The time there is a 4.479, 0.058 quicker than their previous. So the gauntlet here for Bizkaia is near enough 4.5 seconds. And this is going to be the difference then between hybrid and full electric. Here it comes then, Jess. The team are applauding already as it's brought up to the line. University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia, 20 years of this team, founded in 2006. Winners here at Formula Student last year. Rear-mounted electric power unit. What can they do? The green flag is up, the green flag is down, the red light is flashing on the roll hoop, the driver calm and collected, and away they go. A little bit of wheel spin off the line, but it's off like a rocket, and that is a 4.107.
Whoa! That looks good from the get-go as well. The power looked consistent all the way through once again. That looked quicker than the last few cars as well. They're in it to win it.
That went off like a stabbed rat. You can see the instantaneous torque provided by that electric motor paying off in a big way. But the big question for these electric teams, more so than you'll find with the internal combustion teams, with the hybrid teams who have got to reckon on getting those gear changes matched to the revs perfectly, is in the case of electric, they will put their foot down and drive it in a straight line, but they may reach the pinnacle of their performance very quickly. Can they get below 4.1, Jess?
I think they can. I think high confidence. I think they can as well. An update on the scrutineering bay.
Oh, yes, please.
We have one team that has just passed break. That is our endurance champions from last year, University of Birmingham.
Oh, yeah, red 5. So, of course, famously, Nigel Mansell competed in Red 5 and also, of course, was from Birmingham. So this year, Birmingham are competing in a red-coloured car with the number 5, and I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think they didn't have much to do yesterday. They were flying through yesterday as well, and that is a car that I do not recognise. So I wonder if it's a team that has just passed through this morning. It's car 104.
Car 104.
If you could check, Giles.
I'm going to have a look. I can't make any promises. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. A team we're not quite familiar with, which is always a great thing to see here on the National Pit Straight, because it means that we've got a cat amongst the pigeons. And certainly letting their presence known. There is the rowdy...
It's an electric car, it looks like.
The rowdy sound of an electric motor starting up. Car 100. Oh, it's Warwick, of course.
Oh, they just
Warwick.
passed. They just passed this morning. I think they only had a few to do this morning, and they passed right through it. There they go. That was quick, wasn't it?
Jolly good stuff from Warwick. Visor down, says the marshal. The visor's down. The red light's flashing. The green flag is up. And away they go. Plenty of wheel spin off the line, but there's the power immediately, and that is quick as... Whoa! 4.059 for Warwick. They take the lead in acceleration from the Spaniards. Look at that.
They flied through scrutineering yesterday, and today they flied through acceleration. The team's going to be very, very happy with that.
That is just an absolutely stunning showing, and it almost was like the driver didn't. You could almost see the progression of the foot on the accelerator pedal as they progressed down the course, because in the first third it was looking quick, and then all of a sudden it seemed to find a second wave of energy, and it was straight off. That can definitely do under 4 seconds if it can get moving. The red light's flashing, but the car's not moving. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
No, does the driver know that they could go through it? But I think they can, but I think they're just probably trying to get the car restarted.
We'll be hoping to get one of the drivers in the hot seat eventually. Currently leading then is the driver behind the car 104, it's Warwick. But unfortunately, after one of the most monumental entrances into acceleration that we've seen in several years, talk about taking the bull by the horns, they've come to a stop, Jess. This is quite alarming and quite a radical turn of events for a car that was looking immediately very strong.
Yeah, it was like high hopes, wasn't it? We're like, yeah, they passed through Scroot. Yes, they got a good lap time, but it has to be a reliable car, Giles, especially for endurance, because for those of you that are brand new to Formula Student, endurance tomorrow, if you don't make it through that, you don't win Formula Student.
250 points available in that. The driver looking to the pit wall and potentially the marshals having a conversation there.
Oh, the green light
is indeed there, Jess, yes, and that's not good for Warwick. I've got to compliment the team, because the evolution of their car over the past few years, I've been watching it as I've commentated here at Silverstone, and it's been a real pleasure watching them evolve the car. And the incremental evolution has been great to see, and this is looking the best put together car that we've seen from Warwick. It would just be nice if it ran consistently, because that was a blistering time in acceleration.
I think about 5 to 5 tenths slower than the record as well.
So only, yeah, 5 tenths off what could be the record. Could we see some record breaking here at Silverstone today? Bear in mind, it's the first time since that record was set in 2021 or 2022 that we've actually seen a dry acceleration. So we could be on for some record breaking, just provided the drivers can get it there. The car is back underway. There's a smattering of applause on the National Pit Straight. Fingers crossed then for Warwick. I'm really hopeful here, Jess. I'm hoping that we can see the 4-second barrier broken. We really ought to.
I really do hope so as well. I do have the records on my phone, which is, I scroll right down. For some reason, I put it by the rules. So fastest all time was set in FS 2014. Do you want to know who?
Yes, please.
AMZ Racing, 3.439.
3.439, there it is then. It's back in 2014. Could we possibly, 12 years later, see a faster time? With these electric cars, we really ought to, but certainly we've got the fastest time on the board currently, and it's knocking on the door of sub 4 seconds, set by Warwick. Car 104, rear-mounted electric power unit. And now all that remains to be seen is whether they can smash that barrier and keep consistently on the power. The green flag goes down. The green flag goes up. The wheels spin off the line. The power's locked in. I'm not quite sure, but it is 3.920.
cheers in the not in the grandstand, in the national pitch straight are absolutely amazing. They're the first team to get to the 3.9s. Can we get that driver in the hot seat, because that deserves someone in that hot seat?
Warwick are over the moon with that. Warwick, please know the invitation is there for the hot seat, but Jess, I don't wish to rain on anyone's parade, but that power unit doesn't seem particularly consistent, and they may need all hands on deck to make sure that they can maintain their position, because remember, up until midday, it is unlimited runs, so they're not safe even after they set their first 4 runs on acceleration.
I think, well, we still got Modena to go later on, and we know they could get into a sub-3, no problem. So I think that'll be absolutely fine there. So, and of course, if you want to find out the times, they're on FS Stats, where you can, of course, see what's going on at skid pad at the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to get some B-roll footage later on in the day to find out what's going on there. It always looks fun as well. And for some teams, the people that are doing skid pad will be either doing sprint or endurance as well.
Yes,
so
indeed.
because it's quite similar.
What I'm going to do, Jess, is I'm going to run over to the timing board and I'm going to give you a rundown. Give me just 1 second, and we're going to talk you through the times that we've seen set so far in the style of a chart countdown. In at 6, we've got Red Rose Racing. That is, of course, Lancashire, with a 7.600 as their latest. Their fastest, a 5.234. Uwe in at 5 with a 4.884. Meanwhile, Vermilion coming in just ahead of them by 0.08 of a second with a 4.809. They're in 4th place, are Vermilion. In 3rd, currently, it's Edith Cowan University with a 4.479. Ahead of them is Bizkaya, last year's champion. They're there with a 4.107. But much to everyone's surprise and sheer delight, Warwick are currently top of acceleration with a 3.920. 2 blistering times set by Warwick with a slightly inconsistent power unit.
We got car number 2, we got DTU. Vermilion that is going on to the circuit for their next run. They're another EV. They've probably seen Warwick and Bizkaya, and they think we could go faster than that.
I think we've got a Spitfire overhead. That's just brilliant. We've got the future of engineering and vintage engineering all happening at once here at Silverstone for Formula Student. The green flag is down, the green flag goes up, and immediately away go Vermilion. That's a lot more like it there from the car number 2, 4.236. They're very pleased with that, but it isn't enough to take the top spot. There's also something flapping at the top of the course on the tarmac there.
Yeah, I see that as well. That's a bit concerning, but the power looked a bit more consistent than their previous runs, and it's all about that consistency. Ooh. Maybe they're better with reliability potentially, but they're going to be happy with that as they do their remaining events. We do have another team that looks like Malta.
It is indeed Malta. As above us, it is indeed a Spitfire. You can tell the difference. Spitfires had curved edges on the tips of the wings, whereas Hurricanes had harsh edges, and Malta are coming up to the line then, a team that we've had a great deal of fun with over the past few years here at Formula Student. They were here the first time I commentated in 2022. They returned to us last year. It's the first time this year that they have managed to develop a car in 12 months. It took them 3 years between 2022 and 2025 to return to us last year. This car is a brand new development and has been managed to achieve that in 12 months, Jess.
Their brake test was, I think, a lot of fun to watch. The driver was very committed, and when the dynamic marshals put the funds up, the whole team were cheering and clapping because they were not expecting it. But they did very well last year. I think they finished 9th in the standings overall. Of course, the top 10, if they wanted Formula Student, can have the top 10 numbers. Of course, Basque Country wanted to have their own number, but the green flag is on. Take it away, Giles.
Green flag down, green flag up, and away they go. Can they beat the 3.9 as set by Warwick? No, they can't, but it's still respectable. 4.458, the first time on the board from Malta.
I still see something flapping on the track there for some reason.
Some sort of debris, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. It's like a piece of paper or some sort of wrapping, I suggest, so it should be okay.
So it's Malta's going to do another run then. It looks like they will do.
They never leave anything on the. They never leave anything behind to Malta. They leave it all on the track.
And in statics as well.
They push really hard with their driving. Big shout out to Kirsty. We're not sure whether Kirsty was going to make the trip over for the weekend. Their former team manager, she's since graduated. Familiar face here at Silverstone. but if she's watching on the live stream, hello to you. Meanwhile, here they come then for their second run, and the team are cheering them on. The Lightning Strike nose cone this year. In previous years, they've run a Raspberry Ripple nose cone. I was reliably informed Raspberry Ripple isn't available in Malta, so they weren't quite sure what I was on about with that. But if you're watching in Malta, it's an ice cream that you get here in the United Kingdom. But you've got the Lightning Strike on the nose cone for this brand new entry from Malta. And that time there is a 4.458. Is there a faster time in there? One would hope so.
One would hope so indeed as well, after seeing all the EVs, as they're rolling the car a bit more so they can get them onto the start line efficiently enough. So that's what the driver is going to be doing. Of course, each team has 2 drivers that they can run an acceleration. For Malta, it's their first, and they're doing their second run now, and they're going to the start line. 4.4, as Giles was saying, we know they could go a few tenths quicker with that car. So they're going to go to the start line. Let's see what they can do.
Green flag up and away they go. It's looking like a stronger start. You can hear the power riding up, and it's a 4.444. So potentially Malta may have found the peak of their performance curve immediately off the line. You can hear as the power increases, the engine speed increasing, because the motors squeal as it gets faster and faster. But is that 4.44 the fastest they can do? It's incredibly consistent, and potentially we may have seen the best that we can get from Malta.
But don't forget they got their second driver, so could it be driver confidence potential? Because for some drivers here at Silverstone, it's their first time running at the Silverstone circuit. What a great achievement for them. Hopefully we'll see more cars in the queue ready to go into acceleration very, very soon. We've had plenty of cars that have gone through skid pad at the moment, and the fastest still belongs to Bizkaia.
Absolutely. Bizkaia then leading here at Silverstone on skid pad, but right now on the national pitch straight in the lead is Warwick, who managed to split through the 4-second barrier with a 3.9. The question therein remains, can anybody else get faster than 3.9? There is a hive of activity on the other side of the pit wall, Jess. I'm going to have a run over and have a look.
Yes, and whilst you do that as well, we got some news for Formula Student Static events, which you've probably seen on Instagram. So the business plan presentation for FS Concept and AI, the results are on Instagram and also info points. If you want to know which teams are doing well there, you could go and check. But there will be certain teams that will be going through to the finals. And there was one team that did quite well in the business plan yesterday as well and got pretty much almost perfect marks. Do you want to know who got the top score yesterday, ready for the finals today?
Always.
Bizkaia.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah, their aim this year is to do a lot better in statics and try and get one up on Familia, because Familia beat them in statics last year.
They're really going to need to, because the competition is hot this year. And talking of hot competition, currently at the front of the queue is our old Italian friends, Modena.
Oh, yes, I was hearing their engine yesterday and it sounded so good in noise, so good in brake. I've been wanting it to see since they were last year at the competition in 2023, and the spirit on the live chat, I think it's going to go crazy. So if you are watching in the land of Italy, let's hear your support for Modena and for all the other teams as well. I think Modena could be a team that could challenge Warwick for the fastest time, and we could see them in the hot seat. But you never know. It's a hybrid this year. Not many teams in hybrid do well at Silverstone. This could be the first.
I suggest it might well be, as plenty of love is erupting in the comments for several teams. We've got Matty as ever, go Modena. Meanwhile, Clementabella says Malta, as does Yannicka and Martin, both cheering on Malta. In fact, Yannicka says Ija Malta. I don't know what that means, but it means something positive, I should imagine. Meanwhile, Mod Scott says, are they having a BMS over current issue or a temp issue? I imagine that's in reference to Warwick. We don't know. If someone can provide us with an answer, we'd love to be able to answer that question. Whilst Isabaz 1430 says, hi from the pit wall. Hi Isabaz, wherever you may be. So currently in the queue, we've got Modena. Someone's cheering on the pit wall.
Is it they got through Screw, or?
Yeah, Screw's a long way away, Jess.
Yeah.
So not quite sure what they're cheering about, but they're cheering about something.
I
Meanwhile, Modena are in the queue. Behind them, we've got Sheffield Hallam. They've got their engine idling at the moment. There's a lot of people from Birmingham here as well. So Birmingham, I'm assuming you're not a million miles away from joining us here for Accelerate. You're shaking, you're coming? In fact, Birmingham are joining the queue as well. Excellent
Brilliant!
stuff.
Oh, they recently passed scrutineering about half an hour ago, Giles.
And you may be wondering, how do they know all of this? Well, you can find out too via FS Stats. Just head over to that website and you'll have just as much information as we do, if not more. Again, cheering. We're not quite sure why. They're happy about something. I know there's a birthday. I know there's a birthday somewhere. We'll talk about that during sprint.
We'll talk about this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll talk about that during sprint. Meanwhile, then, the hybrid of Modena, it'll be their first go here. And let's just recap. Their toughest competition is likely to come from those who have won previously here at Formula Student, Edith Cowan and Bizkaya. Let's have a look at the times that they've both set and see what Modena have to beat. So, Bizkaya's fastest time was a 4.107, and Edith Cowan's fastest time a 4.479. The fastest time overall from Warwick, a 3.920. That is an electric car entirely. Modena, like ECU, will be a hybrid. So the benchmark is there for a hybrid of 4.5, but if they want to be in with a chance of winning, they're going to have to beat Bizkaya's 4.1, I suspect, or certainly match closely to it, and also fight off the Australians of ECU with their 4.4 time. So it's all hotting up here, Jess.
It is hotting up, and it's going to get to a point like we saw last year, about 11, 12, 11, half 11, where it gets close to the time where the cut-off for who's going to be in the runoff, where loads of teams get in the queue. Because don't forget, there's still plenty of teams going into scrutineering. We do see some engines firing up.
So in the queue at the moment, behind Modena, we've got Sheffield Hallam, another team well worth keeping an eye on. And not to mention, of course, we've got Birmingham, I'm reliably informed. Quite fond of Birmingham. They did so well in endurance last year. They really won the hearts and minds of the Formula Student paddock with that performance.
Finished
so
5th overall.
Very much looking forward to seeing them. Just waiting then on Modena first.
And I think Modena are an intriguing team. They always put together very fast cars. I remember my first year at Formula Student, I saw them on the sprint track and I was like, wow.
Yeah, their driving is, shall we say, Italian.
Yes, they're obviously Tifosi unknown for their speed.
Yes, and their passion. Nearly got lynched by them. I made an incorrect call after being misinformed in my ear, and the howls of anger from Modena were such that I feared for my life momentarily, put it that way.
We all did.
Yes. Meanwhile, the hot seat is vacant for Warwick if they want to come over and join us, but I suspect they're busy tinkering with their car to try.
Or they go to skid pad.
Yeah, or maybe have they posted a time on skid pad?
I will check.
I suspect they may be fiddling with the car and trying to get that power unit to be more consistent. That would be certainly what I would be doing were I in their position. Currently positioned in the queue for, of course, acceleration is Modena. Meanwhile, in the comments, we've got Krim Layasamin saying Algeria with a lot of Algerian flags. Reese saying well done Malta. Nisa saying go ECU. Sebastian's bestie says hi from Bunbury. Meanwhile, Matty saying Aura Modena, go Modena. And Cordelia says go UBR.
Quite a few support for a lot of the teams, and it is a global event here at Formula Student. We don't just cater for UK teams, we welcome all teams here at Formula Student, and Silverstone is the place to be. Of course, there's lots of other Formula Students in the world, but it's good to round off a year of hard work, dedication, blood, sweat and tears, quite literally as well. And of course the week started at the Sim Racing Series at Williams, and of course Southampton took that. They'll be getting their trophy tonight.
Yes, they will indeed, and we're very much looking forward to this evening's awards ceremony. Plenty of awards to dish out. 31 in fact will be dished out this evening, and you can join us in the big tent.
Pavilion.
Thank you, Pavilion here at Silverstone for all of that, and Monty and Cheryl will be there, so do make sure you attend if you're here at Silverstone. Meanwhile, just waiting, if you're sat there, if you've just joined us, one of the most exciting teams in previous years at Formula Student are waiting in the wings to take a run at acceleration from the region that brought us Ferrari, Modena will be here very, very soon, I hope. Fingers crossed.
I can still see their engine running, but it may be they just tweak it out a little bit.
I'm not sure whether that's their engine or whether
Oh,
that
it's
could be
Sheffield
Sheffield
Hallam.
Hallam. Yes, in fact, Sheffield Hallam have jumped ahead then of Modena. That's interesting, Jess.
That is interesting. I wonder if they got a few gremlins, of course. Sheffield Hallam, I believe, were the second team to get through scrutineering yesterday as well. They had no trouble getting through there. So another, I think it looks like another, is it another IC or is it hybrid?
It's an internal combustion car, Jess. And it sounds absolutely gorgeous. Here we go then, Sheffield Hallam in the cherry red. An interesting dolphin motif on the nose cone. A nod to Ferrari. Car number 28, conversation with the marshal quickly to put the visor down. The green flag is down, the green flag is up. The revs are built and away they go. A controlled start, there's the gear change there. Building up the revs, there's a gear change just at the last moment of the course. It's a 5.635.
They can find more time in there as well. They struggled to get into gear as they were starting their run, and it was only at the middle where they were consistent, and that's what lost them quite a bit of time, but they get to go again to see if they can go quicker.
Interesting. The driver keeps looking down to the right, looking down and right at something, whether that's inside the cockpit or whether that's the front right wheel they're looking at. They keep looking at something, and I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they're just making sure they don't get too close to the wall, perhaps. I hope it's that and not a problem for the team from Sheffield Hallam as they line up for their second run immediately. Nice and consistent, I must say, and an absolutely gorgeous engine noise. That sounds great at high revs. Brilliant stuff there. The green flag down. Run number 2 for Sheffield Hallam is underway. The revs go up. Again, just struggling with that gear shift. But it's a 5.514, an improvement, but it doesn't put them in the running, unfortunately.
That is a shame for Sheffield, but they got plenty of time during the day. Of course, we've got unlimited runs until 12 o'clock, so plenty of opportunities, and we still hear another engine running in at the pit. Do you want to have a look?
Yep. So
let's go and see then.
The revs are bouncing, and the question therefore is, why are the revs bouncing and who is it? So let's have a look. It is indeed Modena. Modena are currently sat with a laptop on the nose cone of the car, tuning the engine. You can hear those revs up and down, up and down. There's a laptop plugged in. They are mapping that engine as we speak for one reason or another. I don't quite know why. I wish I could provide you with an answer, but there is live mapping and tuning underway on the other side of the pit wall for our 2023 champions, and that's what you're hearing there as the engine is being built up. The revs are rising and falling. As they're tuning the internal combustion rear power. Bear in mind that Modena are running a hybrid power unit. They've got those, yes.
So we got Birmingham and Modena in the queue.
Yeah, they've got the front-wheeled electric motors, and then, of course, what you've just been hearing there being tuned, the rear-mounted internal combustion unit. They literally had the laptop out, plugged into the ECU, so they are up to something. I imagine possibly tuning or remapping the engine, but it remains to be seen how that will pay off for them. 2023 winners here at Formula Student in dramatic style. There's a single clap from someone on the other side of the pit straight. Someone's happy. I don't know whether that was a sarcastic clap or whether it was intended, but there we are. As we wait then for the next car. Now, Jess, Sheffield Hallam were behind Modena originally in the queue, and then they went ahead, and Modena are out there running the engine, mapping it with their laptop. It suggests possibly something's up. Who's being brought through here? That is
Birmingham.
I believe that is the Red 5 of Birmingham.
Yeah, so they've gone ahead in the queue.
Something is up with the Italians. I don't know what. I wish I could say. But it sounds to me that they've got something up with their power unit that they're not happy with. That, or they're being perfectionists and tuning it to be completely perfect on the gear shift. It's one of the two, I suspect.
Yeah, hopefully they can get their car to fix very shortly. But up next then, University of Birmingham are endurance champions from last year. They competed in over 5 different countries, securing 9 top 5 finishes over the years, and it's their 5th iteration of an electric vehicle and the team's 29th entry here at Formula Student UK, and they want to remain consistently high in the static event, and they've seen a lot of design changes to their Formula Student car this year since transitioning to EV to push the limits of performance. So things are looking good for Birmingham in the queue. Can't wait to see what they could do with their 5th iteration of EV, Giles.
I do like Birmingham's car, I do like Birmingham's team, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do in acceleration. Meanwhile, McScottish has been asking in the live stream if we could ask Monty when the driver's briefing is.
And if you watch the VT on Tuesday at Sim Racing, you'll know.
And if not, don't worry about it.
Read
Here we
the
go
rules.
then. Red 5 lining up for their first run at acceleration. Birmingham, winners of endurance last year here at Formula Student. And I'm very excited to see what they can do here. The green flag is down, the red light is on, and away they go. It's a quiet start initially, and then the power just kicks in, and it's a 4.450. They are happy with that. There's nods of approval. I think they're happy with it, but I think they know they can do better.
But usually in their first runs, Giles, for some teams, it's just about getting on the line and getting a consistent timing. So it's their first driver. They're going to go in. The power looked consistent all the way through, and we'll see if they could beat that time. Of course, for some drivers, it's their first time here at Silverstone, getting used to the track, so they know when to go up and down with the gears and stuff like that. So here comes Birmingham once more, and it seems like to be consistent power on that car. And the team are cheering on, so let's see if they could do a much better run than a 4.450.
I think there may be some ex-Birmingham members amongst the Dynamics volunteers who are paying a lot of attention to this run. Also worth noting, Modena have lined up, so whether there was a problem or whether there was perfectionism at play, they're ready to go once Birmingham have made this run. This second run then from Birmingham.
Of course, we'd like to thank the Dynamic volunteers that are running Dynamic events and the Silverstone Marshals, because without them, we wouldn't be doing this here at Formula Student.
No,
and speaking of the Orange Marshals, they're going to be waving the green flag,
Green
and
flag
here to
down,
go.
green flag up, and away go Birmingham. It's a quicker start off the line. The power maxing out there, and it's a 4.393.
They were happy with that, a 10th quicker than their previous time, and we'll see if they can go quicker a little bit later on. But as Giles was saying, Modena are first in the queue. They got their engine running, and we are going to see if they could get the fastest time in acceleration so far.
It's beginning to get a little warmer here at Silverstone, down at the end of the National Pit Straight, or the entrance to the National Pit Straight, depending on what direction you're going.
Put your sunscreen on if you haven't already.
I can see the haze rising off the tarmac. These are optimum conditions for some record breaking, and if there's one team that's going to be record breaking, it might well be car 37 Modena. They've actually competed with this car over in the United States, and now they're here for the first time since 2023. The green flag is up. The driver preparing the car, pressing some buttons on the dash. Up go the revs. It's a hybrid car, remember. Let's see what they can do. Oh, not quite there. There was a lock on the rear wheels as they went to go, potentially with the gear shift there. The anticipation building. Wheel spin off the line. It's a rapid start then from Modena. They tear down the 75 metres and they take the lead with a 3.876.
We knew it. We knew Modena were fast. We just had to wait patient, Giles. They were trying to nail perfectionism, and that is exactly what they did. Modena are built for speed. Oh, this is so exciting.
I can smell record breaking in the air, because that was a 3.8. That was their first run, and we've established that the record for acceleration here at Formula Student was set in 2014 and was about a 3.4, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was by an EV.
So this is a hybrid power unit. You're getting the best of both worlds. Hannah Montana, eat your heart out. Here comes Modena then for their second run at acceleration. They immediately took the lead off the line, building the anticipation, tuning the engine behind the pit wall with the laptop plugged into the ECU. Perfectionism at play. The green flag goes down. Waiting for the green flag up. Here it comes then. Can they get even faster? Up come the revs for a moment. Just idling for a second. There's that clunk we heard earlier. getting the car into gear. Here come the revs. Away they go again. The wheel spin is perfection. Is it going to be perfect as well? Yes, it is.
3.787 for a hybrid engine, and Giles is going to look to see how much quicker it is compared to the other teams. Giles, can you tell us?
So apparently, it's a 3.787 is what we're seeing, and that is a new UK record according to the guys here in the timing van. That is a new UK record. I've been reliably informed. 3.787 seconds. That was 0.089 faster than their first run. Modena leading acceleration with a UK record.
That is incredible. That's a UK record for an internal, a hybrid car internal combustion.
Well then. Oh, sorry. I may have just tripped the timing beam there. I do apologise.
Giles.
So distracted. This is just too exciting. Here we go then. Last year's winners. What do they have to say in reply? They've got to get through that 4-second barrier if they're in with any chance of taking the lead here. The green flag goes up. The red light is flashing. The driver waiting to start. We're all on the edge of our seats, and away they go. There's a momentary wheel spin off the line. They cross the line, and it is 3.943.
That looks a lot better, but still a few tenths slower, but I know Bizkaia will be happy with that. They get to go again.
They're edging closer then. 0.2 of a second is all they need to take it from Modena. Bear in mind, this is pure electric powering here. That instant torque should pay off. They really ought to be able to take the challenge to Modena here, should the Spaniards, as they bring the car up to the line. 20 years of Bizkaia from the University of the Basque Country. We knew it would be tight at the top, and we have seen it be as much.
As their cars getting pushed, so they almost cut off. They pretty much cut the timing beam, but they are in the right place, of course. The driver keeping concentrated.
Green flag down. Green flag is up. 3.7 to beat for Modena. The red light flashing on the roll hoop. The car under power. What can they do here? Their fastest is a 3.9. They need 0.2 of a second to take it from Modena, as the driver collects themselves behind the wheel. Just waiting for that moment when it gets off the line. There will be some wheel spin, I should suspect. 3.7 to beat then, 3.9 on the board. Fastest from the University of the Basque Country. 20 years of Formula student Bizkaia. The tension building thick like soup as the driver takes their time. They know what they need to do here. The question, of course, is can they do it? Also, can they hear me? Am I putting them off? I hope not.
I think that's with quite a few things in commentary as well. I did a LAN event and I got distracted by commentators quite a bit whilst I was racing. But
the big thing here is there's no engine noise. That's the disconcerting thing. The driver is actually fiddling with the dash, and the green light is now. Oh, the red light's back on. There was a momentary flash of green on the roll hoop on the car from the Basque Country. There's that distinctive beep to let everyone know the car is under power, so the driver not necessarily trying to collect themselves, but adjusting the car with buttons on the dash. And away they go then, 3.7 to beat, and the time is 3.937.
Consistent.
And that consistency is usually the telltale sign that we've reached the performance curve peak available from the electric car. I do wonder then whether Bizkaia have got a reply for Modena. That 3.7, a UK record here on acceleration for hybrid power. Is it possible to beat them here then? ECU have got a hybrid power unit and a very similar car. They ought to be able to get close, I would have thought. 0.2 off were Bizkaia, and it was consistently 0.2 off, suggesting perhaps that that is the best that we can get out of the Bizkaia car.
Yes, but of course they don't have to be the fastest in order to potentially win, but they've got to be in the top few, I would say as well. But go to FS Stats to find more information about all the teams. I'll keep an eye on Skid Pad, and we've had Five teams take part. We've had Bizkaya leading with a 5.464. Second is Edith Cowan with 5.523. Sheffield Hallam in third with 5.661. Staffordshire in fourth with 5.892. Fifth is UWE with 5.948. And sixth place is the first team that went through scrutineering on Thursday, Manchester Stinger Motorsports, car 139, 6.390. They're your top six in skid pad, Giles.
Excellent stuff then. All to play for here at Formula Student 2026. Angela says, looking forward to seeing Staffordshire number 4. You and me both, a car and a team I'm very fond of. Meanwhile, Matty going wild for Modena, saying Modena teasing us, go Modena, Aura P1, while Leonardo says Aura Farming. Meanwhile, H-Man Foyle says big shout out to the Marshals this year. Yes, big up to the Marshals. Thank you very much for you guys. Big up to the guys in the orange boiler suits, and also big up to the Dynamics volunteers in purple and the green scrutineers as well. I imagine all of that's rather difficult scrutineering. It was always
Thanks to all the volunteers as well.
Scrutineering was always the worst bit for me. Meanwhile,
we got a new fastest time for skid pad.
Oi, what have we got?
Edith Cowan has just gone top in skid pad with a 5.222.
It's really shaping up to be one for the ages here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. Lord J says go Sheffield Hallam, and Paluzia Sug, I can't pronounce that. That's just a collection of letters at this point saying go Red Salmons. I thought salmon was pink. Meanwhile, Nisa says, let's go ECU, love all of you. They are leading skid pad here at Formula Student 2026. Our Edith Cowan leading here at acceleration is, of course, Modena with that blistering 3.7. Here comes Malta. Kirsty has replied. Unfortunately, she was unable to be here, but she appreciates the shout-out. Big up, Kirsty. Love you lots. Meanwhile, then, Malta on the way to the line once more. We heard that distinctive electronic beep. It is under power, being guided to the line by the Purple Dynamics volunteers to the chaps from Motorsport UK in the orange boiler suits. The lads and ladies of MS UK taking their time. They are volunteers. They are the marshals, and we're very grateful to them for their time. Here comes then Malta. What can car number 9 do in response? This is another electric car, so it should be very quick. But bear in mind, of course, the capacity in the motors and the accumulator will make a difference. So but maybe running slightly slower motors. So you'll see the different speeds available here. Off the line they go. The Malta driver making the cross and praying to God. It's a 4.276. There was a great yes from Malta on the other side of the pit wall.
2 tenths quicker than what they did earlier on with their first driver.
Very nice stuff there from Malta, who are immediately on the return. That moment of collection from the driver, nice to see. And as I was just saying before they set off, and you can never tell when they're going to set off because the revs don't build, they just go to these electric cars. But what you'll find is different cars running different motors, and you'll find the performance pinnacle will vary from electric car to electric car.
And we can hear the cheers in the pit straight. The Malta team are very happy with that, and we know Malta celebrate.
Oh, yes. Of course Malta celebrate.
Of course they do, but they're going to go again. Of course, they've done a 4.276. Can they beat that? Can they get into a into the sub 4 to go into the freeze? We'll find out. We got caught off guard when they were going, but they were a lot faster than what we saw earlier on this morning from Malta. They passed scrutineering yesterday with just 10 minutes to spare before scrutineering closed. They were very keen to get it through onto the track this morning, and here they go then. They're lining up onto the start line with the orange marshals, and we are about to get underway for car 9, University of Malta. And here we go then.
University of Malta, green flag down, green flag up, away they go. 4.2 to beat, and it's looking on target, but it's 4.286. It's consistent. Again, have we reached the pinnacle of this car's performance? Meanwhile, the revs rising and falling behind the pit wall. Is that Modena once more? I suspect.
I think I recognise their engine.
Let's have a look. In fact, doing something similar and keeping the engine idle and keeping the engine hot, it is Staffordshire. Once more onto the breach, it says on the back of the rear wing. I thoroughly approve of that quote. That's nice. I like that.
Who's that, Giles?
Shakespeare. No, sorry, that's the quote. Staffordshire is plotting their entrance into acceleration. The revs rising and falling, keeping the car hot. I couldn't see a laptop out, so I'm not sure whether they were doing the same as Modena were doing earlier on, where they were quite literally mapping the engine on the other side of the pit lane. There's another car there getting ready. I'm trying to work out who that is on the right of us here, but there are plenty of cars on the way.
We always get quite a few cheers in the garages, and we don't know what they are, but it might just be just saying a job well done in the dynamic event so far, potentially. But I could give you an update on how many teams have passed what in scrutineering for you,
Yes,
Giles.
please, Jess.
So we got 31 that have passed chassis, 34 that passed safety, 32 that have passed tech, and from the EV cars we got 10 that have passed low voltage, 6 high voltage, 6 rain test, 22 passed tilt, 16 passed noise, and 14 cars have passed brake and are through to the dynamic event.
14 cars to play with this morning then. We should imagine more will be joining us later in the afternoon as more make it through scrutineering. Unfortunately, I believe certain teams may not be joining us due to issues that we've heard about. Don't know how many of them I'm allowed to comment on, but big love to Exeter and Surrey. Meanwhile, Staffordshire waiting to go. A team I've been excited about all the week to see, Jess. They sound great, they look great, and they perform fantastically.
And they did well in the scrut yesterday. They seem to me, they put a good together car. They've done well in statics in the past, been in the top 5 for top 4 for the last quite a few. They reached in the top 4 in 2024 as well. So I wonder if they could get it onto the podium places. I think that's their goal, is to get on the podium.
What I like about Staffordshire is it is proof amongst all this future technology that we've got, hybrids and electric vehicles, that there still is a place and a future for internal combustion. I am biased. I'm doing my PhD in combustion engineering. But having said that, there is a future for internal combustion, as evidenced by Staffordshire, one of the UK's biggest hopes in taking it home here at Formula Student against front runners from around the world. Didn't quite get the football. Staffordshire, do us all a favour. Well, it would be nice to take some sporting trophy home this week. Meanwhile then, as here comes Staffordshire, in fact, the shark on the nose cone. Moments away from seeing what Staffordshire can do then. There are other cars in the queue as well.
Quite a lot of them.
Looking forward to seeing this. This should be good.
And of course, some people may not be looking for speed as of yet in their first runs for some teams. In particular, teams that are maybe just keen to get into some running. It may be slower, but as they build up confidence, that's when they could get through the speed and acceleration. But we've got University of Staffordshire that is going to be doing their next run here at Silverstone.
Their first run here at Formula Student 2026.
And I think it's an internal combustion, Giles. It is an internal combustion for the University of Staffordshire. The team has been very consistently doing well over the past few years, and we're about to get going for another run here in acceleration.
Green flag is up. Up come the revs. It was a staggered start for them, and it's 4.468. It's a competitive time, but it almost slipped off the line. There was almost a staccato of power on the rear wheels there. I suspect they can do better than that.
That looked respectable, but again, we've seen plenty of teams in IC that could go way quicker than that, so all their hopes remain on this driver then. Of course, they got their second driver later on. They've already done skid pad. Let's see how they could do in acceleration. I believe they're in the top 3 at skid pad. They would want to get into the top 3 in acceleration as well, so we'll see what happens here at the National Pit Straight.
If you want to support a home side, and I appreciate you may want to support your own universities, of course, but also spare a thought for Staffordshire, who are potentially one of the stronger teams from the UK at the top end of proceedings here. 4.468 was their first time. There was that strange moment where it started, it stopped, and it started again. I wonder then if a stronger start could improve their time. Up come the revs once more. That's more like it. Bit of wheel spin, but the power bent into the track immediately, and it's a 4.306.
That looked, I think, about a tenth faster there, so I wonder if we reached the potential, or will we get faster with our second driver? But that is Staffordshire done for acceleration for now, as we'll wait for more cars to take to the track.
Now you may be thinking, hang on a minute, Giles, but what about Warwick? They were the first to break the 4-second barrier, and they're a British team. Yes, but equally, I'm just a little bit concerned about Warwick, because on the end of each run, the power dropped off immediately, and they required help from the marshals. And I'm just wondering how consistent that power unit is going to be across the weekend. There lies my concern. Staffordshire have always been quite consistent, hence my assessment as things stand for these British teams. But fingers crossed for Modena that they're able to return to the track soon, because I believe they only did 2 runs. I'm going to have a look at who is in the queue now. There's a lot of activity on the other side of the pit wall. Aberdeen are here. Lovely to see that. But they're being actually removed from the queue, which is less lovely to see. Unfortunately, Aberdeen are being pulled out of the queue.
I believe they're the first Scottish team to pass Screw as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing GCU at some point. But yes, Aberdeen being wheeled away. The driver momentarily shaking their heads there, so they're not happy about something. Are the Scots, which, yeah, that's not what we wanted to see. But there we are. I'm trying to see whether there's anybody else in the queue, and there is a car there. Let's have a look at who that is. Who is that? Do we know?
A car, I do
Car
see a few bits. 97.
97. Let's get a little bit closer, and we'll have a look for you. Ah, they're back. It's 37. They've got a bib on that says 97. It's car 37. It is, in fact, wouldn't you know it, Modena. Back for another bite of the apple. Or is it cherry? I never quite can remember.
Or both, you never know.
Have a whole fruit salad. Right, shall we recap the times for you at the moment as things stand here on acceleration? These are provisional, of course. But here we go then. In at 11, it's a 5.514 for Sheffield Hallam. Red Rose Racing, the team from the University of Lancashire, are in the top 10 with a 5.234. 9, we've got Uwe with a 4.884. Meanwhile, Edith Cohen are there with a 4.479. They're there at 8th. In 7th, it's the University of Birmingham, and they've got a time of 4.393. Very close, but in front of them is Staffordshire. They're in 6th with a time of 4.306. 4.276, meanwhile, puts Malta into the top 5. The University of Malta there with a 4.276, and very, very close to them. Only 0.04 of a second between them. 4.236 is Vermilion. They're there in 4th. Bizkaia, last year's champions, in 3rd with a 3.937. Warwick, meanwhile, with that brilliant 3.920 right out of the gate. That puts them in 2nd place. And Modena are currently leading, also leading the queue for another run of acceleration. They're there with a 3.787. Leading, therefore, we have the Italians. Is it much of a surprise? I don't think so.
No. Not a surprise that Modena are doing well in Formula Student, because they are built for speed. And for those of you that are brand new to Formula Student, we're not here to look for the next lot of drivers. We're here to look for the next lot of engineers.
I tell you what, though, if there's anybody who's doing a run to the shops, could you go and get Monty a tin of ravioli, please, so he can hold his ravioli?
Yes!
That
will be lovely.
You may not remember from 2023, but the last time that Modena were here, they stunned us with their speed. They were like rockets across the track, and Monty was so staggered he let out the phrase, "Hold my ravioli, watch this."
He did that in the sim racing as well.
Well, precisely. So if anybody's on a run to the shops, if you could grab a tin of ravioli for Monty, he can then watch Modena whilst holding his ravioli. You can actually hear the Italians, yet again, potentially remapping their engine behind the pit wall. I'm just hoping that it is perfectionism and there's not maybe a gremlin or two in that power unit.
We hope not. With acceleration, it's about how they can get in the car in a straight line. In the sprint and endurance, it's all about reliability as well. Yes, you could have a fast car, but if it doesn't work consistently, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well, this is the problem that I suspect Warwick were having, and they're up at the top as well. They're currently running in second place, and I do wonder then whether our first place team in acceleration are either being, as you would suspect, perfect Italians, or whether there may actually be an issue hidden underneath their excellent performance.
And speaking of Warwick, they have just done skid pad just now, and they're fourth.
They're fourth in skid pad, so Warwick are running then.
Yes.
Good news for Warwick. Good stuff. We like that. Excellent. Well done. Okay, so we're just waiting then for the Italians. Get your comments coming in on the live stream, please. Who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? There's a very distinguished-looking gentleman on the other side of the pit wall in a bow tie and a blazer with a hat, and I just want to shout him out because he's impeccably dressed, and so far he's winning my best dressed Formula student.
Woo!
Excellent stuff there, sir. In fact,
Can we give the best dress to you?
I don't think so, because I think it would be a bit self-serving, Jess, and probably a bit overly complimentary for my rather silly outfit. But I don't even know whether this gentleman's aware that we're shouting. But you, sir, are the best dressed we've seen so far here at Formula Student. So congratulations. The entire I appreciate the bow tie specifically. It's excellent. So thank you very much. Meanwhile, Modena not a million miles away from rejoining the track. Jess, what are you showing me here?
The live chat. Death Knight saying, let's go University of Birmingham, and said, is there live standings anywhere? Yes, if you go on FS Stat, if you search FS Stat on Google, it will be the first link you see, I believe. You'll be able to see all the results at Formula Student so far, including the scrutineering stages. You can see live timings for acceleration and skid pad, and later on for endurance and sprint. Graham saying, woo, go Warwick. Angel Allen saying, oh dear, get it fixed to get back in that queue, Aberdeen. And Angel Allen also says, happy 21st birthday to Hunter from Aberdeen. We have a lot of birthdays here this morning here at Formula Student. And if you do have a birthday, we do have a shout out. And also, we got a shout out at Jebaru saying, Giles and Jess, can you wish Mark in the broadcast truck a big happy birthday? Happy birthday, Mark in the broadcast truck from Australia. There we go. We got birthdays here at Formula Student. And we got some support from Manchester Stinger Motorsport. Hopefully we'll see them in acceleration. Of course, they took part in skid pad earlier on today, so we hopefully will see them on the track here at Silverstone in acceleration. They were looking quite good in the practice laps at Brooklands earlier on yesterday as well.
I've just been told stuff I'm not allowed to talk about, which makes things really difficult for me, but some teams are currently suffering heartbreak, and some teams are currently suffering heartbreak that wasn't their fault. And all I can say is, if you know who you are, commiserations, but I'm also not allowed to talk about it. But if you know, you know. There's a lot of drama going on away from the national pit straight, suffice to say.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few teams struggling to get through scrutineering, and if you're one of those teams...
Or teams who had got through scrutineering and then suddenly have to do so again. Anyway, moving on from that, Modena back on track then. They've been fine-tuning their engine once more. This is a hybrid power unit, and it sounds gorgeous. 2 front-mounted electric motors in either front wheel, and then behind those, of course, we've got the rear engine that is making that gorgeous tone that they've been tuning consistently in between each run. The question, of course, and we don't have an answer to this, it's conjecture on our part, do bear that in mind, but is it perfectionism or is there a problem? I mean, it is running very nicely when it does run, mind you. So I suspect it's perfectionism. Up to the line then. Come the Italians, 2023 title winners at Formula Student here at Silverstone. The driver behind the wheel, the green flag goes down. The green flag goes up. There's a clunk behind the wheel. We know it's got to make that clunk as it gets into gear. From neutral into first, I suspect. Waiting. Here come the revs. Here's the wheel spin. Away it goes once more like a stabbed rat up the track, and it's a 3.873.
Not their fastest time, but again, consistency. They've got that speed, no problem. As long as they can get it started, that'll be absolutely fine. But they're on for run number 2. Don't forget, this is driver 2 in the car, not driver 1. Each team have 2 drivers for acceleration.
And this is it, Jess, because bear in mind, driver number 1 from Modena also posted a 3.8 initially and then went faster with the 3.7. So we could see a faster time again. Notice that the car has remained consistently under power as soon as it's entered the track. I suspect, as we were saying, they have indeed been fine-tuning rather than suffering from an issue. and just couldn't quite bring it round yet. The driver fiddling with the dash, putting it, I suspect, into a lower gear. There was that distinct clunk from the gearbox. You'll also note that very long silver air intake on the side. That's there to ensure laminar airflow, smooth airflow into the engine. We'll talk more about that later. The green flag is down. Up come the revs, up comes the green flag. Waiting for those revs to build once more. Here come the revs. And oh, that's not the start they would have wanted. It's not going to be their quickest time as a result of that. And it's a 4.455. Look how much that cost them. 0.6 of a second for a poor start from Modena. Driver number 2 will be gutted with that, but do bear in mind, Modena's still currently leading. So if driver number 1 from Modena wants to come and occupy the hot seat, they'd be more than welcome to do so. I don't know where they are.
It will be luck, but they might be doing skid pad. I don't know. They got different drivers doing like different events, but we don't know. They could
Possibly,
be busy.
but they do only have one car. So, Modena still leading then, but it just goes to show how important that start is off the line for acceleration. You've really got to bed that power in immediately. You can't afford too much wheel spin, just enough to make sure there's a power there to get going, rather than that slow start building the power, but equally too much wheel spin, and you'll just be sat there. So it really is a very fine margin off the line. 0.6 of a second that cost them that poor start. So it really goes to show how much of a fine line these drivers are operating at.
Yes, it's the fastest time that will score you points in acceleration, but if you don't have that consistency, it's not going to give you that much confidence. But no one is able to beat Modena yet. So it looks like Modena could be the acceleration champions, but we've still got about an hour or two until...
An hour and 5 minutes until midday, Jess.
Oh, yeah. So, and then at midday will be the runoff.
Precisely. Top 6 teams will shoot out with one another for additional points. Let's come to have a look at if anybody is in the queue at all. There is somebody in the queue. Aberdeen are back. Good news if you're Scottish. Aberdeen have returned. And being half Glaswegian myself, that's a nice sight to see. Meanwhile, also in the queue alongside them is Staffordshire, waiting for another go of it, talking to one of the Dynamics volunteers in purple. I suspect Staffordshire are going to be brought up first by the looks of things, and then it will be Aberdeen. Aberdeen having a conversation with their team, the driver in conversation with one of the team members in the pink bibs. Those in pink bibs are basically there to assist their drivers. You only get a certain number of those pink bibs, so only a handful of team members can be there immediately to support the driver. So the question therein, can Modena be beaten? Once more onto the breach, dear friend, as Staffordshire return to the track shortly for a go of it, and hopefully we'll get to see Aberdeen. There's also some drama in the pit lane that I've been informed of, but I've also been informed you're not allowed to talk about it. So if you're wondering where your team is, and you've got a family member in said team or a friend in said team, maybe drop them a DM and just check.
Give some support to them, I think, because they will need it.
Yes, I would suggest doing so. Let's have a look at the comments on the live stream. Let's see who's here with us watching along.
We have a car starting, so hopefully we will have one car take to the track very soon. But Giles, what's going on in the live chat?
Skeptic once more joining us thanks to Cheryl's presence here. One of Cheryl's fans saying, let's go Blim Blom. The fact that I have to read that out is mortifying. Aura Jacket says Julia. Vilos Pocodis says Matty. Go Modena, Aura Jackson. Pietra says Die per Botuata. And Angel says, yay Aberdeen! Yay Aberdeen indeed. They hopefully will be here. They're back in the queue. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, they passed scrutineering this morning, and there'll be plenty of teams right now, Giles, during this last hour, trying to get through scrutineering in time so they can take part in acceleration. They may not take part in skid pad, but, you know, every point counts here at Silverstone.
I was hoping for an appearance from Glasgow Caledonian, so...
I think they're still on break at the moment. They've done noise, they just got break to do.
TJ, if you can hear me, an update would be appreciated. Also, any more information, if Monty or Cheryl, our roving reporters, could provide it, that would be great. Here, meanwhile, then, entering the track. Oh, Jess, look at this.
Oh,
Aberdeen.
Our first Scottish team, Giles.
I'm all for that. Here we go then. We've been waiting to see them. I know Angel, who's watching along currently, will be very pleased about this.
And McScottish.
And of course McScottish, yes. And McScottish's mum. Big up McScottish's mum. I know that's not a nickname, that genuinely is his name. Car number 72, bringing its way to the start line for a first run on acceleration. Great to see from the University of Aberdeen. Keeping those revs exactly where they want them to prevent a stall. It might mean it goes slightly slower, but at this point, who's fussed as long as it stays under its own power? Potentially there have been issues. It was in the queue and then it was wheeled away. So I would suggest that this is quite a delicate balancing act for the driver. The green flag goes down. Up goes the green flag. Up come the revs. A bit of backfiring there. Wheel spin off the line. It's a controlled start, but there looks to be fluid coming off the back of that. I can't lie. It's a 5.509, but there was some fluid coming off the back of that car.
Yeah, I saw that as well. That didn't look very tidy, that lap either. So I think they're just gonna. I think their car stopped at the end of the.
Yeah, they've been brought to a stop by the marshals, I suspect.
Yeah, they're probably going to go to the exit
And I'm
line.
sure those commenting will be saying, why are you pointing it out? It would have been fine. But there's a whole orange army of MS UK marshals who spotted it as well. So if I hadn't have said anything, they certainly would have regardless. And they have done. That's disconcerting then for Aberdeen. They finally got into the queue. Are they going to be allowed back down? They are being pointed in the direction of... No, there's a conversation with the marshals. Will they be allowed to return? Or will they have to go for another inspection? There was something, some sort of fluid coming from the back of the exhaust. Potentially could have just been condensation or something. I'm not sure. Temperatures increasing here at Silverstone. Be sure to keep hydrated. Sun cream and the rest of it.
Sorry, there was a wasp on my lip mic, which was why I was keep blowing it away. But the car's just stopped there for Aberdeen, it looks like.
It's under power, but I'm not quite sure what's going on with the Scots. They seem to be... No, that power's gone now.
Yeah.
They're back under power. Oh, Aberdeen. What is going on there, then? Being brought back to the line, or attempting to be brought back to the line, under its own power. So, a lot of questions and not a lot of answers for the University of Aberdeen. What we're seeing here is a car struggling to maintain its power, and even when it does run, there looks to be something coming from the back. It doesn't sound happy. That is not a happy power unit.
It doesn't look like a reliable one as well. That's a bit frustrating.
Downshift. I believe that one of the team members is pointing downwards at the driver, suggesting that they need to shift down and not have it in such a higher gear. That seems to have worked. That seems to have worked. So, well done to the team for relaying that to the driver. Shift down a gear. So that seems to have fixed the reliability issue in terms of the power. It was just a case of being in the wrong gear. But, as suspected, the MS UK marshals are inspecting the rear of that car. As we spotted, there was some sort of liquid coming off the back. And there is now a bit of a conference taking place at the rear end of Aberdeen's car.
Yep, of course the marshals are here to make sure that the car is safe to drive.
It does smell warm, Jess.
It does. It smells fluidy.
Oh, somebody... Stop. Kill the car is what's being called for there. Something's wrong with Aberdeen's car. Kill it. Kill the car. Don't know what's wrong, but there was a big run down the pit wall. Someone from Aberdeen running like a bat out of hell, shouting, stop, stop, stop. We're not sure what's going on there, but suffice to say, the car has indeed been killed. Drama here at the National Pit Straight here at Silverstone then for Formula Student 2026. Aberdeen had made their first run. It looked like there was a fluid leak off the back. It was brought back down to make another run of it, and just as it was about to be lined up, it was being inspected for that leak, and a team member came running down the pit lane as fast as he liked, shouting, stop. That's as much information as we have currently. I hate to signpost another team's pain. I've been there myself, and on the other side of things, it's always rather frustrating when the commentator's there pointing out the negative aspects, but unfortunately it's what we have to do, and it's not good for Aberdeen, but hopefully this is recoverable for them. Just not sure what's happened there, but it was a rather dramatic moment.
At least they've done at least one run, so they're able to get some point in the acceleration. We do have one car that is waiting to go for another run of things, and that is Staffordshire, of course. Staffordshire are doing quite decently at Formula Students so far this year and are looking to have another go at it, but looks like the car is being wheeled back.
I'm reliably informed it's either fuel vapor or water, and they decided to withdraw it in order to check it. They're not sure what at the moment, hence why they were calling stop. They didn't want them running without inspecting it, so they have decided to withdraw the car.
Yeah.
Staffordshire then up next, being brought up to the line for another go of it. I will reliably remind you of Staffordshire's fastest time. Let's have a look, shall we? Here we are then. Staffordshire currently running in 6th position, so just inside that top 6. And I believe that is, yes, 4.306, the fastest time from Staffordshire. Here they come to the line. Guided up with that iconic shark nose cone. Become a real indicator of Staffordshire over the past few years here at Formula Student. Okay, here come the revs then as the green flag goes up. What can Staffordshire do here? 4.30 is their fastest. Surely they can go quicker as they get it into gear. The revs building. And away they go. That's a pretty good start then from Staffordshire as they fly down the course. It's a 4.437. Not quite their fastest, but possibly driver number 2 getting their eye in. They're close. They could be on for a personal best. Will they trouble the top markers? They're currently just inside the top 6.
They're very, very close indeed, Giles, into what they can score consistently at the moment. They want to get in that top 6, and they don't want to just scrape through. They want to securely secure their position in the top 6 as they take the long run towards the start-finish straight as they're edging the stop. They're going now.
Consistent restart on that car at least. That's the good news. A couple of stalls at low revs is not unlikely in a car of this nature. What will happen more often than not is you'll see an adapted motorbike engine with first gear removed. They're there running in second, and then of course at low revs, you try running a car at low revs in second gear, it just doesn't like it, does it? So it's not unnatural, but if you start in first gear in these cars, you get too much wheel spin, hence why they remove it. Up come the revs once more, and away they go then. Powering down the national pitch straight to a time of 4.328. Is that a personal best? It's knocking on the door of one, but I don't think it will move them up any further in the running order. It will leave them there in 6th position, teetering on the edge of that top 6.
I will check Giles for Staffordshire. No, their fastest time is a 4.306, so close.
But no cigar.
Yes.
There's a team being beckoned forward, I believe.
We will find out, team. Hopefully it's a team I'm hoping for, because
What team are you hoping for, Jess?
I'm not going to say, because don't want to jinx things, as I jinxed quite a few people this week.
147 on the approach car number. Hang on, they've got 147 on their bibs, and then it says car 72 on the rear wing. I believe that it might actually just be Aberdeen being wheeled back out of the way again, or are they being brought up again for another go of it? One or the other.
There's no other cars in the queue.
It's Aberdeen, the focus of a fair bit of drama here this morning. Sorry, it's been a lot.
To say this afternoon stroke evening, because that's the time we usually commentate.
Precisely, but here we are in the morning, and this morning currently leading on the national pit straight for acceleration at Formula Student 2026 are the Italians, Modena, with their hybrid car. They've gone sub 4 seconds with a 3.7, a UK record at Formula Student for hybrid power. And meanwhile, Aberdeen, the cause of a momentary drama.
2 more cars coming.
Manchester and Aberdeen. Manchester first through scrutineering. I have wondered where they've been. Jess, have they been over at Skid Pad, do you know?
Yeah, I said they've done Skid Pad.
Well, there we are. And how were they doing?
I will check actually. 9 cars have gone through skid pad. For me, I've done skid pad at the moment. I will run down the order of skid pad if you want, Giles.
Yes, please.
So, first place, still Edith Cowan University with 5.222 as their best time. Second is Biscaya with 5.464. Third place is UE with 5.559. Fourth place is DTU Vermilion with 5.602. Fifth is Sheffield Hallam with 5.661. Sixth is Warwick Racing with 5.820. Seventh place is Staffordshire with 5.892. Eighth place is Red Rose Racing with 6.076. And in ninth place is Manchester with 6.117. And they're going to probably go for acceleration anytime soon.
Somebody's having a bit of a sing-song on the pit wall. I'd love it to be Manchester. And if Manchester are going to have a sing-song, if you could make it Oasis, I'd be very grateful.
Oh.
Manchester due on track here on the National Pit Straight at Silverstone for Formula Student 2026 Acceleration. Modena in the lead. Aberdeen back once more. They've been the focus of a little bit of drama. There was some sort of vapour coming off the back end of their car, and one of their members shouted, running down the pit lane, stop, before they can make their second run. One would suspect they wanted to inspect the car. It's back in the queue again, so I imagine it is okay. Meanwhile, there's a cheer erupting from the National Pit Straight for reasons we're not quite sure of, but someone's happy about something, so yay. Meanwhile, Manchester also on the way, so keep your eyes peeled and stay tuned here on Formula Student. Bear in mind, skid pad is taking place across the other side of the course, and hopefully we will be able to bring you highlights of that later this afternoon or potentially tomorrow. And of course, this afternoon we will have sprint for you, which is qualifying for endurance, and sprint basically determines who runs when. It's not a wheel-to-wheel race as you would see in circuit racing. It's a time trial, but you'll be on track with other cars of an equal pace. You want to make sure you qualify well, because otherwise you're going to be stuck behind slower cars, being held up by them the entire time. That will inhibit your endurance time. So sprint, very much important. Looking forward to the new course. We'll talk you through it later on this afternoon. Make sure you do stay with us.
And of course, the drivers who are going to be racing in sprint, they're going to have a track walk after acceleration, so they're going to have a rough idea on how they negotiate the course around Silverstone ahead of it.
It's quite interesting. The people that set up the course are the Purple Army, the Dynamics Marshals, the volunteers from the IMEC. And they choose the course, they set the course up, they design the course in their spare time. I spend a whole day of it drawing it up in CAD. They know what's best to approach each corner, what gear, what speed, all of this, and they don't tell the drivers a thing. They just open the track up and say, have a walk, and the drivers have got to work it out themselves. That's great fun. I can hear an engine fired up, and therefore we're waiting to see whether it's going to be Manchester or Aberdeen joining us on track. Engine stop, Jess.
Does it look good for one of the teams? Of course, we're not going to say who, because we don't know who they are. But we've got about 45 minutes of acceleration still to go until the top six get to go to the runoff. So the teams don't have long left to get through. And just a reminder, Formula Student, if you are wondering, where is my team? Where is my favourite university? They got to pass through. Lots of scrutineering, and of course Cheryl and Monty will be taking you through that a little bit later on in our VTs, so watch out for that for this afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. One of the toughest in Europe, the scrutineering at Formula Student here at Silverstone, and rightfully so. We have had a few crashes here in the past. We've had a couple of teams coming together in quite a big way several years ago now. We've also had teams rolling, and as a result, all those safety checks do pay off in the end in the event of something happening. So do stay with us, but if you're wondering where your team is, if they're not out here on track, likely they're still trying to get through scrutineering.
And there's quite a few teams that have been stuck on break recently, so hopefully we'll see more cars soon. And scrutineering is open till 12 p.m. on Sunday, so if they don't get through today, they are still allowed to compete in endurance tomorrow and at least get some decent points on the board, because at Silverstone it's always great to see some cars just getting on running at Silverstone. We'll see if there's any more cars in at the queue or any sight on if some of the cars can get running.
So Aberdeen is still here. They've got the limited number of team members they're allowed with them in the pink high-vises swarming around the car. discussing with the driver, trying to work out something. There's conversations being taking place, there's buttons being pushed as they look at the dashboard. Meanwhile, to their right is Manchester Stinger. First time we've seen Manchester out on track in a few years, which is good news, and they are being brought up to the front of the queue by the Purple Army from the IMAC Formula Student, the Dynamics volunteers. So it will be Manchester Stinger to run next, as Aberdeen are still tinkering with their car. Staffordshire are back once more. Bear in mind that after 4 runs, the teams will start sacrificing their fastest time as part of these unlimited runs. We have got the hot seat here, and it would be very nice to have the driver from Modena come and join us after that record-setting time. If someone could get word to the Italians that there is a place here for them in the hot seat, that would be wonderful.
I hear a car. That might be Manchester.
Possibly Manchester. Could be Manchester, could be Aberdeen doing the same as what we saw Modena doing earlier and tuning their car in the pit lane. So all the possibilities available to us here. It's all the drama, Jess. I just love it.
I love Formula Student for the same reason. There's always the highs and the lows, and the highs of actually just getting your car running at Formula Student, but if it's not doing as you expected, there is the lows as well. But you can see, oh my goodness, I'm in love with the livery already. It's my style of colours, purple and yellow for Manchester. I'm a fan of them already, that they've got a good livery. Have they got a good car though? They've been looking good in practice yesterday.
So Manchester Stinger, University of Manchester, were the first through scrutineering this week, first team through.
6 o'clock on Thursday.
As a result, spent the rest of Friday testing, and testing dramatically. There was some footage available on our social media. You can follow Formula Student on Instagram. Suffice to say, this car should be well bedded in, and we'll be able to see then how they can perform. They have competed in skid pad. What can they do here on acceleration? Being brought up to the line, there's a thumbs up between the driver and the marshal. Down goes the green flag of the timing team. Up comes the green flag, up comes the revs. It's a simple car. Can they get a quick time? Plenty of wheel spin off the line. There's a struggle with the gear change in the first third of the course. That's going to set them back, but it's a really respectable time. 4.812, even with a dodgy gear shift. If they can get that nailed, that's going to be a quick car.
Of course, no expectations for Manchester, and I have to say, I would be very happy with that time, and there's a cheer in the national pit straight for them. They'll be delighted with that. Just getting their car running at Silverstone for the first time in a few years. They got a time on the board. Will they be able to close up a little bit to get into the run-off? We'll find out. They're still at the end of the pit straight, just after Woodcote.
The power is there, we can hear it, but it isn't moving, unfortunately. So there may be a slight issue.
We hope not. Or the engine stop.
Ah dear, unfortunately, I suspect they're going to need some help in being pushed off by the marshals. This isn't exactly what Manchester would have hoped to see after a very strong opening run, a run on which they know they can improve with a smoother gear transmission in the first third of the course, and all of a sudden they seem to be stuck at the very end. Staffordshire have got their engine going, potentially prematurely in the queue, because Manchester have not been cleared yet. Manchester Stinger at the top of the course there, being wheeled back by the marshals, I suspect, to line them up to get them off the course entirely. I don't think they'll be coming down to do their second run just yet, which is a real shame.
It is a real shame, unfortunately, because they were doing so well in practice. So yeah, it looks like we got Staffordshire get.
This is the problem that you find with doing too much testing at Formula Student, in the sense that testing in the month build-up prior, completely understand that. It's what you really want to do. Not a lot of teams get the chance to do it. But once you get through scrutineering, if you've got that Friday to play with, you run the risk of losing the performance that the car does have by running the car too much and fatiguing certain components. And I hesitate to suggest that that's what's happened to Manchester Stinger, but equally it is a decision you have to make. And Newey erred on the side of caution and didn't run yesterday, to my knowledge, whereas Manchester Stinger took the opportunity to get the car out there. But were they eking out performance that was locked into the car and fatiguing it away? I don't know. But therein lies one of the challenges if you do get through scrutineering early. Meanwhile, Staffordshire proving that a hot restart is not a problem for them. as they bring the car to the line. This is the cold restart you've really got to worry about, because these engines, as you've heard there from Staffordshire, will be designed and maintained to restart when warm, but of course you will have to deal with a cold restart, something they'll have to deal with tomorrow in endurance. More on that later as the green flag comes up once more for Staffordshire. Here they go then. What can they do? Out come the revs. Wheel spin off the line. It's sounding proper good, this. This could be a fastest time for Staffordshire, and it's a 4.252. Oh, yes.
I think about half a tenth faster than their best time there. Staffordshire, I think they forfeited the run they did earlier. It was worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have been their 5th run. So as you were saying there, Jess, as part of the rules for unlimited runs, you sacrifice your fastest time to do so. That's paid off for Staffordshire.
Yes, which means hopefully they will secure their place in the top 6 very, very soon.
Well,
We've got about 20 minutes.
Has that actually changed the top 6? So let's have a look.
Go on, Giles.
Staffordshire have posted their fastest time in doing so. It's put them up into 5th. The University of Malta are now in the drop zone.
Ooh.
Staffordshire are up and secure in 5th. Malta at risk of dropping outside of the top 6.
Who's 7th?
Who is 7th? That's a good question. I can run and find out. Hang on. Back and forth like a fiddler's elbow here. Lancashire back again. That's good news. So in 7th, it's currently Birmingham.
Ooh.
So, yes, if I was Malta, I'd maybe consider getting in, or maybe if I was Birmingham, I'd think about getting over here and having another go of it to get into the top 6. Birmingham, Malta, ball's in your court. Meanwhile, this isn't Wimbledon, this is not the tennis, we're not on the court, we're on the track. And coming onto the track, Red Rose Racing, University of Lancashire, car 46.
They were the first car to get to the track in acceleration. We haven't seen them since. Not set the timing screens alight here at Silverstone, but hopefully have they fixed any gremlins. They did skid pad early though, to be fair, so they got the car running at skid pad. Will we be able to see a faster time in acceleration as the dynamic marshals are speaking to the driver as we get going? Hopefully we'll see more cars very soon, as we've got 40 minutes to go of acceleration before we then see the runoff going through. And we still got plenty of cars in the queue for break as well to desperately get their car to take part in either one of acceleration or skid pad this morning. If not, they will be going through to sprint this afternoon, which is, I think there's going to be quite a few cars there at the moment. And keep the comments flying through in the live chat. There's quite a lot there.
Oh yeah, we're gonna fly through the comments now. Death Knight saying greetings to Lulia from UB Racing, University of Birmingham Racing. I know she will rewatch the stream. Meanwhile, Root Vic says float like a Cadillac, sting like stingers. Let's go, Manny. Saying on the 7th day, God created Manchester. Get in there, Manchester, Stinger Motorsport, and reliably informing us it was indeed Manchester, chanting, come on, come on, what's the story, Morning Glory?
Yes.
Manchester, if you could just do me a favour and just keep singing Oasis songs for the rest of the weekend, you're going to make one commentator very happy. I am that guy. I love Oasis. Meanwhile, Matty saying any chance of seeing some skid pad runs? Highlights to come later in the weekend, hopefully. As asking, has anyone gone for any of their unlimited runs? Yes.
Staffordshire.
Exactly. Have OBR run yet? Says Not Good Gaming 101.
They've just passed brake test 20 minutes ago.
Ah, thank you very much, Jess.
So they're through to the dynamic events. Will we see them on track? They are going to try.
Fingers crossed.
So good old Oxford Brooks. We knew they were going to get through scrutineering. They just got to fix for quite a few gremlins. I'm looking forward to seeing their car at Silverstone, because we saw the launch video on the Formula Student Online podcast, and their car was very innovative. They were designing some very strong parts there. So hopefully we'll see them soon. They're always a strong team at Silverstone.
Talking about innovative, do you know what I really like is Sussex's powertrain. I want to talk about that, because we've seen a few hybrids here, and most of the hybrids are running systems where the front wheels are powered by electric and rear wheels are powered by an internal combustion engine. Sussex, using a jack shaft, have got both the electric power and the internal combustion power both going through the rear drive shaft, which is really interesting. Now, I know that's fairly commonplace in industry, in Formula One, what have you, but in the instance of Formula Student, that is rare and innovative, and I like to see it. I'd also like to see Sussex's car on track, I will be honest. They're not here yet. I don't know where they are, but hopefully on their way. Fingers crossed.
I will check Scroot now. But
talking of on their way, we've got
46.
Car 46, University of Lancashire, Red Rose Racing. Ironically enough, though, the car is neither red, and I can't see any roses on it. In fact, no, there's a rose in their logo. There's a rose in the Red Rose Racing logo. Up to the line they come. The green flag comes down. The revs come up. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Bit of tyre smoke there, locking the power in. There's a harsh gear change midway through the course. It's a 5.311.
That looks a lot
Driver
better.
really, really egging the car on. And I think that's looking a lot more consistent. They bring the car immediately back down towards us here at the start of the course. Or they were going to. It stopped again.
That's concerning.
Okay. Please hold, caller. Meanwhile, Jess, what have you got?
The answer to your question on Sussex, they haven't been through scrutiny. Well, they haven't passed any scrutiny yet.
Haven't passed anything.
No.
Oh.
But for anyone that hasn't yet, come on, you've got this. Come on.
You got until midday tomorrow. Keep at it. Come on.
Even getting your car on track at Silverstone is an achievement. I do see Yui on the front of the queue, so they're going to be getting going.
Wonderful stuff there. I know there's support for Yui on the chat in the absence of Cardiff, who have made the transition to electric power. They're still progressing through scrutineering, but fingers crossed for the team from Wales. Meanwhile, their sister team from across the Bristol Channel, University of West of England, are about to line up then for another go of acceleration. We heard earlier from their technical advisor, Lee Traherne, about what the drivers need to be doing and how the car is set up for acceleration, both in terms of launch control and suspension. There's a lot more to it than just putting your foot to the floor.
They were the third team that made it through scrutineering yesterday. The car looked good to handle. It looked fun to drive for that car. The team looked delighted. Will they be able to get a faster time than what they did earlier? They got to make through into the top 6. We're about to get underway for their next run in acceleration.
Here comes the green flag then. Waiting for the thumbs up from the timing team. The revs building ever so slightly in anticipation. Up come the revs. There's a poor gear change off the start there, and that's going to inhibit their time. Just about building to the fastest it can go at the very end of the course, but a 5.789 is not representative of what Yui can do.
Nope, not good at all. They could go a lot faster than that. I bet they said faster time earlier on as well. So, but it might just be driver confidence as the marshals are directing the driver where to go. It looks like pushing the car. I don't hear an engine. So that doesn't look promising for Yui, but I think they could get their car going on the other side. Yeah, we could hear it just a little bit, but to be fair, we're a little bit further away from the end of the course here in acceleration.
I suspect there, Jess, that was the case of needing to be realigned as they hadn't got their turning circle quite lined up properly and needed some help from the marshals.
Yeah,
so.
That's relief for Yui there. So their current time, a 5.789. Will they be able to go faster than that, the second driver? I will check to see their fastest time for Yui. They're currently sitting 10th fastest with a 4.884 for their first driver.
Here we go then. They're going to be looking to get into the top 6. They've been present in the top 6 for the past several years. One just has to hope that they can get in again.
Oh.
And they're being realigned. They're not quite central to the course, so they're being realigned there. Waiting in the wings behind them. Good news if you're a Warwick fan.
And hopefully we'll see more cars as well as they kind of want to get through the final stage of scrutineering at the tilt, noise and brake section. Tilt obviously easier, but noise and brake harder. Here we go then, second attempt for Yui, second driver. Up
comes the green flag, the driver holding firm. That's a slightly better start off the line. It's not perfect, but the power's there more immediately, and it's a 4.887.
A few thousandths slower than their previous time, so they're still currently sitting in 10th fastest right now at the moment for Yui. Currently still the fastest is Modena with Warwick. Where's Warwick? I'm trying to see where Warwick is. Warwick's P2 at the moment.
Yeah, they are indeed, Jess, and they need to be shaving 0.2 of a second off their 3.9 in order to take first place off of Modena.
Warwick and Bizkaia, by the way, are very close. Warwick's 3.920, Bizkaia 3.37, so close between second and third in acceleration.
I just wonder whether if they've been able to fix the inconsistent power problem in that Warwick car, whether driver confidence may improve and they could start vying with Modena for the lead here. It's only 0.2 of a second, it's very little.
Then they're more than in the running for the runoff as well for some extra points, but we'll see what they can do. We see some engines firing out in the back. We'll find out very soon who they are. It's an internal combustion engine, but an EV car at the University of Warwick that passed through noon this morning. Let's see what they can do.
They're away then, and it's looking like a very, very good time. In fact, it's a Ford almost dead, 4.005.
That is a good first run for driver 2.
Excellent stuff. In the queue currently, University of Manchester and Edith Cowan, the Aussies.
Edith Cowan at P8 at the moment in acceleration.
They've got to get their groove on. Do Edith Cowan. Meanwhile, on the return road is Warwick. Now, that was only a 10th slower than their fastest time, but the trouble is, that means they're outside of the over the 4-second barrier by 0.05 seconds. No, 0.005 seconds, I should say. So there's a round of applause going up for Warwick, and rightfully so. They are right in the mix here with an incredibly simple car, and for good reason. I really like this stuff because look at it. Look at that car. That is a stupidest space frame chassis, a rear-mounted electric motor with the accumulator, and that has got through scrutineering and is up there competing with incredibly sophisticated cars with aero and hybrid power units. There's no aero on that one. It's literally the simplest they can do, but as a result, it's well engineered, and I really respect that. I really do, and I think more teams need to be taking a look at keeping things more simple than trying to go the whole hog of in-hub motors and big wings and everything. I had a very long conversation with Willem Tote, who is a Formula 1 legend, worked with Michael Schumacher, BMW. He's worked with everybody, even before I was born, and his rule is very simple. You can only, or you should, only start considering aero when you have passed through scrutineering and completed all dynamic events. Right now, University of Warwick haven't got any wings on there, they haven't got in-hub motors, they haven't even got a carbon monocoque, they've got a tubular space frame chassis, and that right now is holding them firm in P2 in acceleration against champions of Formula Student for the past 3 years. It's a slow start, and the power's gone. I think the driver holding his hands up asking, where's the power gone? Unfortunately, not to the rear wheels, and that is a real shame. It's coming to a stop in the middle of the acceleration course. The time continuing upwards. The green light is exactly not what you want to see on the roll hoop of an electric car in Formula Student, but that's exactly what we're seeing for Warwick. Here comes the red flashing light once more. Can then they get going? There is the distinctive electronic beep to show that the car is under power, but gremlins still remain in that power unit for Warwick, which is a crying shame.
But luckily, Giles, it's not their additional runs, so their fastest time does not get forfeited, luckily. So that's a relief for Warwick. But they've got to probably try and fix those gremlins as they come out. And we're getting ready for Manchester for their second driver.
Manchester, are you here on the pit wall? Give us a wave if you're here, Manchester.
There they are.
Give us a rendition of something by Oasis, please. All the Stone Roses, all Joy Division, all New Order, all the Smiths, I don't mind. Manchester really does come through with music, don't they?
Yeah, Manchester always good with their music, but will they be able to compete against the best here at Formula Student? And here they come then, the cheers we can hear at the National Pit Straight as Manchester go for run 1 for their second driver, the first team to pass scrutineering at 6 p.m. on Thursday. They've had some runs yesterday. Will this pay off? The green flag is gone.
Up come the revs then as the driver locks in. And away they go. It's not a perfect start, but it will do quite nicely and across the line with a 4.928.
Again, it's this driver confidence. It's good first run. The 4.9812 is their fastest run at the moment for driver 1. So will they be able to improve for driver 2 remains to be seen.
And meanwhile, Jess.
We see Edith Cowan.
Absolutely, and they've really got to do something special here because they are currently outside of the top 6. We know they can go faster, It's their first year running with this hybrid system, whether that's in the UK or Australia. They've come all the way from near Perth, although then again, near in Australia is a different thing entirely to near in the UK.
It's a big place, Australia.
Yeah, exactly. I once spent several hours on a coach in the dark, travelling along the East Coast. It was a whole thing. Anyway, Edith Cowan on their way then. The time to beat is 3.7 seconds, as set by a car of very similar design.
They got to beat a 4.276 to get into the top 6.
There we go then. 4.2 into the top 6, 3.7 to take the lead. It is doable for a hybrid car. The green flag is down. Up comes the green flag. Up comes the revs. The wheels spin off the line. The power goes down as they fly towards the end of the course, and it's a 4.487. 3, sorry.
Not their fastest time here, Edith Cowan, but they've still got something to build on. That is a good start for driver 2 and Edith Cowan. They haven't done their limited runs yet, so will they be able to shave a few tenths of that time to get into that top 6? Because extra points mean everything in Formula Student. We've seen plenty of years where it's come down to a few points on whether you either win Formula Student or get onto the podium. Now, driver 2 then, they've seen what they could do. Can they do the run of their lives? 3.7 to beat for the fastest time for Edith Cowan as they push their car in a more central position. We're seeing more cars in the queue. Staffordshire is having another go at it.
I'm surprised that Staffordshire have been put ahead of Leeds, because Staffordshire have had plenty of runs, whereas Leeds haven't in acceleration, so that does surprise me, but there we are. Meanwhile, right here, we've got Edith Cowan, who are going, as you say, Jess, to need the run of their lives to claw their way into the top 6. That's where they need to be, 2 tenths outside it as things stand. Up come the revs, away they go. That's a far better start. This is looking very good indeed, and it is a 4.308. It's not enough.
But they beat Birmingham. They're 7th place at the moment.
The Maltese may be starting to feel the pressure because they are currently in 6th. Edith Cowan in 7th. They'll be determined to get into the top 6 before midday. 25 minutes according to my watch of running left. We know how strict the marshals are here at acceleration. Previously we've been back like a minute or 2 prior or bang on midday, and they've called it just as the car was on the line. So the timings really do mean everything in this event. Staffordshire back once more, sacrificing their fastest time once again for another go of it. Will it pay off a second time? Can lightning strike twice? The car under power once more, losing power momentarily there. Out comes the green flag. Here come the revs. And away they go with a burst of tyre smoke, a bit of wheel spin, and away along the line, and it's a 4.256.
Solid lap for them. I'm just seeing if it's their faster time because they probably would forfeit it. I'm just having a look because I just went through skid pad accidentally. Only a few thousand slower.
Still in 5th. Malta in 6th, and worryingly for Malta, especially with the unlimited runs, Edith Cowan in 7th with 23 minutes and 45 seconds remaining of the event by my watch. So that's an unofficial time, but it's the best we've currently got here. Suffice to say, if I was Edith Cowan, I'd be back in the queue. If I was Malta, I'd be back in the queue. I'd say who else should be in the queue as well?
Birmingham.
Precisely, Birmingham as well.
So the ones in the top 6 currently are Modena, Warwick, Biscaya, Vermilion, Staffordshire and Malta. 4 of them are EVs.
I'm reliably informed that Leeds are in the queue. They've had some issues. They were running in skid pad and then had to go and get the car sorted. They're back now to do their run in acceleration. But I could hear a car spluttering just now, and I wonder whether that is indeed the Leeds car. Just give me 1 second, Jess.
And whilst Giles checks, if you're wondering how do we know all this stuff about all the time, is go on to FS Stats where you can see who your favourite time is for scrutineering. And hopefully Giles can see who is in the queue as well.
I'll tell you what, Jess, it's like looking in a shop window at Formula Student cars. Not only have we got Leeds as anticipated, we've got UE, we've also got Lancashire, and for the first time in my memory,
Cambridge.
Full Blue
Yay.
Racing. All of them waiting to go, and they're going to have to be quick about it because there's only 22 minutes left.
They were in break for quite a while yesterday, and noise as well. So I was hoping they would get through. Yesterday, I was cheering them on to say you could do this, and they got through it today. So hopefully we'll see them in acceleration. Fingers crossed. We see a car revving.
One of the cars is underway. I'm looking forward to seeing what Cambridge can do. The car looks good, and it's nice to see that they've got through scrutineering. I don't recall, I could well be wrong, we do see a lot of cars, but I don't believe we've seen a Cambridge car, at least for a few years.
No, I haven't seen them in the last few years as well. And of course, getting points means everything in Formula Student.
I am
seen
surprised.
Oxford Brooks yet?
Oxford Brooks, no. You said they got through the brake test, didn't you?
Yeah, I've looked at their story. Yes, they got through brake.
With all that aero, I would assume they're going to be able to post a faster time in skid pad than acceleration, so they may be prioritising skid pad.
Yeah, I think so as well, because you can still score some decent points in that.
The trouble is, though, if they don't run in both, they can count themselves out of contention for the whole event, because the trouble is that it's so high class this year, you've got to run in everything. And
Yeah.
therein lies the problem for Oxford Brooks in choosing between one or the other, because they only got through scrutineering this morning. They are sacrificing a chance at 75 points in acceleration, and that will be a huge haul of points that they'll miss out on. So this could well harm their chances of competing at the top end and vying for the win overall. So if I was Oxford Brooks, I would be getting a boogie on. Meanwhile, here comes Yui for another go of it. Up to the line. Now, we know this car can go faster. It's just had some unfortunate gear shifting, which is more than can be said for what I could do. So I'm certainly not judging, but through the gear changes will pay off here. Up come the revs. Oh, that sounded harsh. Across the line, 4.709. Off the line, mind you, that sounded like metal on metal, and it smells almost a bit hot.
Yeah, you could tell if it was getting a bit hot there in that cockpit. As something gone off the car, something leaked a little bit. But it's one of their unlimited runs.
I wouldn't say immediately that it's leaked. I mean, engines run hot. It just happens like that, and you can smell a hot engine. But that is a hot engine currently on Yui's car, and I don't know quite what was going on with the start. There was no wheel spin off the line. It was a controlled stop. There was a lot of power going on, and then as it progressed over the first third, there was almost a grinding sound as it progressed. I'm not quite sure whether that was just because it was running in a lower gear than previously or quite what, but the engine tone sounded different to previous runs we've had from Yui. Meanwhile, up to the line then comes the University of Leeds. They've been really, really pushing themselves to get here, so fair play to them. They would have now run in both skid pad and acceleration, despite some gremlins, so fair play to them for working it through. Another classic Formula Student design, rear internal combustion power unit on a tubular space frame chassis. You can see there the side pods there, less so for the aero advantage and more so for cooling. It is getting warmer here at Silverstone. Up come the revs, and away they go. And it's not going to be a particularly fast run, but it will be time on the board for Leeds. There they found the power. They are maxing the revs out there, I must say, and that's a 7.562.
I think they just wanted to get their car on the track, it looks like, or maybe there might be a problem with that car.
I believe they're bringing it round for run number 2. Yes, they are on the return trajectory.
So it could be they're just getting used to it for now. Of course, sometimes they're points, and whilst we're waiting for Leeds, we've got Cambridge in the queue, so we will see Cambridge do a run and accelerator very, very soon.
17.5 minutes remaining of acceleration here at Formula Student 2026 on the National Pit Straight at Silverstone. Giles Cosgrove and Jess Ball are your commentators. Leeds coming up to the line for run number 2. Cambridge, Full Blue Racing, waiting in the wings. As up to the line then, the drivers are having a conversation with the marshals just to get it lined up properly. It wasn't the best run they could have done, but equally it's their first time running, so fair play.
Yeah, and they only passed scrutineering this morning, and they did struggle to get their car started yesterday.
Leeds have also got a bit of heritage. A lot of the committee, especially at the top end of the committee, are ex-Leeds students, so there is precedent here.
Yes. And of course, just getting into the dynamic event in itself will confirm yourself a decent position in the Formula Student 2026 standings.
Here we go then, the green flag is down, waiting for the thumbs up from the timing team. Up comes the green flag, the engine under power. Up come the revs. It's a very high revs for not a lot of wheel spin. And it's howling along, 6.380. That is their fastest time. A lot of effort from the engine to get it there, mind you.
Yeah, I think they found a few seconds in that, but it could be worse for Leeds. At least they got time on the board. But up next, their first run in the dynamic events for so long, Full Blue Racing, Car 51, Cambridge University.
I must
exciting.
Say, it's nice to see an Oxbridge University, Cambridge in this instance, at Formula Student, because this is the furthest thing from your mind when you think of Oxbridge, and it's great to see. Up come the revs, and away they go. Plenty of wheel spin off the line. The engine's screaming as they max the revs before the gear shift, and that's a 5.315.
The team are happy with that. Very respectable for their first run in acceleration. Of course, they've got 2 runs for each driver, and the marshals are going to probably point them to the other side of the track to get going. We have Lancashire in the queue again for their next run to see if they fix their gremlins. But
you've heard of Brideshead Revisited with Cambridge. I think this is Silverstone Revisited, or in fact, just visited. I don't think that this is their first time we've seen them in a while. They're on their way back down now. It's a very complete looking car, I must say.
Honestly, it looks very, very good.
Lancashire, meanwhile, running the revs in idle on their car to keep it warm. As on the return trajectory come Cambridge, Full Blue Racing, 5.315 to beat. I would be a little more sympathetic to the engine and the gearbox if I was them. But then again, what do I know? I'm just here to talk about it.
So not that long to go then. Plenty of cars still in the queue, but I don't think all the cars are going to make it through.
15 minutes, Jess. 15 minutes.
I told you, when it gets to 15 minutes to go, it gets manic. Absolutely manic here at Silverstone. Let us know where you're watching from. Cambridge, of course. A respectable time, not the fastest in the top 6, but again, just competing in a dynamic event is an achievement in itself for the Cambridge team as they're about to go again.
I want to say, Jess, I think they're running direct actuated suspension on the rear with the push rods, but I'm not 100% sure. I need to have a better look later. Up come the revs again then for their second run of acceleration for Cambridge University. Full Blue Racing, and away they go, maxing out the revs and across the line with a time of 4.949.
A lot
brilliant.
Faster. That's fantastic.
You can see driver number 1 getting their eye in post in that second run, and you can see the gear change was more seamless, the revs were much better, just perfect. Really nice stuff there from Cambridge.
We did see 46 have their car running, but they always struggle to keep the car running for as long as they can for acceleration, but they've been trying, and the engine stopped again. Giles.
There's a subtle shake of their head there from the driver behind the University of Lancashire's car. I suspect frustration with the power unit.
Yes.
Aha!
Oh.
Talk about cutting it fine, OBR.
Oxford Brooks are in the queue.
Here we go then, University of Lancashire ready for another go of acceleration at Formula Student 2026. The fastest time set by Modena, the hybrid car from Italy with a 3.7. Car 46 waiting for the thumbs up from the marshal, just having a little bit of patience for getting the Cambridge car out of the way. This is the last moment to be delaying getting the cars out there. Come on, Cambridge. There we go, they're out the way. The green flag goes down, up come the revs, up goes the green flag, and away goes University of Lancashire. A very nice start from Lancashire. This could be their fastest time, and it is a 5.319.
That definitely looked more speedy for Lancashire there. They'll be happy with that, and that is their unlimited run, so their faster times would have been forfeited, but that's probably a relief. But car 92, Oxford Brooks race. Oh, is it Oxford Brooks? Yeah, it is Oxford Brooks.
So Oxford Brooks this year have got an entirely new design ethos for the first time since they transitioned to EV. They've gone smaller, they've gone more compact, and in doing so, it doesn't look quite as recognisably OBR until you see the full livery. Now, Jess, you've got FS stats up there on your phone. Can you check if they've run in skid pad just yet?
Last time I checked, no, but...
we'll find out, because they're going to have to be very quick with all of this, because skid pad finishes at the same time as XL, and here comes Oxford Brookes Racing up to the line.
They finished, they're in third in skid pad.
They're third in skid pad then. They will have completed both the morning dynamic events, and away they go, keeping their championship hopes alive with a time of 4.570.
Not enough to get into the top 6 at the moment, but it's a good start.
No way.
I was not expecting to see this team.
Absolutely not. They're going to have to wait until Oxford Brookes have made their second run. There's excitement from both myself and Jess. Jess is from Devon. I've got ties to Devon. Exeter are here. Meanwhile, Oxford Brookes are taking their time, returning to take their second run. If I were them, I'd get a jiggy on, because other people are going to want to make a run of it. So I wouldn't be inclined to hold up other teams.
Exeter have done skid pad as well.
Exeter have done skid. What was their time in skid pad?
6.5, 14.
What was Oxford? Because Oxford Brookes are in third on skid pad.
5.289.
Excellent stuff then. Oxford Brookes keeping themselves in the running for Formula Student 2026. One of the UK teams to keep an eye on. 4.570. That ought potentially no. In fact, I don't know whether it does. I don't think they have done yet. They're going to have to really put the foot down here in order to get into the top 6. Currently running in 9th are Oxford Brookes Racing. Edith Cowan in 7th, Birmingham in 8th, and currently teetering on the edge in 6th is Malta. 4.2 to be into the top 6 then. Those extra points could make all the difference in the championship here. Up comes the green flag, and it's a slow start. It's a staccato start, a stammering start from Oxford Brookes. That is an absolute disaster.
And I don't think they're going to have time to do another run, because they're going to have to prioritise teams that have not done runs yet. But here on the circuit, a car that both of us weren't expected to be at Silverstone. They had problems at Noise yesterday, but they sorted it, ready for today. X Racing, University of Exeter.
Will behind the wheel. Good luck, lad. Good luck. We know this team have been fighting through, clawing their way through problems, and away they go. It's a controlled and slow start, transitioning the gears there gently on the power unit. 7 in fact up to 8 is 8.619, bringing it right the way back down the return road immediately to make a second run of it. Now, I shouldn't know as much as I do regarding Exeter, but all I can say is what you're seeing isn't a slow car, it's a lot of mechanical sympathy for good reason.
I think they just wanted to get their car through acceleration. They've done 3 things there. So not that long to go then. Magister in the queue as well.
Just a quick one for you, just some announcements. Posting provisional FS class cost results now. FS class cost results are the provisional results are being posted now. 12 o'clock track walk. Exeter's car stranded on the return road, unfortunately, and a time of 8.619. They're not going to trouble the top 6, but it's points on the board and it's mechanical sympathy as well as speed that they have to consider. Manchester waiting for another go of it as well. Top 6 currently in the drop zone. Malta, shockingly, Edith Cowan not inside the top 6. Leading at the moment is Modena. Bizkaia are there as well. You would have thought you'd see ECU in there, but currently that is not the case. Skid pad for you. Currently we've got Bizkaia leading, Edith Cowan in 2nd, Modena in 3rd, Oxford Brookes in 4th, Vermilion in 5th, Birmingham in 6th. If that doesn't sum up your contenders for Formula Student 2026, I don't know what does.
It looks very close times in skid pad, separated by a few tenths per second. Wow, I can't wait to see some highlights later on.
So Exeter being wheeled out of the way. This is holding things up. 7 minutes on the clock as I have it. Manchester being brought through. I wouldn't be worried if I was Manchester. They've already got times on the board. It's the case of if there is any other teams on the other side of the pit lane that haven't run yet, that are being delayed as a result of this, that I would be frustrated. I know Cardiff came a cropper of that a few years ago, much to my frustration. Manchester up to the line then. Car 139. They're about to take over Downing Street, the Mancunians. Can they take over Formula Student as well? The team erupting in applause. The green flag down. Up comes the green flag. It's an exuberant start then from Manchester. This is looking very strong indeed, and it's a 4.359. They're very pleased with that. They're jumping for joy of the team from Manchester.
I will check to see where this puts them, Giles.
I don't think it puts them inside the top 6, but nonetheless, brilliant run. Just great to watch. A real spectacle there from Manchester.
P8. And then Staffordshire again.
They were in 5th already, so.
Do they want to try and get top honours?
You say they're in 5th. They have sacrificed their fastest time in order to make these additional runs. Has there been a point where they've been slower and they want to make sure they actually get that faster time in there?
Potentially.
That is, I've just had a nodding from the timing board. They may have lost out on their faster time earlier by going again, and they're hoping to make up for it. I think that's what's going on with Staffordshire and why we're seeing so much of them.
Yes, definitely. And that's a sacrifice on limited runs. I think we could see the same for sprint later as well.
Yeah, exactly. Manchester still waiting to be moved out the way by the marshals and their team members. Staffordshire hoping to get in with a faster time yet again in order to preserve their place. They were running very quick. They may have sacrificed that faster time in order to keep going, but in doing so, they've jeopardised their position in the top 6. So they're back again. 6 minutes on the clock. Manchester still waiting. Staffordshire revving in impatience. It's all happening, Jess.
It is definitely all happening, and there could be some teams that just miss out due to time. We know that the marshals here at Formula Student, even at scrutineering, can be harsh. As soon as it hits 12 o'clock on the dot, that's it. They won't be allowed any more runs. So hopefully the Manchester team could get the car wheeled out of the exit to allow some more cars to run.
Update, Jess.
Yes.
Update for you. Birmingham are waiting, and they're just outside the top 6.
Ooh.
So they're going to be feeling very impatient right now. Manchester cheering. They got the car running to go on the return road. Staffordshire are waiting as well. We've got 5 minutes to go. 3 teams to make a run of it. I'm not sure we're going to get it all in.
I don't think so either. And that could be disaster for Birmingham if they just miss out.
It would be nice to have another British team up in the top 6. Currently in the drop zone is Malta. Birmingham waiting, blocked by Staffordshire, who are determined to get a faster time after sacrificing one with these unlimited runs. What can Manchester do here? Theirs was a 4.359. They could see themselves into the top 6.
They got to find a 10th.
Exactly, a 10th of a second between Manchester and the top 6. 4 minutes until midday.
Oh, this is nail-biting stuff. Manchester and Staffordshire are keen. And so is Birmingham. Who is going to be the one that gets to the top 6? And who's
Green flag down.
miss out? Green flag is gone.
Away they go then, and that's a fantastic start from Manchester. Surely it's below 4.2, and it's 4.278. Hang on then. Does that get them into the top 6? It's going to be close. They are in 7th.
Oh.
They are just outside. They didn't quite manage it. Manchester Stinger in 7th.
Malta are probably thanking their lucky start at the moment. Malta are going to hope for Staffordshire's sake that they could be the last team. Malta are probably very nervous right now. Here goes Staffordshire.
Green flag down, green flag up, up come the Rebs, and away goes Staffordshire, planting it down the national pitch straight, and what can they do? It's a 4.247!
That was a good time.
They are over the moon with that, and rightfully so.
There's Warwick, Giles.
Where would Warwick come from? I thought we were going to get Birmingham. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here, Jess.
Oh my goodness. Warwick do not want to be second. They want to be first, don't they?
Well, clearly, but at this point, I'd be preserving competitivity for the top 6, because right now, Birmingham are currently occupying, I think, 9th position. They were in 7th. They were going to challenge Malta for that final top 6, and yet here we are with Warwick in the queue ahead of them. The clock running out. I've got 2 minutes on my watch for this. I'm not sure Birmingham are going to make it.
I don't think so either, Giles, and that'll be a shame for them because, yes, they want to get in to win Formula Student, but if they can't get a good time in, extra points mean everything. So we can see, I think, Warwick's car on the power then.
Indeed, it is on the power. Here comes Warwick, currently P2, 2/10 of a second behind leaders Modena. A team is being waved through behind the pit wall, so they're going to try it, but do remember the clerk of the course is very precise. If it gets to midday, even if the car is on the line, they will not be allowed to run, so they really do need Warwick to get on with it. Whoever is coming, it's Oxford Brookes.
So Birmingham not going to make it.
I don't think Birmingham, unfortunately, will not be making it into the top 6. Away goes Warwick with a bit of tyre squeal. That's a great run from them. 3.986.
They've always been in the 3 points, haven't they, Giles?
They are. This is excellent stuff from Warwick. It's a fast car. It's light. That's the whole thing. That tubular space frame chassis, rear-mounted electric motor, instant torque. It's paying off for them. Here comes Oxford Brookes
the final team.
And can they get into the top 6?
But first of all, Giles, they got...
Oxford Brookes currently in 10th position. They need to get below 4.2 in order to be inside the top 6.
First of all, Warwick's got to get their car in the exit, Giles.
Oh, dearie me, because it's 1 minute to midday. In the words of Glenn Fry, the heat is well and truly on. This is going to be tight indeed. Are they going to be allowed to run? Away goes Warwick over them. The green flag goes up. It'll be the last run of the day in acceleration, and away goes Oxford Brookes with a time of 4.830. They don't get it. Oxford Brookes missing out on the top 6 shootout, and that closes acceleration down to the top 6. Wow.
Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think we've got one car waiting.
It's 12
o'clock.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
12 o'clock.
It's 12 o'clock. They won't be allowed to run. That's the heartbreaking thing about this. And that it's that strict midday, and they won't be allowed to run. Birmingham were waiting and waiting, but unfortunately, delays on track for various reasons have meant that Birmingham will not get an opportunity to vie for that top 6.
That is a shame for Birmingham, which also means skid pad is done. So we'll bring you the skid pad results very, very shortly.
They are bringing them round, so I'm not sure whether...
Are we allowed to run for them to run?
There's a debate going on as to whether Birmingham will be allowed to run. I'll keep out the way, but there is a debate going on between the IMECI, the Motorsport UK Marshals and the timing team as to whether Birmingham should be allowed to run. There's a conference going on at the timing van. I'm not quite sure. In previous years, it's been the case as soon as we hit midday, they're not allowed to run. Whether that will be changed this year, I don't know. It is indeed midday, so if you are Birmingham, I cross every appendage you can right now, but I'm not sure they'll be allowed. There's a lot of conversations going on. There's a conference taking place. I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
I'm trying to lip read, Giles, and get the thumbs up, see if I can get the thumbs up.
I mean, fair play.
It doesn't look like they're going to run.
I don't think so. The clerk of the course.
Nope, they're not running, I don't think.
No.
They're pushing the car back, it looks like.
Yes, indeed. Oxford Brookes coming back down. I don't know why, because it's past midday. If Birmingham can't run, surely Oxford Brookes can't run either. Oh. Ah. Okay. Again, being told things I'm not allowed to talk about, but suffice to say, the drama continues here on the National Pit Straight even after midday. That is, wow, there's been a lot going on here at Silverstone today. I'm sure you'll hear all about it across the weekend, but suffice to say, if you thought that was dramatic, some other stuff going on elsewhere, even more dramatic. It really is one for the ages, Formula Student 2026. So, let's have a look at who is in the top 6, because those are the ones that we'll be seeing back out on track shortly for a shootout for additional points by the skin of their teeth. Malta in at 6th, in 5th, Staffordshire, 4th, Vermilion, 3rd, Biscaya, 2nd, Warwick, Modena in 1st. That's what we've got it as preliminary here on the National Pit Straight. Various conversations taking place. There's a lot going on right now. This is one of the more dramatic Formula Students we've seen, Jess.
I would be nervous if I was Malta. I would be very nervous, but they've usually been a lot stricter in terms of time, so...
I'm So as we've seen, Birmingham have been wheeled away because they didn't get out before midday. Oxford Brookes came back down the return road, and they are now here. There is a conversation taking place between the marshals, the dynamic volunteers, so that's from MS UK and IMEC. Conversations taking place. We're not sure of the answer and what the circumstances would be to allow Oxford Brookes to make another run of it. So the drama, Jess.
It's all over the place, Formula student scrutineering and here. So this is going to be interesting then to see if Oxford Brookes is going to be allowed to run. Of course, we got the runoff coming up very soon for extra points. There will be teams that are qualified comfortably for the runoff that will want to get going.
All this drama, I've got to sit down. So I believe Oxford Brookes are being wheeled away.
Yeah,
I believe they are being wheeled away.
So our top 6 is confirmed.
There we are then. Quite a dramatic turn of events here this morning on the Saturday of Formula Student 2026. Check in with your teams. If you've got family or friends here competing, double check with them, because it's been a morning of drama. And suffice to say, I suspect it will continue for the rest of the weekend. One of the big shocks here is that Edith Cowan have not made the top 6, Jess.
And neither has Oxford Brookes.
Could mean that the 3-horse or even 4-horse race. Having said that, there are still British teams inside that top 6. Warwick especially coming through with an absolutely blistering run of acceleration attempts. Brilliant stuff from Warwick, but leading to no one's surprise, if I'm being completely honest with you, is Modena. And the leaderboard has been reset in anticipation of that top 6 shootout.
And of course, how the runoff is going to work is the slowest time in the runoff will get, in the acceleration, in the top 6 will get to go first, and that will be the, I will need to get it, University of Malta that will be doing it. So I'll run you through the order then. So Malta will do a run first, then it'll be Staffordshire, Vermilion, Biscaya, Warwick, and then Modena. So slowest to fastest here at Formula Student. I can tell you the results for skid pad, which are on FS Stats. So the fastest time, actually, no, I'll run it from, no, I'll do it fastest. The fastest in skid pad is Biscaya with 5.206. Edith Cowan in second with a 5.222. Modena in third with a 5.260. The timings are minuscule in skid pad at the moment. Fourth is Oxford Brookes. Fifth is Vermilion, and we've got Birmingham, UWE, Sheffield Hallam, Warwick, Staffordshire, Malta, Red Rose, Leeds, Manchester, X Racing and Full Blue. Those teams made it through skid pad and set a time, and we have 6 of those teams that are going to make it through to the runoff as well. And of course we have the sprint track walk, which will be happening this instant. So hopefully the drivers in acceleration are not running in sprint.
They don't usually.
No.
I must say those timings we've just given you for skid pad are provisional. We haven't factored in any cone penalties, which can happen on occasion. But suffice to say, that's where things stand at the moment over on skid pad. Highlights hopefully with you by the end of the weekend of the skid pad event on the other side of Silverstone. Meanwhile, here we're gearing up for the top 6 shootout.
Well, we'll give you a rundown again of who's in the runoff then that will be competing for some extra points. Modena, Warwick, Biscaya, Vermilion, Staffordshire and Malta.
Here we go then. Those are your top 6. And that's going to make the world of difference, because these teams are incredibly evenly matched at the top, and every single point will make a world of difference.
I think it's separated 3 or 4 tenths between the top 6. Anything could happen, and they just have one. I think they have one run, I believe.
One run and done then for the top 6 shootout. Those vital extra points.
And I wonder which driver will they choose. Probably the one that set the faster time.
Well, I would argue whoever's got the heaviest right foot and the best understanding of the gearing if necessary.
Yes, we've had 17 cars attempt acceleration this morning, which is pretty decent. We thought there was going to be more. Hopefully we'll have more attempt sprint later on.
I was staggered to see Exeter, so fair play to Exeter. I just hope.
Just getting through for the second time, even if they haven't posted a quick time, is an incredible achievement in itself.
I just hope with Exeter that they haven't rinsed the car of all performance in doing those runs on skid pad and acceleration, because there's still plenty more to do. And I know they were being incredibly sympathetic to that power unit this morning on acceleration with an 8-second time. They got a time on the board, and that's what matters. But equally, there wasn't anything exuberant off the line or even any further way down the 75-metre run. I do wonder then, are Exeter spent prematurely, or is there something they can do to make an appearance in sprint and endurance?
Yeah, I wonder if they're just prioritising sprint and endurance and just wanting to get some points on the board for acceleration and skid pad.
The Exeter garage will no doubt be a hive of activity. Big up to Surrey as well. I know they're working very hard indeed. Also big up to Coventry.
Glasgow Caledonian.
Yeah, TJ, where are Glasgow Caledonian? I was expecting to see them, and I haven't, and I'm gutted.
Yeah, I'm gutted as well, because I think they just got one more thing to do. I'll give you an update on how many teams have passed scrutiny fully.
Absolutely.
20.
20, okay, good.
I'm just trying to see if there's any teams that nope, GCU still haven't gone through break yet.
That's a real shame. That's a real shame. Fingers crossed then for Glasgow Caledonian and all other teams vying their way through scrutineering. It's a tough process, and I will be honest, working my way back to when I was a competitor, which is getting further and further in the rearview mirror as I get older, which is disconcerting to say the least. But nonetheless, scrutineering was always the bit I hated most, and I would walk away from it. I just absolutely loathed it. It just felt like someone was crawling all over you with a fine-tooth comb. It's 12 months of work minimum that you've put into this, and someone's finding fault with every little aspect of it. Drives me absolutely mad.
And do you want to know one team that I'm shocked that they're not in past scrut yet? Our sprint champions from last year, Coventry.
Yeah, Coventry have had issues. They've been really helpful to a lot of other teams in the paddock, up and down the paddock, and they themselves are struggling. And I really do feel for them, and sincerely hope that they manage to get out and get underway, because their car is always exciting to watch, and they're a great team. So big love to Coventry.
Big love to all the teams in Formula Student that still may have to come and fix some gremlins. Kingston, an update on Kingston, they've just got noise and brake to go. So fingers crossed for Kingston that they'll make their way through scrutineering today, so we can see their car on track, which their livery looks great, by the way. There's quite a few teams that are still just waiting for the final two parts of scrutineering. They're just fixing their technical gremlins. So as soon as we know when the runoff starts, we will let you know. This is always the exciting part of it. Usually the team that wins acceleration does not win the runoff, which is quite interesting that I find in Formula Student. It's happened the last few years.
Yes, indeed. And there are those suggesting that there should be more time allocated to scrutineering as the checks on the cars increase in intensity, especially with regard to the electric power unit, to allow the teams to compete over across the weekend. That would be something the teams would have to suggest to the IMEC in order for that to be allowed. An additional day of scrutineering is what I'm hearing being suggested in the comments on the live stream, and I can understand the logic behind that, but that would take a great deal of organisation, and it would take the teams to be requesting it. So that's down to the teams.
Not to us, because we're commentators, but
yes, exactly.
We are seeing quite a few of the runoff cars getting wheeled into position as they get ready for the runoff for some extra points.
Here we go then. You can see some of your favourite teams from this morning heading back out on track. But ones I've always said to watch, Staffordshire and Vermilion. Warwick, I think, have taken us all by surprise. Should be incredibly proud of themselves.
They only passed scrutineering this morning.
Precisely. We'll also be seeing Modena coming through. We will also have to see the likes of Malta. And who else is there? I'm trying to think. Thank you. There it is.
Why can you forget Vizcaya?
A momentary lapse of judgment. Anyway, Warwick, Vermilion and Staffordshire are right here with us. We're expecting Vizcaya, Modena and Malta very soon.
And just as a reminder, the starting order will be reversed from the fastest time. So the slowest team, which will be Monta, will run first. So that's why they're near the front. And the fastest team of Modena runs last. I'm trying to remember. Do you know how many points, extra points? Is it 6-1? Is it?
I think it's something along those lines, yeah.
And that could mean a difference if they win acceleration or not. That could be all the difference. We've got four of the cars. Let us know who you're supporting. Of course, we've got Sprint at Cops Corner this afternoon, which is qualifying for endurance. Make sure if you're on the paddock, make sure you check our sponsors, because they do a lot for Formula Student UK, and also help quite a few students to try and get their careers in motorsport. Without the sponsors, Formula Student would not be here, so make sure you check them out. And let us know, will we see surprises? Will we see maybe even the slower team set the fastest time?
As we wait for the cars to line up, I'm going to give a shout out.
Oh my God, I just see the chat.
I dread to think what you've just seen there, Jess.
It just says Hayden saying, not for us, we're commentators quote of the year 2026. It was about the suggestion.
Yes, meanwhile, got to shout out our FS partners, ANSYS, which is part of Synopsys, Babcock, the Gene Haas Foundation, and of course MathWorks, who make MATLAB. I've spent more time with MATLAB than I've spent with my friends doing this PhD, I swear. FSAI partners include Babcock, IPG, MathWorks, Quantsa, Innovative Educate, and ZF. Meanwhile, our FS category sponsors include Avonside Safety Management, Multimatic, Williams Engineering Academy, and of course RS. If you're part of a Formula Student team and you haven't made an order to RS, you're not part of a Formula Student team. Exhibitors include Cummins, Dewysoft, OnShape, and the Royal Navy. Meanwhile, our innovation partners is funded by His Majesty's these days, UK government, and our sustainability partner are Corriton, providing us with our sustainable fuel that we provide to the cars running internal combustion. Thank you to all of them. Meanwhile, the top 6 shootout shaping up on track then, moments away from a chance to get additional points for all of the teams that you see lining up on the national pit straight, including Modena, who have set a new record here at Formula Student in the UK for a hybrid power unit. We've also got Staffordshire and Vermilion, 2 of mine to watch personally. Malta are here as well, and of course Warwick, just missing one more, Jess.
Bizkaia.
And Bizkaia are somewhere. Anybody got sight on the Spaniards?
I'm just trying to see if I can't. I'm just trying to see if I can see a Bizkaia flag. So I know they had the Bizkaia flag.
They do have a Bizkaia flag. What we don't have a Bizkaia car, which is kind of the whole point of this.
Concerning.
Yeah, we kind of need that. Modena, I'm wondering whether they can go even better, Jess, than that 3.7. Remarkable time that, but I wonder whether they've got anything further in them. Can Warwick go better with their full electric power unit, an incredibly light car? I think that's what's keeping them competitive against the hybrid of Modena, is the fact that they've got that electric power unit which provides instantaneous torque and a far lighter car as a result of not having to run that hybrid power system. Meanwhile, Vermilion are there, really consistent over the past few years. Great to see them back. Staffordshire, always ones to watch. Malta, great fun. And last year's champions, Bizkaia, I believe they're making their way onto the track now, Jess. This is going to be a shootout for the ages.
Yeah, we've had, well, Bizkaia, past winners, Vermilion runner-up, Malta, who has been first time they've been in the top 10, Staffordshire consistently in the top 5 in the past few years, and the biggest good surprise we've seen so far, Warwick. I love every year that we always get one team that you do not expect to do well at Formula Student, and I've seen their Instagram, the effort that they put on their car is incredible, and you can see a few of the internal. That's Modena.
I'm just wondering who is. It sounds to me like Staffordshire are either keeping their engine warm or doing a bit of mapping, one or the other. I was just trying to identify whose engine was running.
Yeah, I think we have 4 EV cars, 2 IC, and the only IC are Modena, which is hybrid, and
Staffordshire.
Staffordshire is completely IC.
What you're seeing right now is Warwick and Staffordshire flying the flag for the home side against an international set of incredibly competitive cars, including 2 former winners of Formula Student here at Silverstone. We're on for something very exciting, so whatever you do, do not go anywhere. Let us know where you're watching from, whether that's a county in the UK or somewhere out in the United States or Australia or France, wherever you are, let us know where you're watching from. We want to hear from you. Big up to Italy, buongiorno, Is that the right one? I hope so. I like your pasta. Anyway, more to the point.
Angel saying Staffordshire, number 4, number 4, number 4, go, go, go. Aidan said, I guess, go Malta. Simon says, shout out to University of Bolton, or Greater Manchester, just got Noise to pass. Or is it break? She got past Noise and break.
Wonderful.
So,
Meanwhile,
here's Vizcaya. There we go.
I will respond to Cole. Cole has said you don't get unlimited attempts, by the way. 2 sets of 1+1 with different drivers for each set. That's not what we've been told. And certainly not, otherwise we wouldn't have seen Staffordshire half as much. So
yeah, it is unlimited runs again for the 2nd year in a row. It has been communicated.
It was a new innovation here at Formula Student in the UK for 2025, and it is back in 2026. Do you know who else is back? Vizcaya. We've got our top 6, and there is that Vizcaya flag we were referring to, loud and proud, waving on the other side of the pit wall. And that sounds to Staffordshire are keeping that engine warm. I wonder whether that might be Modena doing the same now.
I think it's Modena as well, because I remember them doing it earlier on as well.
Excellent, okay. So, you can see it from left to right, we've got our fastest to slowest. Modena in pole position going into this top 6. Warwick, an unexpected but delightful entry at number 2. In 3rd, we've got last year's winners Vizcaya, waving their flags on the other side of the pit wall with great passion, as you would expect from the Spaniards. Meanwhile, the Danish Vermilion there in 4th. In 5th, Staffordshire with the shark on the nose, and finally with a lightning strike on the nose, it's Malta.
Davy's just asking the chat, will the previous time still count, or is it reset?
It's reset.
It is reset for the runoff, but these points will pretty much add on to the acceleration points they got earlier on in the day,
so
and it's going to make all the difference.
Modena will have 75 points already. They can get 6 additional points if they win this shootout. So this is additional points, and given the fact that you've got 2 previous winners of Formula Student in this top 6, those additional points, those fractional points, are going to make all the difference. So this is going to be very exciting indeed.
Yes, I always get confused every year at Formula Student as to why the one who wins the runoff does not win acceleration, and then we realise it's the one who gets the most points overall. So I think there's certain teams that weren't expecting to get through to the runoff, got through to the runoff. I think car number 9 Malta, they were probably the nervous team on the paddock as they were waiting for other cars to get through. Luckily, they can thank their lucky stars that they were on the grid for the runoff today. The scrutineers in the green shirts are just making sure that the cars are still in good stead and ready for the runoff, of course. Yes, they passed scrutineering, but their cars got to be safe all weekend.
Well, this is it. I remember distinctly back in 2021, Cardiff were running towards the front of proceedings during sprint on Saturday afternoon. Launched their car off the line in a rather aggressive manner, straight into a cone, and ripped the front wing off. And as a result, the car had to be re-scrutineered without aero on before we could compete in endurance. That's how important scrutineering is here, and as a result, it will mean all the difference when it comes to whether these cars can run, even if they have already been through scrutineering. If a big change happens or a big crash, then as a result, got to go through it all again. Yeah, exactly. Right then. Malta going first, eventually, just waiting on them to be brought up to the line. Car number 9 there, car number 4, car number 2, car number 48, which surprises me. I would have thought Vizcaya would have won with the number 1.
No, well, they can choose to run number 1, but they didn't want to. They do have an option.
Does surprise me. 104, car from Warwick. And car number 37. Well, it says 37 on the car, and then it says 97 on their bibs, which is thoroughly confusing, but there we are.
That's why I got a bit confused, because surely it would match what's on their bibs, but there you go.
Ah, well, it's motor racing. Who cares what we're wearing? Right now, then, waiting for the go-ahead to kick off the top 6 shootout. And that is Modena underway. Here we go, then. Malta, sorry, 2 M's and dear, oh dear. There we go, Malta. Coming up to the line to kick off the top 6 shootout for acceleration here at Formula Student 2026. The team from Malta getting very, very excited indeed. The red light flashing above the roll hoop. The time At the top of this top 6, set by Modena, a 3.7. What can Malta do in response? A moment of collection from the driver behind the wheel. The green flag is down. When the green flag goes up, the driver will be under their own starting orders. They can go when they choose to. The green flag goes down. The green flag is up, and away goes Malta with a squeal of tyres and across the line very quickly with a 4.291. It's their fastest time.
That is a good start to the runoff, of course, for Malta. Of course, they got one run. Up next is car 4, University of Staffordshire. They're going to try to beat that. They have done that before. They can go quicker. Will they go quicker? If they don't do well, we'll have to wait and see. But Malta is the time to beat right now. Can Staffordshire beat that?
Green flag up come the revs. Wheel spin off the line, and away he goes. And it's a very, very quick time. Is it enough to beat? No, it isn't. It's not enough to beat Malta. It's a 4.331. Just don't think the gear changes were as precise as they needed to be. They were almost perfect, but not quite. And that cost them that 1/10 of a second there. Meanwhile, here comes Vermillion from Denmark.
Our runners-up from last year, their most successful acceleration yet here at Formula Student. Can they get a good lap time in to get some extra points? Here we go.
Electric power, instant torque, see what it can do. Up comes the green flag, and away they go. Squeal of tyres, very similar to Malta. What's the time going to be? It's a 4.203, leading the top 6 are Vermillion.
That is brilliant for Vermillion so far. Extra points is crucial, but we've got the ones who challenged to the crown up next last year. University of the Basque Country, Bizkaia, that breezed through break earlier on yesterday. Can they beat their time from earlier? They did a 3.9 earlier, I believe.
The gauntlet set down by Modena with a 3.7. What can they do here? Rear-mounted electric motor. Instantaneous torque, and away they go. And that is looking incredibly quick indeed. And it's a time of 4.016.
Don't forget, Bizkaia had technical gremlins in the last runoff. They were able to run in this runoff, and they're in the lead. The final 2 teams to go then, University of Warwick.
So this is going to be really interesting for Warwick, because Warwick have been hovering around that 3.9, 4.0 dead area in the timings on this acceleration run. They've got to get faster than 4.016 in order to preserve at least their second position. And we know that it fluctuates between 3.9 and 4. The pressure is on this driver. I don't envy them. Up comes the green flag, and away they go. Bit of wheel spin off the line. I'm not 100% sure. It's a 4.015. It's so unbelievably close.
They're in the lead. They're in the lead by 1,000.
Unbelievable.
And we have got our fastest time of the day. If they do this now and beat all the other teams, they win acceleration outright.
That visor went down with purpose. The green flag comes down. The revs come up. Up comes the green flag, waiting for the prime opportunity to put the power in. Into gear it goes. What can Modena do here? Plenty of wheel spin off the line. Screaming down the national pitch straight with a 3.809. Modena are your victors in Formula Student Acceleration 2026. Only a 1/10 of a second slower than their fastest time. Not only is that fast, it's consistent. Unbelievably good from the Italians. The gauntlet is there. They're the team to watch, and everybody else following in their wake is equally on point. This is going to be shaping up for a hot Formula Student 2026, and I'm not just talking about the weather.
It's going to be so much competition between Modena, Bizkaia, Warwick as well now. They got to be consistent throughout the entirety of the event. So we have got Staffordshire in 6th. Oh no, wait, hold on. Yeah,
Slightly slower than previous. Staffordshire in 6th as a result of that. Ahead of them is Malta jumping ahead by just about not. Still, everyone was posting slower times, unfortunately for them. Everyone's slower than their qualifying for the top 6. 4.331 for Staffordshire in 6th. In 5th, 4.291 for University of Malta. Vermilion there with a 4.203 in 4th. In 3rd, Bizkaia 4.016. As Jess said earlier, 0.01 seconds in it. Into 2nd place go Warwick with a 4.015, and topping the standings, still a 1/10 of a second slower than they were in that initial run. 3.809 seconds wins the top 6 shootout for Modena. Wow. There we are, Jess.
I've really enjoyed that. The runoff, at least every single car managed to have a running car in the runoff, which hasn't been the case over the last few years. But just because you think it's all over, it is not over, because coming up at 2 o'clock, we've got the sprint, which will set the qualifying for endurance tomorrow, which will be a 1 lap around the circuit that has been designed by the marshals. The drivers will be going through the track walk now. Make sure you join us then. It's going to be exciting. Are you excited, Giles?
Oh, I'm very excited indeed. So make sure you join us back here at 2 o'clock for Sprint Live from Cops Corner here at Silverstone. But, of course, do not go anywhere. The live business finals from the pavilion won't be there, apparently. I've just been informed. I do apologise. Usually they are. Apparently not this year. We might be able to bring you some highlights of that at some point. But suffice to say, be back here for 2 o'clock for Formula Student 2026 live from Silverstone.
No.
This week in the GCU Racing Weekly Update, we play curling. And Murray has another crash out. And Aaron terrorises a close in Christon. Hello, welcome to GCU Racing. We're here in our workshop in the Charles Oakley Laboratories in Glasgow Caledonian University. Recently tidied for definitely not this video. You're here with myself, Michael. I'm one of the co-heads of the powertrain team here. I've also got Murray here with me, who's our lovely technical director.
Hello.
Yeah, just a little catch up with the team. We've been getting on well. Progress has been coming along. I think we'll catch up with a couple of members here. May have seen in one of our update videos something might have happened, maybe involving some glass. We can catch up with Aaron to hear about that.
I recently made a trip to just outside Cumbernauld to pick up a nice glass panel for our composite manufacture. I arrived at the place and I was set of flats, had a couple of stories up to go. So I went up, got all the small pieces, the legs, the bolts, and took them to my car. I went back up, picked up the panel, and decided to, inspire my saviour, Martin McDonald, and decided to do some stress testing on the glass panel. Unfortunately, the panel failed and ended up over a full flight of stairs. And unfortunately, I couldn't get anything to clean it with. I done my best, and I just had to leave.
Thank you for that, Aaron. That was great. Next, you can hear from our lovely electrical head, Reese, and one of the other team members in the electrical, Callum, who will be talking about their wiring harness.
So we've got all of our kind of nail boards printed out now, getting ready for harness manufacture to begin just as soon as our wire order comes in. As well as while we wait, we've been trying to get some of the smaller jobs done, such as preparing our driver display, as well as bench testing our paddle shift. And thankfully it's all been going well.
And now in kind of preparation for the development of the wiring harness, we now have a rather redneck but rather effective design for holding our wire, and we can just pull it down, snip it, no bother. 2 bolts, does a job.
Next, you'll be hearing from Craig, who's one of our newer members here at GCU Racing. He's been helping us tidy up the workshop in preparation for getting stuff done to the car this year. So let's hear from him.
Hi, my name's Craig. I have been cleaning our table of various components in preparation for our big Accu order. It's looking good now. Should hopefully fill up in the next couple of days when our order arrives.
Yeah, that's everything from us. Great hearing from some of our team there. This has been Glasgow Caledonian Racing. By the way, there may be other teams in Glasgow operating in Formula Student, but you'll be hearing a lot from us in the coming months.
Hi, I'm George. I'm the head of race engineering at SUFST.
I'm Liam. I'm head of PR and sponsorships.
This is Steve. He's our team's mascot.
And we're here to tell you about the teams we've been getting up to lately.
Recently, we finished our design phase and have begun building Stag 12, our new car for Formula Student UK and Germany competitions.
We've even had our team of over 400 members working hard to ensure our success this season.
Let's see what they've been getting up to.
The ASCS for Formula Student Germany and doing some tear out calculations for our bolts.
Currently making all of the drawings for the TSAC panels so that they can be released soon to be all welded.
Hello, we are designing a PCB to help debug the VCU.
We've been working on sims for the differential.
I've been working on the tyre model.
Been logging driver kit for this year for ready.
Sure it's all legal.
Yeah, making sure it's all legal and ready for competition.
We've just been fixing our course car model tonight.
I plotted graphs for sprocket ratios.
I've been working on engineering drawings for the steering wheel.
Hello, so recently I've been working on the bomb and yeah.
So lately I've been working on our bulk preload calculator.
We are both doing a drawing for
the power chain systems, and it's the eccentric.
Okay, so I was drawing the test fixture in 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 45 degrees flat, which and also which hole that it fits.
Been doing some safety, sending off some runs on some area studies.
So I've been working on cleaning up the tyre wake behind the front tyre and improving the efficiency of the side wing. More downforce, less drag.
Been doing drawings. I did a cockpit loose tool.
I've been designing a headrest.
I've been filming videos for PR.
And I've been writing a script for PR.
To support our return to Germany this summer, we recently dropped our crowdfunding campaign, which has so far been a great success. Check this out.
SUFT is a student-led society at the university, open to all disciplines and year groups.
We build an electric Formula-style race car and compete against other universities every year.
The team has over 400 members, covering a range of departments, from engineering to operational areas.
Established in 2012, the team has developed its technical capabilities, switching to an electric vehicle concept and a carbon monocoque in 2020.
Last year, we achieved a significant milestone as we completed the endurance event for the first time as an EV.
We have also won awards, including efficiency last year, and it's our aim to get back on stage and celebrate our success.
Building on last year's strong performance, the team aims to complete all dynamic events and secure a spot in statics finals.
These goals reflect our commitment to innovation and ambition to achieve the best possible result at FSUK.
On top of this, there is one more goal we wish to achieve.
Since 2019, we have not been to a European competition, but we will change this.
Proud to say that SUFS has successfully registered into Formula Student Germany, making our return to European competition.
However, getting there and competing at the level that we know that we are capable of is only possible with your support.
By donating to SUFT, you will directly support the team's registration fees and consumables such as tyres.
Your donation will help us achieve our goals.
Please donate today.
Please donate today.
Please donate today.
Our sim drivers have also been preparing hard for this weekend's races. Thanks for watching, everyone.
If you want to find out more, check out our social media. We'll keep you updated on there.
We'll see you all at Silverstone.
Another borderline. Try not to know too much. Try not to know this. I try try not to know too much. I try not to notice. I try not to go, but I keep on moving on. I think I'm better off alone. Over the borderline. Something you wanted, and there's no doubt you might be wrong. Walked away from something you left behind. Another borderline. You'll never know. These battles I'm fighting, no matter where I go. Home's inside my mind. Not what I left behind. Another borderline. Another borderline. Try not to know too much. Try not to notice. I try not to go. Try not to know too much, try not to notice. I try not to go, but I keep on moving on. I think I'm better off alone. Over the borderline. Something you wanted, and there's no doubt you might be wrong. Walked away from something you left behind. Another borderline, you will never know. These battles I'm fighting, no matter where I go. Home's inside my mind, not what I left behind. Another borderline.
Welcome back to Formula Student 2026. We're about to go live for Sprint here on Cops Corner as part of today's dynamic events on the Saturday here at Formula Student. Giles Cosgrove and Jess Ball in the commentary box. It's been an incredibly exciting morning already, and I tell you now, it's going to get even more exciting as things progress throughout the afternoon, because we've got that all-important Sprint event coming up where teams will be vying for a place at the front of the grid in endurance. Jess, how are you?
I'm very excited. I think I got even more excited about the acceleration runoff with 6 teams making it through to that. Their cars were running. It was between Warwick and Modena in the end, but Modena managed to run the event and the runoff as well. Really great to see. Good job to Miss Kaya as well for winning skid pad earlier on in the day. Those 2 teams are the ones to watch.
Absolutely, absolutely. I tell you though, I wouldn't count out Edith Cowan just yet. Our Aussie compatriots here competing for the first time at Formula Student UK since 2024. So keep an eye on those. Other teams to watch out for at the moment: Staffordshire, as you've just said there, Warwick as well. Plenty of action on the way for you, so make sure you do stay tuned if you're watching us live on YouTube. Or if you're here at Silverstone, then the coverage is with you across the track on the Tannoy system. I'm going to talk you through the track that we've got lined up for Sprint today. And it kicks off in front of the commentary box, a straight line into turn 1. You can probably do most of the course in about second gear, but let's be honest, if you really want to max it out, you could probably get up into third or fourth on some of the straighter sections of the course, although you're going to have to do some fairly hard braking, especially on the exit of turn 2 and on the approach into the bus stop in honour of Spa being this weekend. Following that, you're back up into third and fourth as we progress on towards the hairpin at the top of the course. Now, this hairpin is incredibly brutal. So brutal, in fact, we've dubbed it Brutus Maximus. It's brutal on entry, and then you want to really max it on exit. If any of the drivers are listening to us right now, I'd like to actually make a request. The exit of the hairpin at the top of the course is rather wide, and you can do what you want with it, but the impetus is there potentially to get the arse of your car out, and it'd be great to see. So if you wouldn't mind being a little exuberant through there, it will certainly make us happy here in the commentary box. Out of the exit of Brutus Maximus, you head on to the hidden slalom. Now, that's a tightening slalom. The cones get closer together by a meter with each set of cones. You've got to hit those correctly, otherwise you will incur a time penalty. There is then a slight right in this high-speed section of the course, directly opposite us here in the commentary box, into a chicane, and then there is a righty-tighty, as the Dynamics volunteers have dubbed it, on the exit of that chicane. before heading towards the overtaking bay. Out of the overtaking bay, you end up in the not so straight. It was intended as a straight, but it's not quite straight, so it's not so straight. Before that, there was a 2-cone slalom that will sneak up on you. Now, the best thing to do there probably is to maximise your exit, but drivers can choose what they wish to do. You can either compromise on entry or exit on any of the slaloms, of course. But once you've got past the 2-cone slalom, you're into what's dubbed the Welsh Wiggle. Yes, you can tell a lot of Welshmen are involved in setting up this course. After that, we're at the hairpin at the bottom of the complex, at the bottom of the track, I should say. Now, this is the Bales double apex hairpin. Quite complex, but equally wide. There's a wide line that you can take through there. I mean, you may not necessarily need to lose as much speed as you normally would through a hairpin. Then on into the Mansell meander before we head into the final corner. Directly in front of us in the commentary box is a real kicker to the right. That will round out the lap here for sprint. Tomorrow, it will join up with the corner with no name as teams continue to lap around the course. But on this instance in sprint, it is just a 1-lap entry. You've got to really max it. In fact, Jess, you've got the rules for sprint, so let's go through them.
Yes, certainly. So, it's unlimited runs again, but each team has 4 initial runs to start with, and like acceleration, they've got 2 drivers, and like acceleration, they have the option to do their second run immediately after, but if they just want to do 1 run, absolutely fine. But after the 4 initial runs, they can continue to run, but their fastest previous lap time will be replaced, excluding any penalties, of course, for that one. And then, basically, the fastest time throughout that course will basically be your sprint champions. Last year, it was Coventry. They haven't gone through scrutineering yet, Giles, which is a bit
It's a real shame. I really want to compliment Coventry because they've been struggling with their own problems and as a result aren't through scrutineering yet, which is uncharacteristic of Coventry. However, having said that, they've also been minded to help several other teams in the paddock out. And I just really want to say a big up to Coventry for doing that. It's the real spirit of Formula Student, and I take my hat off to you. Fair play to Coventry. What else have you got there, Jess? I'll tell you now, we've got 100 points up for grabs in this, haven't we?
Yes, 100 points for pretty much a maximum amount of points to get to the winner of sprint. And, of course, if they've done well in previous dynamic events and static events, that's really going to help them. And because, obviously, the World Cup tomorrow, we'll be announcing the sprint winner tonight.
Well, this is it. So tonight is more awards than you'd usually get on Saturday because, as Jess said, the World Cup final is tomorrow. We're not playing in it.
Yeah, but Bizkaya would want to watch it.
Bizkaya might do, but that's one team out of several. I think the IMEC were a bit premature in trusting Harry Kane's right foot and Jude Bellingham's right foot and hoping that Argentina would lose. More's to the pity they didn't. But anyway.
And we got Monty and Shell heavily involved in the award ceremony this year.
That's going to be cracker. If you like, the dynamic duo. You've heard of Batman and Robin. You've heard of Salt and Pepper, whether you're thinking of the Condiments or the rap group. And now we've got Cheryl and Monty, and that's going to be great fun. So make sure you are there in the pavilion for that one. Also, a big up to hello everybody on Cops Corner. I don't know whether you realise, but we're actually here on Cops Corner with you, so we can see all of you. We're giving you a wave. I'm in that stupidly loud shirt. It was kindly given to us by RUT from Bangladesh, who competed in the sim racing on Saturday. So thank you very much to them. And also a big up to Southampton, who have won the sim racing. They'll get their trophy tonight, of course.
Yes, and what speaking of Southampton, should we mention that they just passed scrutineering?
I think it's worth a mention, don't you?
Yes, Southampton struggled a bit this weekend, but they managed to get their electric car through scrutineering. Also, Surrey, they spent quite a bit of time in noise yesterday.
They spent quite a bit of time in the pits this morning fixing a problem with their intake. And fair play to Surrey. I'm not sure they even know what the problem was, but they have fixed it.
Yeah, so fingers crossed they'll be able to do well in the sprint and the endurance tomorrow, of course. And also Edinburgh. Edinburgh is an interesting team because, of course, for those of you that would watching Formula Student very closely last year, they did very well in the FSAI competition with one of their classes. They have an ADS in their car in the FS class. They're the first teams to do it. They spent a lot of time in break yesterday. Couldn't quite figure out the problem. They were in the pits this morning trying to figure out what it was. They fixed it. They went through breaks, and hopefully we'll see them out on track this afternoon.
Yeah, FSAI is getting a lot of coverage, rightly so, as we head towards autonomous vehicles and we're training the next generation of software and mechanical engineers in order to facilitate that through Formula Student, and naturally that's gaining a lot of attention. So if you see someone around from the BBC today, don't be surprised, and you may flick on the BBC News channel, turn on BBC Tech, which is the new version of BBC's Click, and we're anticipating that we may be featured in that, which is excellent stuff. So thank you very much to Auntie Beeb for that one. Meanwhile then, we're moments away from hopefully having a car out on track. As yet, we've not been joined by anybody, but there are plenty of cars to keep an eye on. So as we've been saying earlier, we've got 3 champions competing here at Formula Student. All of them for the past 3 years, all of them having never competed against each other, which is really very interesting. Modena have won both sprint and, not sprint, sorry, they may win sprint. They've won acceleration and the acceleration shootout, which is great news for them. Meanwhile, Bizkaya have won skid pad, and Edith Cowan have finished respectably in both of them. Not quite up there at the very front, but still getting a significant number of points.
Yes, and even though we were disappointed with them just missing out on the acceleration runoff earlier on, they said they did very well in skid pad. And of course, skid pad is quite similar to sprint in terms of the characteristics and the slaloms and stuff like that. And they said to us they feel confident about sprint and endurance. So they said to us, don't count us out yet.
Absolutely, don't count them out. And tell you what, there's a number of other teams not to count out who you may not have seen on track yet. That's because they're progressing through scrutineering. So if you're watching at home and you're thinking, where's my team? Where's my university? Chances are, if you haven't seen them yet, they'll be in scrutineering. And we're going to talk you through exactly what's going on with scrutineering. Over to Cheryl and Monty.
Through scrutineering yet? We're going to help you understand what that means. We are outside scrutineering bay now. I believe there are 5 stages. Is that correct, Monty?
That's right, yeah, Cheryl. So there's 5 different stages that the teams have to complete before they're allowed onto the track. And it all starts here at the scrutineering bay. What the teams have to do is prove to the scrutineers that their chassis are safe, they've been welded correctly, that there's safety features on it, the brake pedals are working, everything's been fastened up correctly, and most importantly, the driver can get out of the car within 5 seconds in case of an emergency, and then technical inspections, spanner checking everything, making sure it's not going to fall apart during the, whilst they're out on track.
That is definitely the last thing we want.
Absolutely. Once they get the sticker and they pass here, then they can move on to the other 4 stages of scrutineering.
Should we go check that out?
Let's go and have a look.
So once they have completed the first step of scrutineering, they move on to the next trio of tests. But first, they must start with the fuel.
Yeah, that's right. So before we do any more tests from this point of view, into the tent, go and get some fuel in the car. Of course, if it's a combustion engine's car, that is. Old school sense checks just to make sure the thing's not going to leak before they carry on with the rest of the tests.
So should we move on to the next one?
Yeah, go.
And what is that?
We're going to go off and do a tilt test now.
Oh, let's go.
Off we go.
So we've moved on to the tilt test. This one has always intrigued me. Can you tell me a little bit more about it?
It's a really fascinating one. So basically, we're going to put the car onto the tilt test. We're going to strap it down, and then we're going to tip it over into 2 different inclinations. So the first one will be at 45 degrees. That's where they're going to check to see whether any of the fluids leak out of the car. The driver's in it, by the way, when this is all happening. Driver's in it, tilt it to 45 degrees, see if the fluids come out. Then they're going to tip it to 60 degrees and see if it starts to topple over. The whole purpose of this test is to essentially replicate lateral G. So when a car is going into a corner like that, it's not just going to flip over. The thing's going to remain balanced and ultimately remain safe as the drivers are chucking it about on the circuit.
That's really interesting, actually.
It is. It's scary. You get some great
does
shots
sound
of
terrifying.
and you'll see some terrifying drivers in there as well. But it's vital, it's safe, but it's cool to look at.
Maybe at the highest point you check to see if fluids leave the driver. Next is the noise test. Because the cars can't be too loud. Can you give us a little bit more info on that, Monty?
Well, it depends on which car we're talking about here. So if we're talking about the combustion engine cars, they cannot exceed 110 decibels. If we're talking about the EVs, the electric vehicles, they've got to have a R2D, which stands for ready to drive, of between 80 and 110 decibels. They all get assessed basically behind us. They're going to put a load of microphones around it. So in the case of the combustion vehicle, for example, they'll stick it behind the exhaust, get them to rev up, and then record the sound from there. If they don't pass the noise test here, they can't progress anywhere else. So it's very important that they get this one done. If they make any modifications to the car to get the sound down, they have to go back to scrutineering and start the whole thing again. So it's always worth remembering that.
So this sounds like a really important test.
It's a very important one because this could either make them or break them. Funnily enough, so could the other one, the brake test. Should we go and have a look at that one?
Let's go.
We go.
So now on to the final test, and that is the brake test, which sounds very, very simple, but it's a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it, Monty?
I mean, in theory, it's simple enough. Smash on the brakes, drive in a straight line and lock up all four wheels. But because these cars have been designed and built by students, not all the parts work as you would expect from a factory-built car. So this is the final and most important test, I would say, of all the scrutineering thing, because it's great to go quick. It's even better to be able to stop the things.
Yes, braking is just as important.
Absolutely. And this is another one of those scrutineering parts where if they need to go back and make serious modifications to the car to make the brakes work, they may have to go and revisit the scrutineering bay and restart everything again.
Scrutineering sounds like a very scary process for the students.
It's not an easy one. So honestly, when you see the cars able just to get to the circuit, that is an achievement in itself. If you can get a car running and get it through scrutineering, that's the cherry on the cake. What you're seeing on the circuit when they're all racing there, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, and if they can't, it's a very good learning experience for all of them. I've spoken to a few teams before where they've said, we didn't make it through Scrut, but we learned so much and we are ready for next year to come back fighting.
And that is always the biggest thing to remember from this. It's always here to learn. And if you can apply that for next year and you come back and you're on the track, then it was worth it.
Well, I'm really excited to see some of these teams make it to the track.
Should we go and have a nose at them?
Yes.
En avant.
So we may have told you a little fib. There is a secret sixth step, but this is only for EV. I believe there are 4 steps to this, but they get 1 sticker. So Monty, can you tell us a little bit about steps?
Yeah, sure. So for the electric vehicles, in addition to everything else which you've just seen the Formula Student cars have to pass, there are some extra steps for the EV cars. They need to be able to prove that their actuator, their cells, their batteries are all safe as part of that. So that's one part, is the actuator. Then once they combine all of the electrical systems together, there are low voltage and high voltage tests which they must do to ensure that the systems are working correctly, nothing's going to short out, blow a fuse, etc., etc. And assuming that they can pass all 3 of those stages, then they can move on to the 4th and most important stage of being an EV car. Let me come and show you what it is. And then for the 4th and final test, the EVs have to come here, where basically they get drenched by this hosing system. It's the water test. So we're going to absolutely soak the car and see if it causes any shortages.
But if it shorts out, that destroys all of their hard work.
Exactly. Because, well, it should be safe. It shouldn't be an issue at all. So long as they've done it correctly, then there's nothing to worry about. However, if it does short something out in there, much better for it to happen here during the safety tests rather than on the circuit with the driver inside there, because in Britain, we get a lot of rain. It's a very real risk.
Especially at Silverstone, it has its own climate.
Absolutely.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Safety first.
Always.
It's the first time in several years at Formula Student when doing a rain test hasn't actually been necessary because it's so unbelievably hot today.
It's meant to be dry all weekend, Giles, which is unprecedented for Silverstone, because you know at Silverstone it has a microclimate where 1 minute it's sunny, the next minute it rains. I remember that last year as well. There were quite a few red flags we had to stop due to the rain in endurance. I think there was a bit going on in the sprint as well. We do have cars waiting to go out on the circuit. The first in the queue at the moment is Sheffield Hallam, and we got, I think it looks like it's Biscaya in the queue next, and we got a third car, I think, straight behind as well.
Based on the white rims and the fact that I can see a certain Mr. Lee Traherne, I believe the third car in the back there is Yui. So we've got plenty to sink our teeth into as we hot up for the first runs of Sprint at Formula Student 2026. A very good afternoon if you are just joining us on the live stream. Giles Cosgrove and Jess Ball here in the commentary box with you, and in Vision, Cheryl Bucknell and James Montgomery. Do please keep your comments coming in. Where are you watching from and who are you supporting? Not Good at Gaming 101 says, let's go OBR. Meanwhile, Bird from Canada says, let's go for Yui. Meanwhile, talking of Canada, Matto Han Canada says, keep an eye out for the Canadians on these teams. A big Canadian showing this year, apparently. Meanwhile, there's a lot of love for Modena already. It's getting very, very exciting. Mama's Birdie says, yeah, Yui is legit so fast. As Leslie says, good luck catching Yui. We'll see how fast they are very shortly. Matty saying, vai Modena. I apologise for my Italian accent. Whilst Death Knight 3280 says, let's go UB Racing. Plenty of excitement building up here at Cops Corner as we are about to get underway for sprint. Jess, who would your money be on for one of the faster laps of the day?
Oh, the thing is, acceleration tested the straight line speed and how fast they can go at a certain point. In the sprint, they got to make their car through difficult turns. It's a tough one. Modena look quick, but the question is, will they be able to have their car reliable? We hope so. I'm gonna put my money on Edith Cowan for this one because they seem very, very confident.
Excellent stuff. Big shout out to Edith Cowan. I do wonder how the different driving styles are going to play into this as well. I believe the cars are incredibly evenly matched, and what's going to separate these teams are their static entries and the drivers themselves. And it's very rare that it comes down to drivability and the drivers in these teams at Formula Student, because the idea is that you don't drive with a racing license, that you've got to be one of the team members that's designed and built the car that's driving it. That's what's encouraged. And as a result, you're not necessarily finding the next Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton. It's all about finding the next Adrian Newey. It's a point we make very often here. But interestingly, I think because the engineering is at its very pinnacle across the very front runners of Formula Student, it is going to come down to some of these drivers, and we know that Modena have a very Italian, very exuberant driving style, whilst ECU, Edith Cowan, they're Australian, it's a little calmer, some might say a little more mild-mannered, and I wonder whether perhaps they might need to be a little more aggressive in order to keep up with Modena.
They're probably going to do one endurance then, because endurance is not designed for speed over one lap. It's about consistency over multiple laps, so we will probably potentially see that tomorrow. And because obviously of the licenses that Motorsport UK have, we can't actually go racing in these cars. Only one car in the sprint is allowed to be in on the track at any one time, and in endurance 3 cars on one track, and if they see a car near each other they have to let them
There's
go.
a blue flag
much
for the slower car. This is what the whole thing about the whole thing with sprint is about. It's not only who has got the biggest kahunas, who can really send it for the fastest possible lap. It's also a question of making sure that you are out on track on Sunday with cars of a similar pace to you, and you're not being held up by those of a slower pace because your qualifying time in sprint was too slow and wasn't representative of the pace that your car can do. Equally, you don't want to end up flooring it, maxing it out, and then realising that you're surrounded by the big boys and your car can't keep up and ends up in the overtaking bay constantly, especially because you've got to slow down in the overtaking bay, and as we've established earlier on in acceleration, some of these cars really don't like being held at low revs. You run the risk of stalling, and then trying to get a Formula Student car restarted is a huge task, especially if you're doing a cold restart where you've been held for several minutes, as you do in the driver swap in endurance. More on that tomorrow. Hello to everybody in the cop stands. If you can hear us, do give us a wave. Let's make sure everything's working nicely. Give us a wave if you're over in the cop stands. We can see you from here in the commentary box. Make sure you're staying hydrated and make sure the sun cream's on. Drinks available throughout the circuit. Hello, Monty. Monty's our roving reporter for the weekend. How are you?
Never better, thank you very much, Giles. What a wonderful day it is today. It's been rather cool so far this morning. Been kind of going up and down the pit, seeing what's going on. I see we're over 20 cars past scrutineering now, so I'm hopeful of a nice, busy circuit this afternoon. Who are you hedging your bets on?
We were just talking. Jess is very excited about Edith Cowan. I'm excited to see Modena back out. It's some of the most exciting driving I've commentated on over the last few years. They don't leave anything in reserve. It's all left out on the track. Just interesting developments that we've heard. Again, are these developments that we're allowed to talk about, or are these developments we've got to keep to ourselves, Monty?
I think we'll commit to it now since you've broken the news.
I haven't broken any news. I've just suggested we've been given an update. Essentially, from what we can gather, OBR's actuator was overheating during the lunch break. It was caught early, but they had to get help from the electrical safety scrutineers. They're hoping it can be repaired. There's no damage possibly, but it was overheating, and it's hardly surprising in these conditions. It is very, very hot indeed, and it'll be even hotter. That's a new word. Brilliant English from me there. Why am I on a microphone? It's even hotter on the actual tarmac itself. The road surface temperature will be probably 5 to 15 degrees more than what it is in the air.
Well, whatever happens, it will certainly be good practice because they're hoping to go to Hockenheim next month, and Hockenheim, middle of August, typically tends to be a mid-30s Celsius ambient temperature, never mind the track surface.
Absolutely. So if you're an OBR fan, that's the latest that we've got for you, is that their actuator was overheating. It was caught early, and the relevant safety people were informed and aided in that situation. They're hoping to facilitate repairs and get out on track for sprint, but that is the latest that we have for you. As we were saying earlier, several teams have got through scrutineering. Surrey have got through. Also, I'll tell you who are close to getting through is Glasgow Caledonian. So they had
just got brake to do.
Yeah, they had brake to do. They did brake, and it broke, unfortunately. The brake calipers failed, and they've had to try and find some new brake calipers or repair the current brake calipers. And they wanted me to give a shout out to the other Glaswegian teams here. So that's University of Glasgow and University of Strathclyde, all from Glasgow as well, for facilitating all the help they possibly could to get Glasgow Caledonian back out on track. So that's just great to see the real spirit of Formula Student. Meanwhile, the comments are coming in. So, not good gaming 101 says you're joking. Track going to be fire after Yui, says Leslie. So, yeah, plenty of comments coming in. Nisa commenting the Australian flag. Very good some time of day in Australia. It's several hours ahead.
It's in the middle of the night in Australia. Giles, we don't have to wait any longer. We can see our first car onto the start line, and that is Sheffield Hallam University car number 28, the second team to pass scrutineering.
Sheffield Hallam online then. Thumbs up from the marshal, and away they go. The first lap of sprint is underway at Formula Student 2026. Live from Silverstone at Cops Corner, the cherry red of none other than Sheffield Hallam, lapping along the track now, heading through into the bus stop here. Through they go in honour, of course, of Spa taking place this weekend. On to Brutus Maximus, but through first, of course, they've got to go through here, this slalom section, into the hairpin now. It's a very, very tight entrance. You can see them slowing right down and then putting the power back on the other side of the tyre wall, of course. Not only are the drivers getting used to this, but the camera crew are getting used to this as well, as are we in the commentary box. The track varies year on year, so make sure drivers don't get too settled with one course layout. We're on now this high-speed section of the course. Into the chicane they go, heading towards righty-tighty, as I have it here in my notes. Do bear in mind a lot of the names from the Dynamics volunteers that have laid out this course, so please don't complain to me. The only idea I had was Brutus Maximus. Meanwhile, they are heading now into the Bales double apex hairpin, back in through to the Mansell meander these days. Oh, and there it is yet again, the Mansell meander catching teams out, the rear stepping out through the final corner, across the line with a 1:11.847, the first time on the board, Jess.
And they get a chance to do another one if they want. Don't forget, it's driver one, so their second driver will be doing it soon, but driver one will have another attempt, and their time won't get removed, so they have a choice to do it if they want to. And, yep, they're going to be doing it. Again, they have another chance to do it for their second run. We'll see what they could do with driver one to see if they can go any quicker.
Here we go then. Sheffield Hallam lining up for lap number 2 for driver number 1. Thumbs up from the marshals under their own orders, and away go Sheffield Hallam, and it's a more aggressive start you can hear immediately off of the line. Into turn 1 they go, and that's looking very strong as they head towards the bus stop now. Can they get better than that 1:11? That's the time to beat, the time on the board right now. And as they pile on down towards Brutus Maximus, through the chicane they go. Now bear in mind, the hairpin here, this incredibly tight entrance, they've really got to shed the power, and then they can slide it out because it's a very wide exit. So here they go, heading towards now the hidden slalom. You don't see it coming, and then it's right on top of you. You've got to get through there and make sure that the exit is perfect into the slight right-hander, into the chicane now. This is the high-speed section of the course, but you just got to watch out for the surface change underneath the cars. That can unsettle these Formula Student cars, because bear in mind, you're swapping between the runoff and the tarmac of the Grand Prix course as they head now through righty-tighty and past the overtaking bay and past us here in the commentary box as well. Onto the not-so-straight they go, and into what has been dubbed the Welsh Wiggle as they pass that and into the Bales hairpin before heading to the Mansell meander. Now, will they be caught out through this right hand? A little tiny step out of the back, but not as bad as the first time around. Across the line, and the time is, drum roll please, a 108.557, a 3-second improvement, Jess.
Of course, just like we saw in acceleration, the first laps for some drivers is an exploratory lap, and the second run is probably where they really start to go for it. So that's Sheffield Hallam done, ready, and they'll be getting their second driver in a little bit later on. But we still got more teams to go in the queue, and we could see one of the EVs going into the queue, and that is Bizkaya, our champions of 2025. We said they're the ones to watch. They're one of our top three, the first of them to start their sprint campaign.
Here we go then, the team from Spain, last year's winners. They'll be hoping to go for the double back-to-back. The drivers away then, and that's a very, very rapid start. Far quicker than we saw from Sheffield Hallam. The team erupting in celebration through turn 1, onto turn 2, headed towards the bus stop already are the team from Spain as they head towards the chicane prior to Brutus Maximus. This is looking like they really are maxing it out. Bizkaya into Brutus Maximus they go. How much speed are they going to carry on the exit? Fair a bit through. That's a very nice planted car through the slalom there. You can see that suspension has been set up. No contact patch lost there on the tyres. Gripping it through as they head through the slight right and onto the chicane. Here it comes. The team are erupting with pleasure. Oh, that's a real slow down though. That's cones gone for Bizkaya. They caught some cones on the exit of the chicane. They will be penalised for that as they head. Meanwhile, crikey Moses, that's a very flattened cone, I think, there from... Crikey Moses, I'm getting mixed up, because on your screens there, we've got the University of the Basque Country crossing the line, but just set off is Staffordshire, and a very aggressive start, who caught up a cone under their front wing.
59.111 is their first lap, but don't forget, due to the cone knockage, there will be penalties.
Now, how badly damaged? They're not damaged, but they are carrying that cone with them, Jess. You can see it there. It's caught up under the front right suspension. It's sandwiched between the front right suspension elements and the front right wing. I don't know how far that's going to go with them. If we can get a front shot of the car, they may have shed it already. I can't see from the shot we're looking at here in the commentary box, but there's another cone gone. There's a lot of cones gone. They are really sending it. Talking of sending it, Bizkaya have really sent it, but it looks to me like Staffordshire may have been aborting this lap and going to bring it home. They know they've not got the best start. Meanwhile, talking of great starts, they've already broken the 60-second barrier, and Bizkaya are flying like a bat out of hell, already intent on posting a time that's unreachable for the rest of the teams here at Formula Student 2026. Jess, have you got eyes on Staffordshire?
Staffordshire at the moment, they're slowing right down, and it's a 1:14, so I think they were just bringing it home, and you can see the damage in the suspension already.
I don't know how damaged the suspension is itself, but it has collected a cone, and it is likely to be the furthest travelled cone, so at least there's some silverware coming home for Staffordshire, because that is an entire lap with the cone underneath the front suspension element and the front wing. As through the Mansell meander go Bizkaya. Oh, just about holding it, carrying some torque steer through the final corner, and that is a time of 57.412. It's huge for the Spaniards.
Very, very huge for Bizkaya. They've got a lot to live up to, and they definitely delivered, and a lot of teams are going to find it hard, especially the EVs, to beat that. But of course, we still have Warwick still to come a little bit later on with the EVs, and Malta and Feminin as well. We'll see how fast they could do around this course. But that is driver 1 for the University of the Basque Country completed. I don't think we're going to see any more of Staffordshire for the time being, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But that's Basque Country done for now. We'll see what driver 2 does later on.
I've been there myself with Cardiff. In fact, I was talking to the driver responsible earlier on, back in 2021, launched off the line and straight into one of the cones on the right-hand side of the course, butchered the front wing element, and as a result had to ditch the aero for the rest of the competition. Unfortunately, in Cardiff's case, until our engine blew up.
And they had to re-screw it as well, I believe.
We
right?
have exactly, and this is the thing. If things go wrong like that, you do have to re-screw. So fingers crossed, the damage isn't substantial to Staffordshire's car. They did carry that green cone around the entire lap here at Copse Corner. People asking what Crikey Moses means on the comments here.
It's the same that Giles has, okay?
Yeah, Matt O'Canada asking, Crikey Moses? What do you mean by that? It's just an expression of surprise. I think it's quite old school, but it's something I use because obviously this is a family-friendly show. So I use it in place
we can't say anything else. Really.
Exactly. I use it in place of other phrases. Yui waiting in the wings then, with Warwick behind them. To talk you through things at the moment, as things stand, the fastest lap, 57.412. Unbelievably quick from the University of the Basque Country. Just so shockingly impressive right out of the gate. Immediately broke the 60-second barrier and then knocked 2 seconds off of that. Sheffield Hallam in second with a 1:08.557. Staffordshire, a severely inhibited time, not representative of the car. It was really pushing for it right off the line. They collected that cone, continued to push, and when they found themselves coming through the chicane, they were just collecting cones left, right, and centre, and they gave up with it, I think. I'm hoping that was the case, and they were basically advised by teams around the course to slow down and just bring it home. I hope there's no damage done to the car. I should also point out that we did catch Bizkaya clipping a cone on the exit of the chicane. There will be a cone penalty added for that, so that 57 won't stand, but we know when they keep it clean, they can get sub 60.
Yeah, exactly. And just to mention about the fastest time, we do have the hot seat again. So driver 1 of the Basque Country, you're in the lead. The hot seat is available. I can't remember where it is exactly, but...
The hot seat is behind us on the hill at Copse Corner.
Yeah, so on the hill at Copse Corner, driver 1 of the Basque Country at Bizkaya, yeah, it's yours until someone beats it. So unless you've got another run, go and sit on it until someone beats you, which is... It's going to be difficult, but we have teams that could do it. We've got Yuri and Warwick in the queue, of course. Still many teams going through scrutineering as we speak. And if you're listening on the track side in the tannoy, we'll wish you the best of luck because there's plenty of teams going through. Of course, we had Oxford Brooks going through earlier on, and they're fixing a problem. The other team from Oxford University Racing, number 96, they passed scrutineering recently as well. So that is incredible to see as well. Keep your comments coming in through in the live chat. There's still a lot of people going through noise and break currently. There's a big queue currently as well. And I've just been informed as well that the University of Greater Manchester has just passed scrutineering.
Hey, good stuff from the University of Greater Manchester. We're going to have a Manchester derby now. Greater Manchester versus University of Manchester.
Yeah. We had someone in the chat call them what we shouldn't call them, which caught me off guard.
We're not allowed to call them Bolton anymore. We've been reliably informed by
the faculty.
Yeah, the faculty got rather upset that we called them Bolton during the sim racing, and we've been told quite distinctively that we must call them the University of Greater Manchester or NCME.
Yeah, we could call them both, but they got through scrutineering. So it's 23 teams that have gone through the whole of the group, but we got 2 more teams that are doing break as we speak, and we got one team that's going through noise as we speak as well. So best of luck to them. And we got I'm just trying to see how many we got quite a few teams that have passed accumulated with electrics as well. So if you're wondering how we know all this stuff, go on to FS Stats. FS Stats, if you search on Google for more information, you can find out how your favourite team is doing. And of course, if they have to fix certain things on their car, they have to get it re-scrutineered to make sure the car is safe, ready for the remainder of Silverstone. So make sure you go on FS Stats. They will also put the results for statics coming up very soon as well, and you'll be able to look at previous results as years gone by. So basically we saw some statics that we could see on our screen. So we'll tell you who's gone through in statics once we know of it, but. We've got Yui. They're about to get going.
They really are. And the chat, I imagine, is going to light up with excitement because there's a lot of support from around the world for Yui as they are brought up to the line under starters' orders. The scrutineer and the marshal is giving them the thumbs up, and away they go. It's a controlled start compared to what we've seen from Bizkaya and Staffordshire, but potentially that might actually pay off for them as they head through turns 1 and 2 onto the bus stop. And here comes the bus stop for them now, keeping it cool, calm and collected. This might well be that cool sighting lap that we sometimes see the drivers do for the first time. And you will notice, of course, on the back of this car, there is a phone number. Please call that phone number. We've been reliably informed. It's all kosher. Give it a call. And I'm going to read you the phone number as soon as I find it in my notes. It's 07775 109 545. I'll say it again for you. 07775 109 545. If you're watching internationally, that'll be +44 775 109 545. Leave them a call on the voicemail, or leave them a text as well. They'd welcome any messages, but that you can call that number. Meanwhile, Warwick have just gone past us in the commentary box, zipping along like an angry insect as they head towards the final section of the course through the Bales hairpin and onto the Mansell Meander. UE now. No problems through that right-hand kicker of the Mansell Meander, through the final corner and across the line with a time of 1:12.007.
And, of course, for many teams, some of their drivers have not been on this course before, and they're just adapting to it, so it might have just been a sighter lap for them. They're going to go again, but Warwick is currently out there on the circuit. Of course, we see Bizkaya, one of the first EVs to take to the track. Of course, Warwick coming second in acceleration this morning, the team that we weren't expecting to be up there right away. They passed scrutineering this morning, and they caught us a bit by surprise. Meanwhile, UE have gone onto the circuit for their second run then. They decided to go again. Looks like Warwick hasn't hit any cones for them, and it looks like they made that corner very, very well. We'll see as they pass our commentary box very soon as to what time it is going to be. Can they continue their form from this morning? We'll find out. It's a 1:05.7. A bit controlled, it looks like, from Warwick.
Very well done from Warwick there. Cool, calm and collected. Looked slow, was fast. As a result, no cones. That was a very, very good lap to begin with. Meanwhile, UE are on their second lap now as they head back towards the site of us here in the commentary box, going through that chicane and onto the slalom. Yes, it is the high-speed section of the course. You can see the car really rolling into the exit of the chicane there, really making use of that roll to maintain the contact patch of the tyres, keep the grip and maximise cornering speeds as they head towards that secret second slalom. Only two cones, I should say, to manage as they head through the Bales hairpin and onto the Mansell Meander, heading across the line now. That's a bit of a kick out from the back end, but just held nicely and across the line with a 1:06.773. Warwick underway with their second lap. It's all happening.
It is all happening at Formula Student. Things are getting busy, and we like it. I think I did see Roy just knocked a bit of a cone there, so that's going to be points off of them as well. But here then, the driver you could see is getting a bit more confident, but sometimes you want to not be too fast, but you want to make your way through the course, but you don't want to be caught, like Giles was saying, by slower cars, and then having no trouble getting through this part of the course so far, because if you have confidence in these laps, you're going to have good confidence when you go to endurance tomorrow. Pass our commentary box once more through these next set of moments here, and there will be some bits that we'll be going through in endurance tomorrow, but it's a shortened lap for the sprint today. Here comes right then through the final few corners, up to the line. Is it faster than their last lap? A 1:04.871. That puts them into second place. Bizkaya still in the lead.
Very, very well done there for Warwick, shedding a little bit of time off from that 1:05 they posted with their first lap. Nicely done for the team. Someone saying in the comments there's no one faster than that angry insect. That's from Leslie. Thank you very much to Leslie. Also, Leslie saying UE Aero, I love hearts. Meanwhile, DKN saying go Birmingham, go. And as ever, Matty reminding us that he loves Modena, saying go Modena. Meanwhile, lining up for their go is, by the looks of that, is that University of Oxford? It says
yeah. I was saying earlier that they just went through scrutineering.
Crikey Moses, we've got Oxford and Cambridge. It's like the boat race, but it's just more exciting and less posh.
Well, this is great to see. They're going to be on the track for the first time. Now, Oxford University, they didn't go through scrutineering in time to do acceleration, but at least they're there for sprint, because if they get a lap in for sprint, they'll be able to do endurance first thing tomorrow morning, which is always good news. Oxford, they were just happy to be on the track. I think they got through on Sunday, so I think they were a day ahead of schedule. So well done to the University of Oxford for going through to today. The driver looks like they are ready. We should be going to go soon, Giles.
I'm surprised. Anytime anyone talks about driving in Oxford, all I can imagine is John Thor behind the wheel of a Jag. It's hardly this, but here we are, University of Oxford, ready to go for their first lap of sprint, their first dynamic event of the weekend. I am reliably informed that the tannoy speakers are not working at Copse Corner, so if you've got friends and family who want to hear the commentary and they're live here at Silverstone, drop them a message and tell them to watch it via YouTube on their phones so they can get the commentary. Alas, the speakers don't seem to be working at the Copse Corner end of the circuit, I'm reliably informed, as Oxford Brooks are... Not Oxford Brooks, I'm so used to that, Jess. I can't believe this.
Oxford
I know.
University.
It's University of Oxford. But the trouble is there's so many different colleges. Which college are they associated with? There is a cross-college project. They're actually being wheeled out of the way, unfortunately, so
like
something's
they have
not
a
gone quite
problem.
right. The red light is flashing above the roll hoop, though, so one would have thought that it was... under its own power and ready to go. Remember, of course, that they can't touch it until the green light's showing, I don't think. And they are now able to put the system to remove it onto the car.
Oh, what a
the jack,
shame.
and move it out of the way. All that excitement, and unfortunately, we're not going to see them run just yet.
Yeah, but they still got time. Don't forget, sprint closes at 6 p.m. tonight. Once that's over, that's them done. So they got plenty of time to get their car fixed, or it might just be a few minor problems, but we've got plenty of universities in the queue, and someone was asking where Malta in the queue. Well, I can answer that. They are second, and right in front of them is Edith Cowan. So we've got Edith Cowan and Malta in the queue after the University of Oxford. So those two cars will be the next to go up and take the sprint course. So hopefully that asked your question, whoever answered that in the live chat on that one. Someone saying, hope Algiers past scrutineering. Not quite there yet. Someone asking where is Glasgow. If you want to find out where your favourite team is who have got free scrutineering or not, go on FS Stats. Find the University of Glasgow. But here we go. Oxford are through.
Hey, Oxford are underway. That's good news. And off they go. And it is rather long, actually. The nose cone does stick out rather far from the front wheels. It very much almost feels like a boat. So it's almost a boat race as they go through the bus stop and into the chicane ahead of the Brutus Maximus hairpin. Bear in mind they've got to shed a lot of speed on the entrance to that hairpin, and this will be the first time that this car has been driven in anger, I suspect. Certainly here at Silverstone, we didn't see them in acceleration or skid pad. As through the slalom they go, barreling through into the high-speed section of the course. That slight right into the chicane, and now here comes that chicane. Now you can see on your screens there to the left and then to the right. Now this is where we've seen teams get caught out with cones. Both Biscaya and Staffordshire caught cones here, but no such trouble for the University of Oxford as they head now through into the righty-tighty section of the course, past the not-so-straight and onto the Welsh
Wiggle.
Wiggle.
Giles, they stopped.
That's unfortunate, but they are going again. And you can hear the team cheering from here in the commentary box. They're over the moon with that. Into the Bales double apex hairpin. And now onto the Mansell meander. Watch this right-hander. They take it very gingerly so as not to overcook it, as many teams have in the past, especially last year. And across the line, they did collect cones, unfortunately. And it's a 1:17.796. I suspect that stoppage was because of that cone, Jess.
Yeah, but at least, unlike Staffordshire, they were able to get the cone off of the car and they were able to keep going. But Oxford are going to go again for their second run. And to be fair, it looks like it was a lot faster than last year. So progress has been made on this car for the last 12 months to get it ready for Silverstone and to make it through more dynamic events, not just endurance. So they're under power. They should be ready to go soon. As it's
much the same as acceleration. They're under their own orders. As soon as they got a thumbs up, they can just go whenever they like. Once they cross the timing beam, that's when the timing starts. You can see that little tripod in the center of your screen there. That is the timing beam. And away they go, zipping along. And through turn 1 into turn 2 immediately. This is looking a lot more confident, I must say, Jess, as they head towards the bus stop. Through the bus stop they go. There's a chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus at the top of the course. Here we go then, through the chicane and on to Brutus Maximus. The question is, of course, can they maintain power consistently for a lap? I suspect they can. I do think that stoppage earlier was because of a cone. Into the ever-tightening slalom. The cones are 1 meter closer together with each individual cone as they progress now into the slight right and onto the chicane. You can see them now coming through that. Yes, there's the chicane. Lovely stuff.
They passed that.
Nicely done. Bit slow through there, but then again, you would be. I've tried to drive these things.
This is the bit where they stop this time. Will they be able to carry on?
I suspect they'll be okay.
Yeah.
Edith Cowan on the line, mind you, so keep an eye out for that as well as they approach the Bales hairpin do the University of Oxford. Through the hairpin they go, no trouble there, waiting for ECU to be released as through the final couple of corners go the University of Oxford to complete a complete clean lap, no cones that we've seen, a time of 108.904, excellent stuff for University of Oxford, and now all eyes turn to the Australians. Edith Cowan on the line, ready to go with their hybrid car, thumbs up from the Dynamics volunteers, waiting to go then. They've said don't count us out, we may not have placed first in acceleration or skid pad, but a whole lap is where we will bring it together. I believe it's Callum behind the wheel here. Yes, Callum is underway then for Edith Cowan. Off the line into turns 1 and 2 on the approach then to the bus stop for the Australians. A hybrid power unit, internal combustion in the rear, electric motors in the 2 front wheels. Through that chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus. Will they kick the tail out? Bear in mind there's no differential on this car. It's a solid rear shaft. They will tip the car up onto 3 wheels through hard cornering. Don't panic, it's designed to do that. Looking very, very planted, almost sideways out of the chicane. Not slalom, I should say, sorry. This is looking very, very good indeed, Jess.
That looks very, very good from Edith. And yeah, you were right. It seems to me in the skid pad, it looks like they're doing well over one run in the sprint. Because, of course, if you do well in skid pad, you'll do well. And we got another team that's just gone out. University of Malta. Car number 9 is making their way onto the track.
No,
and
Jess,
no.
I can't believe this. Words I never thought I'd say. Edith Cowan have stopped on track. On the exit of the Bales hairpin, ECU have lost power. I'm absolutely staggered.
Oh, no. We might have jinxed them, Giles.
I don't know what's going on here, as meanwhile, Malta are carrying on their merry way. No, nothing to stop them. The lightning strike on there. Oh, a bit of tyre squeal from them. As usual, they're pushing it. ECU are potentially blocking the course. I've seen a red flag briefly brought out, but I don't know whether they're preparing it or whether it'll be a yellow. No, it's a red flag. The session has been red flagged because, of course, unfortunately, Edith Cowan have stopped right in the centre of the course. And that is unfortunate. I think Malta really need to bring their car to... Do they need to stop or slow down?
The rules are, if the red flag is not caused by them, this lap time will be aborted, and the next one they do will be counted as their first run, pretty much. So they'll get to go again.
Huge shock here at Silverstone. Former winners of Formula Student UK back in 2024. Edith Cowan stopping on track at the exit of the Bales hairpin, being wheeled out of the way by the marshals. That's brought out a red flag. Mike Mansell, who the Mansell meander is named after, beckoning ECU in front of them, Malta, through to complete the lap. And the way they go past then, they will, as you've said there, Jess, be allowed to restart that lap. That lap won't count, but the biggest drama of the day so far, and it's been a day of drama, is what we're seeing right now. Edith Cowan.
That's something that you're not expecting, really. Of course, this is the first year they're running hybrid because they were running in completely internal combustion in their winning year in
2024.
So they were experimenting with hybrid. Doesn't seem to be working for them at the moment, but like they were saying, don't count them out. Hopefully they'll be able to find the problems. We can go and see them a little bit later on. So that shouldn't be a problem.
I'm absolutely stunned. I really am. I can't believe we're seeing that.
I am shocked because one person will be disappointed. Cheryl. Cheryl wanted Edith Cowan to do well today.
Yeah, I think we all did. They're great people. And away go Malta. Hopefully now for a clean lap. They should now have a clean course. They shouldn't have any issues.
Oh, they knocked a cone. I heard that. It's not on the car.
No, unfortunately, they have caught a cone there. This was supposed to be their clean lap as they go into the chicane and catching another cone and whipping up the rear right as they really are pushing it. They always do to the Maltese. And unfortunately for them, there's 2 cones gone during this run already. It's looking very, very quick. The car dancing through the slalom there. It gets tighter and tighter as you progress through. The car almost like it's on butter. Ever so slidey, but well held by the driver. And it's almost, I think they've set it up to be like this. It's very, very responsive under the wheel. And it reminds you of a bull terrier on a lead. It wants to be let off its leash, does this car from Malta. and through sideways, heading towards the Bales hairpin, through the Bales hairpin with no problem. But watch for this through the Mansell meander on the exit here. Yes, there's a lot of torque steer, but it's incredibly well held by the driver. Bit sideways through across the line, and the time is 1:00.676. That will be held back by Cones, but it is nonetheless a very exciting lap.
And we see a lot of cheers in the commentary box, and that's 3 seconds slower than what we saw with the Basque Country. So that looks a tidy lap from the University of Malta. Meanwhile, the team that just passed scrutineering at lunchtime, the University of Southampton, is out there on the track, but it looks very, very slow, Giles, as they make their way through. And it doesn't be looking like they're very good. They're grounding to a halt.
Green light, Jess. Green light on the roll hoop, and that is going to be the car out of power. Just as they've gotten started. Not good news then for the University of Southampton, winners of the Sim Racing Series for 2025-2026 over at Lassie and Williams. But there's another red flag then, and that is going to spell the end of this attempt for the University of Southampton. Now, people are asking, will ECU be allowed to go again? And in much the same way, it will be the case for Southampton. They'll be able to go again. They will just lose one of their first 4 initial runs. We are, of course, operating the unlimited runs system here again this year, as we did last year. Jess will explain more about that.
If I can find. So basically, the priority is the first 4 runs. So the one is 2 drivers in each team. We've got 1 driver doing their first run, then immediately they do their second run. Then they wait for a few more teams, and then the second driver's turn to do 2 runs there. After that, then they could do unlimited runs, but then their fastest time, or fastest previous time, excluding cone penalties, will be removed. They'll be forfeiting that time and be going again. So it's really going to be, well, a cat amongst the pigeons. They'll be really trying to bank on that strategy or potentially going faster. It's going to be tough, I think, for some teams that they may want to go again, but they may lose the car or they may have reliability issues. So they're going to be thinking, right, should we gamble doing a 5th run, or should we just keep our 4 runs and now be it for sprint? We'll have to find out. The red flag's still going on. This is Malta keeps getting red flags for all their runs, but luckily they're just waiting this time for that one. They're not on the track, so that is all good. The driver 1 from Malta are waiting for their second run, and that'll be that done. And it's the University of Southampton being wheeled in, and it's such a shame because they were doing their best to get through Scroot today, and unfortunately just the car was just not working. And I'm sure the team will be hopefully wanting to find out what went on and trying to fix the problem, and hopefully we'll see them go through sprint a little bit later on. But the fastest time in sprint so far is Basque Country with a 57.412, and then we got Malta with 1 minute .676, and then Warwick with a 1 minute 4.871. There's plenty of drivers that are learning to adapt. So far, it looks like the marshals are getting ready for Malta to get onto the circuit. Plenty more cars are making their way on to the pit lane for the sprint. So we've got plenty of cars in the queue. Of course, we've had over 20 cars past scrutineering, so we've got plenty of cars. We're about to get going, it looks like, Giles. The red light is on.
Thumbs up then for the driver from Malta. Can they get a clean lap with their rather exuberant driving style? One would hope so, because it's great to watch. If they get a clean lap in, they'll be challenging Basque Country for the lead of sprint, which would be monumentally exciting. Here we go then for the Maltese, and away they go. The lightning strike on the nose cone, almost symbolising their attempted driving style. It's almost sideways permanently. It's incredibly exciting. It's electric in both power and drama. Excellent stuff as they go through turns 1 and 2 into the chicane and onto the Brutus Maximus hairpin, onto that tight entry. There's a wide exit there, plenty of tarmac with which to maximise that exit, and through they go into the slalom now. Watch it dance through that slalom. It's excellent. Does the Maltese car look as it heads through into the high-speed section of the course on the other side of us, away from the commentary box and into this chicane here, carrying a lot of speed. Watch that car. Watch that rear right wheel as it goes through those left-handers. It really does jump up. Much the same way as Edith Cowan's car does, but I can't see whether they're running a differential. As away goes Staffordshire. Staffordshire are back underway. Good news for Staffordshire, as through the hairpin goes Malta, through the Bales double apex hairpin and into the Mansell meander. Can they hold it through? Yes, they can. Bit of tailspin, but nothing bad. And across the line with a time of 1:01.622.
Not their fastest time, though. Their best lap still 1:06.76. But we got Staffordshire. They're still going.
Staffordshire have been collecting cones and jumping up. That front left jumped up for them, and they caught a cone on the slalom, which is a bit unfortunate. But
hopefully they haven't stuck on the vehicle. It doesn't look
no,
like it.
I
They're
think
okay.
They are
okay.
good. As they go through the chicane and on to the high-speed section, of course, here's that dub. That's a lot of cones gone. They've really caught some cones there. It's about 4 green cones gone there. They are really pushing this, Staffordshire. Tail spin on the exit of the Bales hairpin and into the Mansell complex. A wide line through the Mansell complex and across the line with a time of 57.477. That's unsurprising. It really is. But with the cones that they've caught, it's unfortunate there that they are going to struggle.
They are second at the moment, excluding cone penalties, so they could be challenging the Basque Country at the moment, which is quite impressive at Staffordshire. At the moment, the highest UK team so far, and we also got Warwick still to go to do their second driver. But speaking of second drivers, it's Sheffield Hallam's turn with their second driver. They had their first driver later on. It's now time for their second drivers 2 runs.
Revs building then for Sheffield Hallam. Bear in mind those top 2 teams, of course, Staffordshire and Bizkaia, they will have cone penalties added, so those times won't stand, I'm afraid to say. And here we go then for the Cherry Red car 28, Sheffield Hallam. Revs building and away they go. It's a controlled start off the line as they head towards turn 1. Careful, calm and considerate from Sheffield Hallam's driver number 2. I suspect getting their eye in.
They have
got a cone in a big way, and they are. I've seen this before with Aaron Farmer from Cardiff, who did the exact same a few years ago in 2023, because those edges on the wing elements are very sharp and they can pierce the cone and then take it with them. And unfortunately, that's exactly what's happened here for Sheffield Hallam. And it's left them with a great source of friction and as a result unsettling the car's aerodynamic performance, because those wings are unable to flex in the way they normally would. It's being held to the ground, that right front wing element, and that's not going to help their lap time at all. It's really unfortunate. They have managed to lose it now. They've shedded that cone. It won't be the furthest travelled cone though, because Staffordshire have got claim to that award after lapping an entire lap with a cone under their front right wing wedged into the suspension elements. Very well done to them for that one. They have recovered from that by the looks of things. They did come out earlier and do a lap. They're going to do another one in just a moment by the looks of things. Finishing up now are Sheffield Hallam through the Mansell meander, slowing it down just to make sure they don't lose it, as so many other teams did last year. And across the line, what's the time, Jess?
It is a 1:21.941, so it was just their first driver getting an eye, and their fastest lap time was a 1:08. As here comes Staffordshire.
That is Staffordshire, and you can tell just by the intent of that start, they are banging on for a fast lap. Can they keep it clean though? Is the question. Forcing their way through and keeping it sideways out of the exit of turn 2 and into just knocking the chicane out of the way. Oh dear, I mean, there's exuberant driving, but you do have to remember, unfortunately, you will get cone penalties. And that jumping out of the slalom yet again is the car from Staffordshire. It's looking incredibly exciting, and I suspect we'll see another sub-60 time, but it just won't stand with the time penalties added on for the cones as they go through the chicane then and on to the high-speed section of the course on the approach to the not-so-straight and the Welsh Wiggle. There's another cone gone there off the rear right as they head through the Bales hairpin, so you can take a wide line through this and carry a lot of speed into the Mansell meander. Watch for the exit from the Mansell meander. Yes, as expected, and across the line with a time of 57.611, but there are several cones gone, Jess.
Just like the Basque Country, so their time will, it will stand, but there will be time knocked off, unfortunately, for Staffordshire. But a decent time, but you can't have a good lap if you don't keep it clean. So there we go. And Sheffield Hallam, second driver, second run. And here they go then for run 2, for driver 2, and that looked a bit more comfortable than their first run at the start.
A little bit more speed off the line then for Sheffield Hallam as they approach turns 1 and 2 into the bus stop. Through the bus stop they go, and on to the chicane, which was caught up in Staffordshire's ambition to lap faster than Bizkaia, flying the flag for Great Britain, both Sheffield Hallam and Staffordshire, against a very, very confident and very well-looking team from the international set, as I think they must have caught a cone because there was a marshal running towards the top end of the course at the Brutus Maximus hairpin, so I suspect there's a cone gone there for Sheffield Hallam. It is looking nonetheless a good clean lap irrespectively of that what potential one cone. Through the chicane they go in front of us here in the commentary box. Look on that nose cone, it's not quite the Ferrari logo, is it in fact a dolphin on the nose cone there in the style of the Ferrari logo, which is a nice touch I think, as they head through the Welsh Wiggle and onto the Bales hairpin. Through the Bales hairpin they go, onto the Mansell Meander now, as they try and avoid kicking the tail out. They do it very cleanly through there, and across the line, Jess.
And here they go, the time is a 1:11.875, so slightly quicker, but obviously their driver one has fastest time, so that's all 4 runs done for Sheffield Hallam. Well, they of course have got unlimited runs, but they have to forfeit their fastest time if they wanted to do that. So, but for Sheffield Hallam, unless they want to go again, that's them done for sprint, which currently them sit in 6th place. We got Yui that's in the queue for their second driver. We'll see if they can go faster. The revs are going, and that looked like a controlled start for Yui, a lot faster, and that looks speedy. The engine sounds are absolutely fantastic with Yui. We heard from one of the dynamic marshals that used to work on Yui's car, and it just looks very well put together. They did very well in the acceleration, and he said sprint, but we got sprint right now. Through into this next section, this is looking very tidy from Yui. Don't forget the number on the back of the Yui car. I must say, on the exit of the bus stop, it did look a bit uncomfortable for them. 0775 109 545. Give them a call, drop them a text. Rate my driving, they say, or how's my driving. On the back of the car, you can see it there on the rear wing. Most teams do take the opportunity for comedic slogans on their rear wings. UE no different, quite enjoying that. Away goes Warwick for another lap, as coming past us in the commentary box. On the other side of the course are UE into the Welsh Wiggle and through onto the Bales hairpin now. Bear in mind, you can take a wide line and carry a lot of speed into the Mansell Meander as UE do so. Now this right corner does catch a lot of teams out, and UE have done very well to hold it through there and across the line with a time of a 1:07.802, which is about a second slower than what they did with their first driver, so it's just a second driver getting a feel for it. Looks pretty tidy for UE, and they're going straight again then. They're going again. I can see the Basque Country getting ready for their second driver as well. So we'll see quite a few teams that want to get their runs in nice and early and just have a feel for the other team. We've got Warwick on the circuit as we speak right now. They were looking very good with their first driver. It looks pretty tidy so far, but again, it's just maybe their second driver getting a feel for it. That section looks very fast from Warwick, of course. Past scrutineering today. Let's see what they could do as they come across the line. Is it going to be a tidy lap time, Giles?
It is a time of 109.149. Excellent stuff there from Warwick. Not quite their fastest, but a great lap nonetheless. And away goes driver number 2 for their second run from UE, mashing the power down and holding it there. Nice slide into the bus stop of the course, headed through into the chicane on the approach to what has been dubbed Brutus Maximus. The hairpin at the top of the course is brutal on entry, and you can max it on exit. Hoping that someone does go sideways on the exit there. By the sounds of things, they've got the tannoys working at Copse Corner, which seems to be good news as far as I'm concerned. Through the slalom they go then. Bear in mind that does get narrower as the cars progress through it, and then on to the high-speed section of the course. On the approach there, you can see the chicane coming up. This is where a lot of teams have caught cones. No such trouble, I don't think, for UE. It may have lost one, I'm not 100% sure. As they come past us then, onto the not-so-straight and the Welsh Wiggle, there's definitely a cone gone in that secret 2-cone slalom, and they've slowed down significantly as a result. In fact, they have stopped. They caught a cone, and they may have hesitated and stalled the car as a result. And they've got to get going again to UE. They're going to have to get the yellow flags out, I would have thought. There's another car out on track.
That was Warwick, who just knocked the cone through there. They were going very speedy through there. It looks like they
no, it's a red flag again.
Yes,
red flag session.
So that this time won't count. Warwick will need to go again.
Whilst we have a red flag, I'm just going to ask, on the hill at Copse Corner, can you hear us? Give us a wave if you can hear us. Have they got it working? I'm not 100% sure. There's not a lot of response there. In the stands at Copse, give us a wave if you can hear us. I'm not 100% sure either.
Well, I think we're also on Silverstone radio as well, 87.7, so they could listen to it with their headsets.
I wish they could. Okay, Warwick. I've got a cone as well. You can look under the front
But at
right.
least that time doesn't count.
They've got it wedged right in there under the lower wishbone on the front right suspension set up. And you can see the driver looking down to the right consistently in the hopes of making sure that it doesn't do any damage to the car. Meanwhile, here is Robin and Mike from the Dynamics Volunteers wheeling away Yui. Meanwhile, Warwick are taking the opportunity to give everybody a wave. As they go
like
around,
the driver's parade.
are actually waving for attention in the hope that one of the Dynamics volunteers or marshals can get rid of that green cone and get it out from underneath the suspension. It's under the front right. I don't know whether he can hear me, but he's pointing. It's there. It's right there. And yes, he can. Oh, of course, he's got to be careful about touching the car because there's the
It's still red. It's still red at the moment.
They've got to be careful touching. They're not really touching it. They're touching the cone that's wedged under it. So they're just trying to coax it out from underneath. It probably is wedged under there, isn't it? Struth. That is an X cone. That is it's expired. It's no longer living. It is an X cone.
R.I.P. cone.
Yeah. If you're a fan of Monty Python, I hope you got that one. Anyway, more to the point. Back underway then are Warwick without the cone underneath them. That was we just had an awful pun from the gallery calling it cone tent rather than content. With all due respect to the gallery, I love you guys, but you've had better puns in the past. Meanwhile, coming through then are Warwick with a time completely unrepresentative of this car because it was red flagged as Yui stopped on track. What seemed to happen, Yui hit a cone, potentially maybe hesitated, that caused a stall and they couldn't get the car restarted.
Yeah, which is a shame because they've been looking so consistent throughout the whole weekend, but hopefully it's just the car couldn't get restarted and they're able to go again. It's not like endurance when if they can't get the car restarted after like a minute or so, then they're retired. At least it can go again a little bit later on.
Fingers crossed then, as we look now to last year's champions. No, in fact, Warwick are going to go first, which is fair enough.
Because technically they have not done this run, so...
No, precisely. So then, Warwick lining up once more for what they're hoping to be a faster time than their quickest of a 104.871. The question therein, were there any cones during that? We don't think so. Do bear in mind, any times that we report on here in the commentary are preliminary. They haven't added cones onto them. You get penalties for hitting a cone, of course, in the sense that you can tap it, and as long as it doesn't fly outside of its little box, there's a spray-painted box around each cone, you're fine, but equally, it doesn't take a lot to move them. So the chances are you hit a cone, you get a penalty. So away go Warwick. Immediately out of the gate, there's an exuberant start, controlled and calm, but looking very nice through turn 1 and 2. Really good, very planted. Bit of tyre squeal there, and oh dear, that's not gone well. In fact, that's another X-cone. Warwick are murdering cones. I know there's obviously the award for the most travelled cone.
But isn't most cones not? Is there an award for that?
There is an award for most cones collected, and I don't think Warwick are going to come in for that one either, because I think Staffordshire may have done that one. But what I will say is that Warwick have certainly butchered the most cones. You can't reuse the ones that Warwick have driven over. They are absolutely haggard as a result of this. Unfortunately, this will also add on to Warwick's time as they fly on by into the high-speed section of the course. Through the chicane they go, and coming past us here in the commentary box on the way to the past the overtaking bay, ready for tomorrow, into the not-so-straight and the Welsh wiggle in anticipation of the double apex that is the Bales hairpin. Through the Bales hairpin they go and headed towards the Mansell meander. Watch for the exit on this right-hander. They've really slowed down there to avoid hitting the cones, and through along the line they go with a time of 1:07.270.
Yeah, with the amount of cones not there, that was quite a slow time there, but we got one of the teams that Giles and I are definitely keeping an eye on. The 2023 champions, Modena, are on the circuit. Of course, they want to make a name themselves, and through they go, and that's fast. I love the engine noise of that car. They were the team to beat in acceleration. Can they continue that speed in sprint? That looked like a tidy start so far.
Really has, and through into the chicane they go, onto the Brutus Maximus hairpin. Now this is a team I'm hoping we'll see get sideways on the exit. You have to shed a lot of speed into the entry, but on the exit you can really max it. Through the slalom they go. Now, this is nice to see that Modena can do a slalom. A few years ago, we weren't quite sure of it, but we'll let that one slide as they head into the high-speed section of the course on the approach to the chicane now. Through the chicane they go, slowing right down to stay within the track limits as they fly on past. Away go Bizkaia as well. Bizkaia really sending it. Cone caught there, I think, for Modena, unfortunately, as they head into the Bales hairpin now. Are they going to take the wide line? They take a middling line through there into the Mansell meander. Watch on the exit. No, very tightly done there. Bit of sideways action across the line, and it's a time of 1:00.274. Give or take possibly a cone. We're not sure, but that is very, very good indeed from Modena as Bizkaia continue on their way. They're on the high-speed section of the course as they approach the same chicane we saw earlier.
That looks very fast for Bizkaia as well. How they attack that is amazing. Of course, they're the ones to watch. Of course, they didn't. That was a cone not from Bizkaia, so that's going to be penalties not there. Of course, they didn't top the dynamics. They were doing a lot better in static. So, oh, look at this! They were you said you wanted a car to go sideways, and they got a 55.606. That's country Bizkaia.
Yeah.
Wow!
A mad round of applause erupting from Copse Corner as everyone's going mental for that time. We would like to say to Bizkaia, if you would like to get in the hot seat on the hill of Copse Corner, please do join us because that was a magic lap. There was a cone gone.
They still got to do one more run first.
Well, absolutely. Do come and join us though. Modena setting up for their second run then. Thumbs up from the marshal. They start under their own orders. Here we go then. The Italians will be hoping to take it to the Spanish. The Spanish currently leading with a 55 plus or minus a cone. There was one cone gone at least. There may be more that we didn't see. But what can Modena do in response is the question. The hybrid against the electric. The Italians versus the Spanish. A tale as old as time. And we're about to tell it again. Live from Silverstone for Formula Student 2026. It's sprint with Giles and Jesse in the commentary box. Thumbs up from the Dynamics volunteers and the marshals. And away go Modena. Very, very nice start from them. They've done their sighting lap. What can they do when they really fully send it is the question. The car diving to the ground under braking as they head through turns 1 and 2. Onto the chicane now and headed towards the Brutus Maximus hairpin at the top of the course as they lose the speed and that tight entry to the hairpin. They get that exit very nicely onto the tightening slalom now, a metre per cone closer. No trouble there for them as they fly onto the high-speed section of the course. Approaching them now is the chicane. And again, this is where other teams have been caught out. They have had to shed a bit of speed there, but no problems with cones for Modena as they fling on through the not-so-straight and the Welsh wiggle on the approach to the Bales double apex hairpin. Here they go through the hairpin then, and they shed very little speed, carrying it with a right-handed slide. Through the right-hander they go again, getting the tail right out there as they're maximising the speed through the corners, and the time of 56.355, and I think that was clean, Jess.
And that is about a second slower than the Basque Country. They're so close, and well, they're going to see what they could do with driver 2. We do have Staffordshire again. Is that their second? Yeah, that is their second driver, because of course they aborted one of their runs due to having a cone stuck on them with their suspension.
Eyes on the Basque Country through the Mansell meander. Here they go. No excessive speed on the exit of that corner there. Across the line with a time of 56.643. Now, bear in mind, that looked clean, but it was 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, in fact, slower than Modena. So, crikey Moses, are these two evenly matched?
I think I'm going to make a bold prediction. I think it's going to be between those two for the overall Formula Student 2026.
Wouldn't surprise me if Edith Cohen can't get their car back on track.
Yeah, their car stopped, unfortunately.
Yeah. If our roving reporter Monty would be kind enough to find out what's going on with ECU and report back, we'd be very grateful. Meanwhile, thumbs up from both the Dynamics volunteer and the marshal. Under starters' orders are Staffordshire, building the revs and away they go. All they need is a clean lap to Staffordshire, and they will be right up there amongst the big boys.
Yeah, because of course, out of the IC, they're probably performing quite well at the moment.
That wasn't clean. They got a cone.
Yeah, they got one cone knocked.
Having said that, though, if they get that far under 60, they can still make up for it as they come out of that hairpin, and it's a bit jumpy. Watch it through the chicane here. Not quite so jumpy. They may have made an adjustment to the suspension, or the driver change may have altered the way that the car handles through that slalom, but previously in the slalom, they have been jumping about a bit, and the front left has been losing contact with the tarmac a little bit there through that chicane, and away they come past us in the commentary box. Looking very quick, Jess, I must say, as they approach that final hairpin at the bottom of the course, or the Bales hairpin, and into the Mansell meander. Watch for the exit from the Mansell meander. No much trouble for them, and across the line with a time of 57.663. 2 cones caught towards the approach to the second slalom. There was another cone earlier on. That will be 3 cones at least for that lap from Staffordshire, unfortunately.
Yeah, that will be a time penalty for Staffordshire, which could cost them in the long run, but that is all their runs completed unless they want to do unlimited runs later. But do you think they could go quicker and forfeit the ones they just did? We'll have to find out.
I've also got to do a shout out from one of my favourite Formula student couples, so big up to Amy and Connor. I don't know whether they can hear me, but big up to Amy and Connor, who I can see here at Cops Corner. Meanwhile,
there you go.
On the line then, bringing it up to, in fact, for the first time in a while, Jess, I think we've actually got, no, there's still plenty of cars in line. So
Exeter!
We've got 2 teams that you and I have been very much looking forward to seeing. We've got Exeter and we've got Surrey.
Yeah.
But Surrey's being wheeled around Exeter, and I don't know what's going on.
They got 2 separate lanes.
They got 2, is it just 2 lanes, or is that an aborted lane? I hope so. I hope it's just 2 lanes. But here are 2 teams that we're very fond of here in the commentary box. Your equivalent of your Garage Easties from the 1960s back in the F1.
Well, 56 are being wheeled back.
56 being wheeled away then before they've even had a chance to make a go of it, which is a crying shame. Alex Pritchard.
Do we still have Surrey in the queue? Yes, we still have Surrey in the queue.
Alex Pritchard of Exeter, last year's most exciting driver, for losing it in a 180 spin in through the Mansell meander. Big up to Sheffield Hallam, who managed to abort their lap and prevent a head-on collision. Meanwhile, it is Lee Traherne having a word with the team from Surrey, the driver from Surrey. This will be the first time that we've seen Surrey on track in, I believe, 7 years. It's been a long time coming for Surrey. They were there late last night. They were there early this morning, working on issues with their throttle, I believe. And as a result of some seriously hard work, some assistance from Coventry, blood, sweat, tears, elbow grease, and all the rest of it, they are here. And that is a significant achievement. They've been working day and night on this. The car has seen some time tested at, of course, Goodwood, which should pay off for them.
They seemed confident going into Goodwood that they were able to run pretty much. But I think with Surrey, I was speaking to them. The furthest they got was on Sunday when they passed Till. They didn't get through anything else because they just didn't have the time. Till was the furthest they got a few years ago. They got through there on Friday. It was just the brake the noise in the brake that they were struggling with. Of course, as you were saying, they were working late to the night on that one. So we're about to get underway. And Surrey, that was a bit of a delayed start from Surrey, but they're underway, Giles.
They are underway indeed, Jess. Through turns 1 and 2. This will be a sighting lap. It's their first car in 2 years and their first time out on track, I believe, in 7, with the BMW F800R behind the wheel, scaled down from 800cc to 709. They're expecting 72.2 brake horsepower here. They were running an aero package on arrival to Silverstone, but took it off for various reasons at the advice of experts, including Willem Tote, who knows more about aero than I've had hot dinners. As through the slalom they go and headed into the high-speed section of the course. Can they complete 1 lap? They will be over the moon to see their car out on track. I've known Surrey for a while, and they've been trying for years to get a car out on track here. And look at this, an absolutely wonderful sight to see after so much time and effort has been put in as the car approaches towards the final hairpin of the course, headed through the Welsh Wiggle, as it's been dubbed by the Dynamics volunteers, and on to the Bales hairpin they go. Into the Mansell meander, just got to be careful on the exit here. Several teams have lost it, no such trouble for Surrey, and across the line with a time of 1:10.356, and Surrey are over the moon with that.
And just getting your car to this point is amazing. At this point, they don't care about the lap time, it looks like, from the reaction in the Cops Bank. They just want to get their car working, and it looks like their car is working. Well done to them. They're going to be going again. Will they go faster, or will they just be relying on just making their lap through? We'll have to wait and see. But let's hope they could go faster. As Surrey about to start and underway.
Revs building, and off the line they go. They do really build those revs before they set off, and through turns 1 and 2 in what I suspect might be a slightly faster fashion. And on into the bus stop in honour of Imola this week as they head through the chicane now. I say Imola, I think that was Spa, I'm supposed to say, Jess, isn't
Spa.
it? Daisy. Spa, sorry, getting my courses
we're not in
mixed up.
Imola this year in Formula 1.
Yeah, we know my geography's not always been my strong suit. Through the hairpin they go, and on to that slalom. It gets narrower as they continue, and now we're on to the high-speed section of the course. We really test the handling of the cars through these high-speed corners. How much speed can they carry? This will tell the difference between a fast and slow car. University of Oxford back out on track as well. We've got Surrey and Oxford. Grab your Waitrose, grab your John Lewis. It's all happening as they come past us in the commentary box. Do Surrey through that second slalom. It's only 2 cones, but it will unsettle your car. And through the Bales hairpin. This is looking a lot quicker, I must say, Jess. Very well planted is the car from Surrey. Don't even need the aero. And across the line they come through the Mansell meander. The time is going to be a 1:04.425. Not only is that their best time, it's a clean time. No cones caught, I believe, for Surrey. Excellent stuff for them. And unfortunately, the session has now been red flagged as on the exit of the Brutus Maximus hairpin on the approach to the first slalom, Oxford have stopped yet again. Also, I believe that's the wrong graphic because that is not Oxford Brookes. That is the University of Oxford. It's a confusion that I've actually slipped up with as well.
If you've not watched Formula Student before, but I told you it was driver confidence. The first lap, which is a cycle lap, they shaved 7 or 8 seconds off their time. That is a competitive lap time for Surrey. I can see them doing well in endurance tomorrow, which I'm keeping my fingers crossed on that one. They did a lot of extended testing in Goodwood. I can see them in good stead for scoring some good points in endurance. They may not be fastest, but we'll see if they can, of course, finish.
It is also odd, but something that's been pointed out to me by Surrey's very own Molly is that every team up the paddock this year seems to have someone with long, curly ginger hair. The amount of times I've seen different people that all look the same.
And you think it's someone else.
Yeah, exactly. So everybody there seems to be a lot of ginger team members this year, according to Molly. And I don't disagree with that. Meanwhile, Warwick, Leeds, and Edith Cowan all waiting to go. Edith Cowan are back. So over in Australia, it was worth staying up for. They are back. So just bear with us, and we'll be returning to the Australians very, very soon. Ahead of them, though, we've got Leeds. Oxford University are there on Copse Corner on camera. I don't know whether they can hear us, but they are looking a little disgruntled and a bit confused as to why their car has stopped yet again. The session red flagged as a result of that stoppage at the Brutus Maximus hairpin. Meanwhile, if you're on the stands and you fancy giving us a wave, you are on camera if you're in the grandstands at Copse Corner, so give us a wave. There's some waving going on. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Woo! That's good.
Hey, excellent waving. Keep it going. Keep it going. The camera's a bit slower than where you are at, so keep the waving going, everyone. We like that. There we go. If anyone's fancy starting doing the YMCA, you can have, I'll do something for you. I don't know what. I'll tell you what I have got going on at the moment, Jess, is a bet with Cardiff. If they get through scrutineering, I will wear... it was supposed to be a Welsh-branded kilt because I'm half Scottish. I've lived in Wales since I was 18, went to Cardiff Uni. I said to them, look, if you get through scrutineering in your first year as an EV, I will wear a Welsh kilt.
Well,
they couldn't find a Welsh...
I'm just going to keep my eye out on...
They couldn't find a Welsh kilt, so instead it's going to be a very small Welsh miniskirt. So cross your fingers for Cardiff.
And speaking of tattoos, they do have to have tattoos on sale, limited edition at the IMEC e-store.
Yes, there are tattoos available. You can get those. And also you can get a Dan Jones Says Read the Rules t-shirt. I really would recommend it. It's iconic. Meanwhile, if you're watching the live stream, they found something moving. It's just not on 4 wheels. It's a plane, in fact, going over us here at Copse Corner. Thank you very much to High-Vis Media, who've been absolutely wonderful across this week, covering both the live event here at Silverstone and also the sim racing over at Lassie and Williams HQ at the Grove. Big up to everybody involved in that. On your screens right now is, of course, scrutineering. And you can see here the teams tinkering away, trying to work through to make sure that they may be able to enter in this Sunday afternoon event where it's a free-for-all for those that have only just qualified through scrutineering for endurance. So teams still working away over in scrutineering. Somewhere amongst all of that, will be Cardiff, and if they get through, I have to wear a Welsh miniskirt.
Yes, they've passed 2 so far, but they still got more to go. But to be fair, for them passing the first few as an EV, very impressive for Cardiff. And there's certain teams that they're also in their first year as an EV as well. They'll slowly go through. And even though they may not get through dynamic events, even just passing some elements of Scrut this year is vital, as you can learn from next year, as we've seen with Surrey, as we've seen with Cambridge as well, who have not gone through for scrutineering in years. So just because you don't do well this year, you may do well next year and learn. Make sure they're going to learn a lot from the scrutineers, even if they don't make it through the whole of Scrut.
Yes, absolutely. Here we have Robin Gwilliam now, former member of Cardiff Racing, and now a dynamic volunteer, pushing the stranded University of Oxford car out the way. And now we have us on the live stream.
We're on camera.
Why you'd put our ugly mugs up there, I don't know. But I say I speak for myself. I'm sure Jess is lovely on your eyes. But suffice to say, we're not expecting to be on camera. Meanwhile, here's what you really want to see. And this is Oxford being moved out of the way. Remember, though, that's University of Oxford, not Oxford Brookes. Oxford Brookes are currently experiencing issues with their accumulator. It overheated. I believe they're hoping to fix it and get back out on track
Which
later.
means they have to re-screw accumulator, it looks like, if they have to fix that.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Yeah, because if they make severe changes to one of the parts, it has to be re-screwed.
Hey, we got some kids on the camera, and they're waving and they're very excited. And here's your cue then. We've got everybody who's anybody. We've got Warwick,
Leeds.
we've got Leeds, we've got Edith Cowan, and in
Warwick.
the background there, who is that? Is that Southampton back
That's
again?
Southampton back, yes.
Southampton back again. So 4 cars waiting as soon as the Oxford car is cleared from the track here at Cops. Somebody asked, Miss Mayor Pumpkin asking, was that an inflatable bouncy castle? Miss Mayor Pumpkin, if there was an inflatable bouncy castle here, I would know about it because I'd be on it. So apparently not. UK Pappy saying top commentators again this year. Congrats. Thank you very much for your kind words there. Meanwhile, Matt says, long live the cones. Well, if Warwick have got anything to do with it, they won't be living for very long. Meanwhile, I wonder where UBR Racing are, says DKN. They are nowhere to be seen. I believe they're passing through Scrut again, aren't they?
Well, UBR, did you say?
Yeah, University of Birmingham.
UBR, they already passed Scrut. They did acceleration this morning, but we have Birmingham City Racing that has passed Scrut recently. So we've got the battle of the Manchester Universities. Now we got battle of the Birmingham Universities, and we also got some other good news for one of the teams that Giles has been speaking to. We got a Glaswegian University that's passed scrutineering. Glasgow Caledonian have passed.
Let's go, Glasgow represent. Meanwhile, what's this going on with Cambridge? They're on your screens right now, and I'm rather interested in why Car 51 is back in scrutineering.
Maybe they had to change. They probably had to change a severe part.
That's disappointing.
Oh yeah, they stopped at the end in acceleration, didn't they?
Oh, of course, yes, they did. That's a shame. They said to me earlier, though, I popped by the pitch during the lunch break, and I said, well done, how are you feeling? Is it all good? And they said, yes. These teams are getting wise to the fact that I'm commentating.
But probably they don't know that they had to get their parts re-scrutineered.
I suspect they knew and they had a problem. They just didn't want to tell the commentator, Jess.
Maybe potentially, but
far more optimistic than I am.
Yeah, but at least they're optimistic. So far then, 24 teams have gone through fully scrutineered. So they passed break and they moved forward. And we got 25 past Noise and 27 that passed Tilt. So we could see a few more teams on this track at the moment. Of course.
Leeds on the line then.
Yep.
Here we go, being brought up to the line by the Dynamics volunteers and the marshals. Thumbs up for both under their own starters' orders. As soon as they cross the timing beam, the time commences. University of Leeds then, ready to go here at Formula Student 2026 for sprint. And it's a slow start for the University of Leeds. Is this a sighting lap, or is this the best that the car can do? It's been a bit of a funky car, has the University of Leeds car today during acceleration. Hoping for a bit more consistency from them during sprint. You can see the driver getting to grips with both the car and the track layout. It's not a particularly forgiving track. There are some very harsh elements as designed by the Dynamics volunteers to really test both the car and the drivers as they head into the chicane on the approach to Brutus Maximus, the hairpin at the top of the course. Brutus because it's brutal on entry, and Maximus because you can max it on exit. As they come through now, very gingerly, I must say. But hey, it'll be a time on the board, Jess.
Yeah, and it's better for some teams that got no time on the board so far, and at least they got their car running. But obviously for the Leeds driver, that it's just sight-lapped at the moment. We saw that with Surrey. Remember, they were slow on the first lap, but on the second lap they were absolutely flying. And
Surrey are currently in 5th right now with no cones,
what's
which is
that?
great
Car
news.
47.
As away goes car 47 with a big cheer erupting from us here at the COP stand.
Oh, that's Birmingham City University.
The Birmingham teams are out in force, which is great news to see, as Leeds seem to have found some pace from somewhere, Jess. They do seem to have picked up the pace somewhat, so I suspect confidence is building with the driver as they head through the Bales hairpin and onto the Mansell meander. Watch for the exit from the meander. No problems there for Leeds. The line approaches and the time is going to be...
1:36.659.
It's a time, and it's a time on which they can improve, which is more than can be said for a lot of teams who haven't posted a single lap. Birmingham City University also taking a similarly ginger approach, just keeping it cool, calm and collected as the driver gets to grips with both the car and the circuit layout. You've got to remember, these cars are prototypes designed and built by students over the course of 12 months, and more often than not is the case that they haven't actually had a chance to run them before they get them through scrutineering and out on track here at Silverstone. This could be the very first time that this car has ever been run. Not everybody gets to do testing.
No, because they literally passed scrutineering whilst we were going through sprint as well, so they were very keen to get going very, very quickly. So unlike obviously Manchester and Modena yesterday, they didn't have time, and it's very leisurely for car 47 as we saw one of the cars doing their second run. It looks like a very tidy start from them, but through they go then is car 47, and I think that they're just getting a feel for it at the moment. For some teams, like I was saying, it's just great to actually be on the track. So getting a time on the board is better than no time at all for Birmingham City University. Of course, a team that were hoping to make it through Scroot, and they have. Up to the line they go, and that is a 1:52.5. I think that was the sighter lap, Giles.
I think it might well have been. Leeds on the push now through the high-speed section of the course as they look to complete a lap faster than their 1:36.659. I suspect they will be well on for that if they can maintain this pace. They should be lapping in the 1:20s or the 1:10s if they keep this up. And also it's very clean. They haven't got any cones into the second slalom. There's only 2 cones that they've got to contend with there, but it does unsettle the car ahead of the not so straight and the Welsh wiggle before the approach to the Bales hairpin. Through the Bales hairpin they come. On now to the Mansell meander. A lot of teams do carry a lot of speed through here and then get caught out on the exit. No such trouble for Leeds though. And across the line with a time of 1:17.915. Improving significantly are the team from the University of Leeds. Also sponsored by Relis, a fantastic provider of one-dimensional engine software. Meanwhile, coming through then are the Birmingham City University. Through then into the bus stop in honour of Spa, taking place this weekend, an iconic Grand Prix. Meanwhile, equally iconic, Formula Student 2026 underway for sprint. Several teams on the board and hoping to improve on their time are Birmingham City. Their most recent time of 1:52.590. Plenty of opportunity to improve this as the driver gets to grips with the car and the track. Onto the slalom now. Bear in mind with the slalom, of course, that the cones get closer by a metre with each increment of the coneage. Meanwhile, we're heading now to the fastest part of the course. There is a chicane on the way, which I really like watching because it catches a lot of drivers out. You'll get cones here, and you can also watch very, very closely the suspension setup. I think that is very nicely balanced. It didn't roll nearly as much as you could get with other cars, did the Birmingham City entry, as they head now through the not so straight. Onto the Welsh wiggle they come, and into the Bales hairpin, keeping it cool, calm and collected, that middling line. A lot of drivers seem to have settled on that through the hairpin. On now then to the Mansell meander. No drama through there. Here comes the line, and the time is going to be a 1:20.636. It looked slower than that, Jess, so fair play to them.
There were some elements where, especially through this bit, where they were looking a lot faster there, but very tidy lap from Birmingham City University. The most important thing, they got a lap time on the board, their car was working, no stallages, which means points on the board for sprint. They got their second driver still to go. Here is Warwick, where we've seen quite a few times today. Don't forget they had a red flag, which means that's why they're going again, because, well, whilst they were on track, a red flag had because University of Oxford stalled
You say
down
stalled,
the
I
other end
think
of the
their car
course.
is a nice an EV, and unfortunately, it lost power as opposed to stalling. You can't stall an EV, but away it goes. Warwick, no stallage, no loss of power for them. Into turns 1 and 2, very nicely, keeping it planted and keeping it quick as they head through into the bus stop and then onto the chicane ahead of Brutus Maximus for the team from Warwick, who came very close to taking victory in acceleration, stopped only by the monumental entry that is Modena. Through the hairpin they go, Brutus Maximus. Are they maxing it on exit? They're keeping it fairly good, and through the slalom they go. Nicely looking there for the team from Warwick. If they can keep away from the cones, this will be a very tidy lap indeed and could even trouble the 60-second barrier as they head into the chicane. Watch the suspension as it rolls through the corners here. A bit of a jump through the surface change, but nothing too unsettled for Warwick. Away go Edith Cowan as well, but unfortunately that is a cone gone for Warwick. That's a real shame because this was looking very, very clean for the team from the University of Warwick. Through the hairpin they go, and in towards the Mansell Meander. They come through there, looking very good indeed. The time on the board then is going to be a 1:09.127. Looking incredibly quick out of the slalom, though, is Edith Cowan. Whatever problems they've had, they have bopped on their head, and through the chicane they go. On the approach to the high-speed section of the course, there's that second slalom you've got to contend with. There's only 2 cones, but it does unsettle the car. And in then to the not-so-straight and the Welsh wiggle before finally the Bales double apex. Very nicely held through there. The tail stepping out, and they drove it through nicely. This is excellent stuff then from Kian. Kian crossing the line with a time of 56.979.
Third place.
Into third place, but bear in mind, I didn't see a single cone lost there, and the top 2 teams have had cones. I don't think that will be penalised. That could be your fastest lap of the day without cones. Very well done to Kian. Away goes Southampton. Monty's just replied to us, hold my Tim Tam, watch this. Meanwhile, Southampton back with problems, sadly. The green light flashing on the roll hoop yet again. That will likely red flag this moment. A real shame then for a team that we know can do well. The comments coming in. What a driver, says Matt. Oh, damn, that was far, says DKN. Nisa says, go ECU. TM Boz says, Warwick suspension looks well-tuned. They're very planted. I completely agree. Anyone knows if Vermilion from DTU is going to have a go? I am wondering where Vermilion are. I haven't seen Vermilion. That's a surprise. We're not quite sure what's going on there.
I know Vermilion. I think some people from Vermilion are in the COS final.
Vermilion made it to the cost final.
Yes.
Excellent stuff for them. Monty, do you have any intel as to the location of Vermilion?
Admittedly, not right this second. However, quick question. Acceleration, we saw that their power was cutting out. Did they come out a second time later on, or was it only those first 2 attempts we saw in the morning?
Off the top of my head, I think it was those first 2 attempts. I'm not convinced maybe we did, but I'm not 100% sure.
Copy that. So the last I heard after those first 2 attempts was that there was a sensor issue with the car. So every time they were trying to go full throttle, it was cutting out. So if we haven't seen them back in acceleration since, they may have gone back to resolve it, and they did the runoff. They went and did the runoff as well. Okay, so they did more than 2 runs then. Fair enough. Thank you for clarifying, Jess. So they had sensor issues earlier. They may just be waiting until the track grips up, because it is getting warmer and warmer, and the later you leave it, in theory, the faster the cars should be going. That's my theory. I'm going to go and see if I can find out more for you guys.
Keep an eye out for Monty. He's got a beard and a loud shirt. Do talk to him. He's a wonderful person. So do let us know. He's giving you a funny look. You are a wonderful person. Accept it. Meanwhile, Southampton are being moved out the way. And here we go then for Kian behind the wheel of Edith Cowan. Currently in third, but mind you, those top 2 teams will have, unfortunately, got cone penalties. So I suspect Edith Cowan, which I think was a clean lap, will actually be the fastest lap that we've seen today on the eventual official timings so far. Can Edith Cowan beat their 56.979? I reckon they can, Jess.
I think they can. I think as soon as they got started, the car looked fast, and whatever problem they have fixed, touch wood, they seem to have resolved it. Can it last for the rest of the weekend? We have to wait and see. Of course, remember, we were saying it's their first time running a hybrid. They're in the top 3. Of course, they were in the top 3 in skid pad earlier on as well. So similar characteristics of what we see in the sprint. So as soon as Southampton get wheeled out the way, we are about to get going. And the revs are on, and they're underway.
Yeehaw! Off they go then, into turns 1 and 2 like nobody's business, sliding through like Tokyo Drift. A monumental start for Edith Cowan behind the wheel of a car I'm reliably informed is called Gwen, as they go through the chicane and on to Brutus Maximus. Are they going to kick the tail out through Brutus Maximus? Yes, there's a bit of sideways action through there. Onto the slalom now. RECU, absolutely monumental, keeping it incredibly clean. The hybrid-powered car dancing through the corners like the Bolero, but unfortunately there are cones gone there. Into the chicane now. Watch the suspension. It really does kick out. Bear in mind they've got that solid rear axle. There's no differential going on there. In hard cornering, one of the wheels will lift up. Don't be surprised to see it. Into the Bales hairpin now they go. Kicking it very sideways through there. Maximising the power. Look on the exit of the Mansell Meander. Bit of torque steer through there. There's another cone gone. And into the finish line with a 55.222.
They are the fastest time at the moment, but don't forget they'll get cones knocked off. But excluding cones, they have beaten the Basque Country.
Meanwhile, we've got a team we've been so looking forward to seeing. Glasgow Caledonian are underway. I'm going to hand you over to TJ from GCU, who founded the team and is very excited about this, as are the rest of the team as they erupt into applause.
Thank you, Giles. For the first time in 4 years of competition, we're about to see a Glasgow Caledonian University car take to the track. Now, the car might not be flying down the fastest as we would like it, but our plan is to bring it home, bring it safe, and get some points in dynamics. After a bit of a heartbreak during scrutineering, where we got all of our stickers and immediately lost 3 for a medium-sized mechanical mishap during the brake test, where one of the calipers decided to break. Now, fortunately, it's all back together. It's stopping, it's going, and it's actually cornering fairly all right for a car that was chucked together by a group that have never been on a Formula Student track before. And we've got Robbie McGregor at the wheel, driving a car that the team of which he was perhaps the second most long-serving member behind me. He came in the second year that I was there after we founded the team, and has been pushing it from a storeroom effort. The uni used to store the forklift in the room that we used to work with, and we had to work around it, using minimal tools, minimal support, and minimal materials. But now a well-supported team with GCU really supporting our Formula Student effort and showing that with a wee bit of can-do attitude and a genuine drive to do what everyone else is doing and get out there on the stage, you can put a car together too.
Oh, it is really brilliant to see. And that car handled so well out there on track. A good start lap, a 1:10.753. How did the team feel when they got through the final scrutineering today?
Oh, I don't think you've heard people scream like that in a while. An eruption is the description I would use. Both times, actually, the first time and the second. It always feels better to come back from a bit of a bitter edge when you think everything's gone a little bit wrong. The team really pulled together, pushed that car back into scrut, got it together, remade the brackets, rebled the system, dug out another caliper, and got it going. And it looks as if they're going to go straight in for their second run if we're lucky.
Yes.
And he's straight back out. He's screaming for it. And he kicks the tail out a little bit on the entry. Perhaps a bit too confident. Let's not stack it now, Robbie. I don't want to have to watch you pull that car backwards out of a barrier. And he's putting in quite a good show. Do you know what, actually? I'm quite impressed. I've been winding him up on doing a poor job on camera for about 4 years now. And I think he might be able to tell me that he told me so. Now, let's just hope that the car keeps on running as it is. And as we come round, how's he doing? He's actually keeping it quite clean. I was expecting more cones out of this. Don't tell him I said that. He'll cry.
Don't jinx it, because I know he'll have words to say you in the pits later on. It looks like a very tidy lap then for car number 42, Glasgow Caledonian, a team that have been looking so promising to get through scrutineering. A nice team to talk to yesterday when I was in scrutineering, and of course they made it through today after some troubles, and I have to say this is looking like quicker than their last lap. So what's it going to be as they go through the last few corners? This will be their first driver doing the end of their second run. I think that was a cone knot up to the line, and that is going to be, I don't see a time now. I didn't see what the time was.
I think it takes a while to add up that many cones at the end there.
Yeah, I did not see a time there.
Monumental time
106, 106.357, 4 seconds quicker.
Great stuff there from Glasgow Caledonian. TJ, congratulations. I know it's been a long time coming.
Thank you very much. It has been a long time coming. Fantastic to see.
Brilliant stuff. Exuberant exit from the Mansell Meander, and I love that corner. It always creates drama. It did in this case. They kind of lost it, but they held it nonetheless. Brilliant stuff from Robbie.
And he didn't jinx him on his lap as a comment, because I do that quite a lot in the sim racing. He didn't do it, so he didn't do the commentator's curse. Fair play.
Brilliant stuff from Robbie behind the wheel there. Robbie McGregor driving for GCU, their first entry in 4 years. Starting out in a storeroom. Big up to TJ who founded the team. And away then go one of our hot contenders for the overall event. Formula Student 2026 could go back to Italy as away go Modena. Sending it immediately, bit sideways through there. Taking a leaf out of Kian's book from ECU. These teams are incredibly well matched with an incredibly similar concept for their designs, and it's a case of execution and drivability now between the Australians and the Italians. Through the hairpin they come. Bit of sideways action. As I said, through Brutus Maximus onto the slalom. No troubles there. Here comes the high-speed section of the course now. Keep your eyes peeled for any cones through here, especially through this incredibly tight chicane. Watch this. Planted as anything, turning on a die. Excellent stuff there from Modena as they shriek through the surface change. I can't see any cones gone just yet. This could be their cleanest and most spectacular lap so far for Modena as they come through the final hairpin. Middling line through there. Watch for the Mansell Meander on the exit. Any tail step, just a tiny little bit to maximise the power, and across the line with a 54.472. Wow. It is the fastest time we've seen today, and possibly no cones either. Excellent stuff there from the Italians, as meanwhile Aberdeen are underway.
The second Scottish team out there on the circuit. Of course, they were struggling in acceleration, so as long as they get their car through plenty more corners than that, then they should be absolutely fine. Of course, it's a slower speed than what you do in acceleration, but I dig things too much. They're going a bit slower.
I can smell that from here, and that smells hot.
Yeah, I can smell the fumes there. The car is grinding to a halt.
Spotty dog. I'd call it hotty dog if I were you guys.
Yeah.
As they coax it now through Brutus Maximus, but there's not a lot of power.
I can smell it now.
Yeah, there's not a lot of power available there, and there is the distinct smell of a hot engine. You can see the haze in the background of the shot there at Copse Corner. The car is still going, but certainly gingerly, and I suspect there's a dashboard readout that's given the driver cause for concern, and they've eased off. I wouldn't be surprised if it was temperature. It smells warm, to say the least. I reckon you could fry an egg on that exhaust manifold there, as through they go into the chicane. It's still going to be a lap. The car is still going, but certainly not at the pace they were intending to go at. You can see the drop-off in speed between how they started and how they're continuing now as they head towards the not so straight and the Welsh wiggle. It's looking quite interesting here then for the University of Aberdeen. I'd love to know more, but unfortunately all we have right now is a car gingerly completing a lap. Jess, what have you got?
It's just a bit unfortunate to see Aberdeen there, but at least they're going to get a lap time on the board through into the last few corners. Obviously, it's not going to be representative, but it is a lap. It's not a DNF right now. It is currently a 150.312. They're on the board.
Wonderful stuff there for University of Aberdeen. It is a time on the board, and as we've said, a time on the board is more than can be said for a lot of the teams. 150.312. Zipping away then is Modena once more. Can they beat their 54.472 cleanly without any cones is the question. And they're charging on now, down through the course, through the chicane. The bus stop is a distant memory for them as they approach the Brutus Maximus hairpin. Holding it there and then kicking it out, one would hope, through the exit is the question. I'm getting dizzy from that camera angle there, guys. But through the slalom they go, almost like it wasn't there. They are sweeping through here effortlessly, dancing through the corners now onto this incredibly aggressive chicane through the fast section of the course. It's looking very planted into that second slalom now. What can they do here? They can do everything they need to, not slowing down an inch as they head now through the final hairpin of the course, the Bale hairpin, and through the Mansell Meander, dancing through the corners. It's an excellent lap, and it's going to be a 52.929. That is unbelievably quick.
And no cones gone. That was quicker than 2023, I'm almost certain.
Just staggered here in the commentary box, staggered here on Copse Corner. A round of applause from the stands, a round of applause on the hill. This is huge.
No cones, it looks like. So it looks like it's going to be the fastest time of the day. So Modena, I think it's second driver, get onto that hot seat. You are the fastest time now. We want someone in that hot seat at least.
We would like the Italians in the hot seat, please. Italians, Modena, please make your way to the hot seat. Meanwhile, the University of Greater Manchester, friends of us through their contribution to the sim racing is NCME. Hopefully we'll be able to see them. No, hang on. I think they're being wheeled away. I've spoken too soon, Jess.
We also got Manchester in the queue, the first team to pass scrutineering. In the queue, we also see, I think, Malta, and we got Exeter as well.
At the front of the queue, though. So the question is,
can they get their car started?
Are NCME being wheeled out of the way? There's a conversation going on between one of the team members and the driver. Are they being moved? I think it's something to do with throttle position and the air intake. You can see it there in between the green roll hoop. There's that little grey circle that you can see. That's the intake there. That's controlled by the throttle. As obviously as you open the throttle up, you put your foot down on the accelerator, it opens up to take in more air. And sometimes it's easier said than done. They're taking the nose cone off the Exeter car for reasons I'm not aware of, but suffice to say that is what is happening. They're checking something underneath there, but suffice to say, hopefully, we will be able to see Alex Pritchard behind the wheel of Exeter's entry before the end of the day. They were queued up and then they were immediately wheeled away before they'd had any chance to run. You can see Malta there waiting in the wings, as are Bizkaia, as are Manchester, but it's going to be the University of Greater Manchester headed to the line first. NCME being brought to the line under their own power, so good news for fans of NCME as they head up to the line. Being instructed to the line by the team of Marshals and Dynamic Volunteers.
Two Manchester teams that are going to be doing runs soon. This is going to be exciting.
Bit of a Manchester derby here on track at Silverstone. Who's going to be faster, NCME or University of Manchester? Manchester Stinger. We'll have to see. Meanwhile, plenty of support in the chat for Aberdeen from Angela, reminding everyone of the tortoise and the hare. She says, well done, Hunter, and the rest of the Aberdeen team. I think the Aberdeen cockpit is the hot seat, says Angela. It might well be based on the smell that we've had. Beautiful lap, well done, Modena, says Cole. Malta mentioned. Matthew's happy about that. Yes, well, I have to mention Malta because they're in the queue. Vermilion, where are you? I can see some of the team from Vermilion sat behind us, including a driver in overalls.
Yeah, I think Monty was going to find out what was happening with them.
I would like to know where Malta are, please. As away go the University of Greater Manchester. NCME are away. The graphic team might want to remove that one because if you call them Bolton, they'll kick off. They don't like it. You've got to call them NCME or University of Greater Manchester these days. It's been a name change. It's all quite official.
NCME Racing if it's their former student team.
Yeah,
NCME Racing are behind the wheel.
Away they go then and barreling on down to the Brutus Maximus hairpin. I say barreling, it's a fairly concise pace to say the least, but nonetheless it's still a pace and hopefully they'll be on for completing a lap as the driver gets to grips with both the car and of course the track. Now I am aware that these guys have overcome significant mechanical problems. Every single time they thought they'd fixed one thing, something else would rear its ugly head.
Oh, we spoke too soon. Giles said car is grinded to a halt just before we could see them in the commentary box. Can we
crying shame there for NCME, who are waiting in the haze of heat rising from the Silverstone tarmac and wondering what is next for them. Can they get the car back underway? The driver looking rather frustrated, judging by the body language. And looking to the left, looking to the right. Visor is up. I don't think they're expecting that car to get underway. There's a conversation taking place between the marshal and the driver, a nod of the head. I think they're asking to be wheeled away. We've seen this before, and it's gutting every single time. And we're seeing it again here with NCME. I don't think that car's going to get underway, Jess.
No, which is a shame. So I think they're going to get the members of the team to get their car wheeled out, and there will be a red flag, I think, for a moment, whilst we get that car. Oh no, they're going. Never mind.
Is that an inverse commentator's curse?
Yes.
We'll call it that.
Yeah, reverse psychology.
Precisely.
There you go. So there they go back on the circuit.
We're cleverer than we look in here. Anyway, NCME back underway. It won't be a fast time, but it will be a time, and that's what they need. Compared to a lot of teams, they've done incredibly well to get to this point. NCME coming through the final corners and across the line with a time of 15.095. As we've said, not representative, but they've nursed it home. There are problems somewhere in there, and they'll need to go and fix those. But it's a time on the board nonetheless. In fact, confidently, the driver's bringing it straight out to have another go.
Yes, they think they solved the problem then, is the University of Greater Manchester. So whatever the marshal has told them to do, it seems to be working, it seems. So it's time for their second run. They're going immediately then for driver 1 of the University of Greater Manchester.
Now, they've lost a lot of weight compared to last year. It was 272 kilos last year, and at their measurement, before the official weigh-in, so that's the data that I've got, their measurement was 201 kilograms. The engine running smoother and cooler, running on an alternative fuel, a 102 RON E0. That's 100% sustainable fuel, but no ethanol, pure petrol, in fact, and away they go. And that sounds better, I will say, straight off the line. That sounds more confident. Through turns 1 and 2, onto the bus stop they go. Keep an eye then. That's looking nice, I must say. Heading through the chicane they go, and onto the Brutus Maximus hairpin. It just looks a little bit ginger out of the chicane every single time. And by the time we get to the end of the hairpin and onto the slalom, it has looked previously a little bit sluggish, but here it's dancing.
Faster this time.
It's looking a lot better. Through they go onto the faster section of the course where the car's handling and speed is tested. The agility will pay dividends here. Through the chicane they go and on to the second slalom. On the approach now they come. Through the second slalom. Away go Exeter, by the way. Oh, hey, off go the Devonshire team. Through the slalom, through the not quite straight, and of course through the Welsh Wiggle and on to the Bales hairpin. And they've stopped at the Bales hairpin. That's a disaster for NCME. So close to completing a full lap, and that's a red flag out. That is a red flag out, and I think the driver is signalling that it's just dead. That's a real shame, especially for Exeter, who would have been hoping for a clean go of it. But unfortunately, they will be inhibited by this red flag. They'll have to bring it back round again. And they also do need to slow down under these red flags. Interestingly, because previously we have just run yellows in the case of an obstruction. But no, we're running reds this year. And the driver, Alex Pritchard, bringing the car to a stop in anticipation. NCME unable, by the looks of things, to get the car going. A crying shame for the University of Greater Manchester.
And with a team like that made it worked so hard to get through in the first place, looks like they got a few more gremlins that they need to fix, unfortunately.
It's been suggested this could be a BSPD problem for NCME. The driver confused with hand gestures over the dash, just asking what on earth to do. And that's, yeah, in fact, no, hang on, that's hand gestures from Exeter. That's Exeter, that's not NCME.
That's Exeter stop.
The car's dead. The car's dead, started. And that's less of a surprise than NCME.
That's the issue. What in low revs, it's harder for Exeter. As soon as they can't get the car going, perfect. But as soon as they have to stop, it doesn't seem they can't get the car restarted. They had the same problem yesterday.
As soon as that red flag came out, I did wonder whether that would be the case for Exeter, because that was just... As soon as that red flag was there, you could see it happening. Exeter coming to a stop and unable to get going again. Alex Pritchard frustrated behind the wheel. You could see the hand gestures, confused with the car's lack of response. We know they've had powertrain issues previously this week. They managed to post a time during acceleration, and both skip out as well, but they weren't particularly quick compared to certainly last year's effort from Exeter, which was monumental for them. The first time they had a car out in 10 years, the team from Exeter. Alex Pritchard having a conversation there with one of the marshals, rocking the car back and forth, potentially trying to get it into gear. Maybe it won't get into gear. That could be the problem there. That's typically what you do if the car won't go into gear, rocking it back and forth in the hope that a little bit of motion might give it some oomph and get it back into gear. Meanwhile, NCME, I believe, are in the hands of Mike Mansell being wheeled away. We've lost one of the screens here in the commentary box, so currently we only can see exactly what you can see on screens right now is NCME being wheeled out the way by Mike and Robin. And meanwhile, on the other side of the course, Exeter still having problems as Mike puts his back into it and gets the car out of the way. I believe Mike, who you can see on your screens there in the purple shirt, I believe he's running the London Marathon next year. So good luck to Mike for that one.
Good luck to anyone running the London Marathon.
Rather you than me. I saw what it did to my sister. I don't fancy that lifestyle. They're getting NCME out of the way. The question is, has Exeter's car restarted? I'm not 100% sure. No, is the answer to that one. They are still trying to rocket back and forth to get it into gear. And the driver, Alex, pointing at the dashboard. There's a display on the dashboard. He seems to know what he wants it to do. It just won't do it.
But it's just not doing it.
No, alas not, Jess, as the Marshal attempts to rocket back and forth and get it into gear.
It looks like University of Greater Manchester is being wheeled off, though.
Yes, indeed. They have actually posted the time there. Well, the fastest time is a 2:15.095, which is...
I don't think it will count, though, Giles.
No, that won't, but that was their last one, 2:15. They stopped for a long time. Talking of stopping for a long time, Exeter. I don't know when they're going to admit defeat here, and when they, or whether they're just going to keep rocking it back and forth in the hope of finding a gear somewhere.
If this happened in endurance tomorrow, this will be them out. So let's hope that they fix it ahead of tomorrow.
Hello, Mr. Dangerfield. How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Looking good so far.
Excellent stuff. And what do you reckon the temperature is right now?
I think there's a lot of teams that are looking really, really good here, and actually some of the reliability is probably better than we were expecting. So I'm thinking it's looking pretty good.
The competition is hot, and as is the circuit. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm beginning to feel a little bit clammy.
Yeah, it is getting to that end of the day now where everything's getting a bit serious. We've got 9 waiting on for the sprint at the moment now, so everyone's keen to get this red flag cleared and get out there and start doing the unlimited laps.
Yes, indeed. Exeter, if I were you, I would potentially try and get out of the way before 9 teams come and lynch you. I can't imagine they're feeling particularly patient in the current weather conditions. The Marshals have attempted to rock that car into gear, and it's just not worked, and I think now is the time to admit defeat, Exeter, if I were you.
Yeah, but it looks like it is a bit of a shame, of course, because they did all they can to try and fix the technical gremlins from yesterday, but I think that's more that they got to fix on that car.
Yes, that will be wheeled away shortly. I wonder whether perhaps the reason it hasn't been wheeled away yet is that they can't get it to move because it's stuck in neutral rather than in first. Yes. It won't move anywhere. That could well be an issue. I wonder whether perhaps that's why this car is taking so long to clear from the circuit. I think they finally managed it. There was some freewheeling underway there. Alex, no doubt frustrated. Last year's most entertaining driver span it on the exit of the Mansell Meander. And thank goodness for Sheffield Hallam for avoiding a head-on collision. So big up to Sheffield Hallam there as well. But just for sheer entertainment and silliness, we did give it to Mr. Alex Pritchard. Meanwhile then, I mean, there have been some really entertaining drivers today. I mean, really entertaining. It's going to be very difficult to choose tomorrow, isn't it, Jess?
I think I've got quite a few already that are top contenders, but I'm not going to say much at all. Well, to say how many
Here
tomorrow.
then is the lineup. So we've got Malta, we've got Manchester, we've got Staffordshire, we've got Cambridge, we've got, I think, that is Edith Cowan again. I think we've also got Bizkaya there. We've also got Yui. It really is hotting up here. The time on my watch reads 7 minutes past 4. I believe this event is due to finish at 6 o'clock, Jess.
Yeah, 6 o'clock. That's it.
Plenty of time to get through this, but as the unlimited runs kick up, we are going to see these cars going round and round again as they try and get the fastest time by sacrificing their most recent fast time. And herein lies the strategy and the drama, and boy howdy, am I looking forward to it.
It's like acceleration. The final few moments are the most nerve-wracking for a lot of the teams, especially the teams that are near the front and want to pretty much win sprint, and they want to be starting at a decent position tomorrow. So Exeter has been rolled through. They've gone off the circuit. So we've got one team that's being wheeled through. That looks like it's Manchester that is going to be going in for some runs then. The car that first passed scrutineering on Thursday at 6 o'clock, just as scrutineering closed. And what a great story it was. They were electric the last few years and they moved back to internal combustion. Will this be a decision that's paid off for them? They had some extensive testing last night, and they look to go very, very well. Will we see them do well? Earlier on, we saw Greater Manchester not do well, but away they go.
Oh, there's a loss of frustration there immediately from the driver from the University of Manchester, slapping his hands on the dash in frustration off the line. It powered away and then died, and there is a big problem for a team we were expecting great things from. They were first through scrutineering this week, and of course they paid us a visit at Acceleration and Skid Pad, and they looked very, very competent there as well. And unfortunately, they are suddenly struggling right here on the line, and I think the marshals and the dynamic volunteers have been called over. The car's not going anywhere. That is not the start that the University of Manchester will have wanted, Jess.
Do you think that it's because it's getting hotter in the car and also on track? Do you think it might be just struggling with the engine temperatures?
I can smell warm engines, Jess, and I'm beginning to wonder whether these temperatures are causing issues with these cars, in that they've potentially there's sensors that are tripping, causing them to kill off because the engine temperature is rising above a set level, because the ambient temperature is so much higher than what we've seen previously here at Silverstone.
Which is why, of course, earlier on they were fine because the temperature was a lot cooler. So could we see tomorrow the teams that are going to be the slowest at early on in the day when it's cooler potentially survive more than what maybe the faster teams potentially? We don't know, potentially.
No, indeed. Meanwhile, comments coming through from Twitch saying, Giles, shout out to that marshal by the Exeter car. It's Jason Matthews, UE faculty advisor. So big up to him.
Don't forget they're volunteers.
Yeah, precisely.
They do a lot here at Silverstone.
Robin pulling the stranded University of Manchester car out of the way. Big effort. Come on, lean into it, Robin. You got this. I don't know why poor Robin's having to deal with the heavy bit. Why not give it to Mike? He's got the arm strength, bless him. But there we are. Here we go then. As out of the way come Manchester. Current.
So we'll just be confirming then Modena are fastest with a 52.929, and it's Edith Cowan in second. Don't forget it's excluding cone penalties with a 55.222. Then we've got Biscaya with a 56.643. Staffordshire 57. Oh, no, that's last lap. Never mind. So we've got Modena, Edith Cowan, Basque Country, Staffordshire, Malta. Then we've got Surrey in 6th place, doing very well for them. Warwick in 7th. Glasgow Caledonian in 8th place, doing very well for them as well. Then we've got West of England, UE in 9th. Sheffield Hallam in 10th. Then we've got Oxford in 11th. And we've got Leeds in 12th, Birmingham City in 13th, Aberdeen in 14th, and that's it. That's all the teams that have got a clean lap in. Looks like Exeter are going to have another go at things, and they're underway.
Here we go then for the team from Devon, launching off the line into turns 1 and 2. Unfortunately, having spoken to the team, the words mechanical sympathy don't translate into whatever language it is that Alex speaks. So whatever we're going to see here, it's not going to be sympathetic to the car's troubles that we've seen over the course of the week. Whether that pays off or not, I don't know. But into the hairpin that we're calling Brutus Maximus, on the way out of it now they come. And headed towards the slalom. Bear in mind, this slalom gets tighter as the teams progress. Dancing through the corners is the team from Exeter. No aero to speak of, just making sure the cooling is rated a lot higher than it was last year. They were expecting to overheat last year. It's a good job that they've paid attention to their problems from last year, because it's a lot hotter here now, 12 months later at Silverstone. As Exeter carry on their way, this is looking good, I must say, into the fast-paced section of the course, through the 2-cone slalom now. Into the final hairpin they come. The Bales hairpin posing no issue for Exeter, and on to the Mansell meander. Will they lose it here? No, Alex holds it cleanly onto the last corner and through along the line, and the time is a 109.457. It's a poorly car, and they are very pleased with that.
Just getting car after their technical gremlins. Brilliant stuff. And a car 51 are going out, and Modena, if you're in the paddock, we want your driver that set the time of a 52.929 to get into that hot seat.
Where are you, Italy? We need you. Meanwhile, this is really quite interesting. It's a low-slung driving position for Full Blue Racing from Cambridge. And I just feel like the driver may not necessarily be able to see the end of the car from here because it does rise up to accommodate the suspension. And I'm not quite sure how much of the front end of the car that driver can see, which may be a little difficult in some of the more high-speed corners, which are fairly tight. And if you get wrong, you will incur cone penalties. Having said that, I'm not quite sure Cambridge are going fast enough to incur those cone penalties. It's worth getting a time on the board, but we know this car can go a lot faster and usually does, so there may be issues, but the speed is picking up. This could well be a sighting lap. We'll have to stick around and find out. Into the higher speed section of the course, if they choose to increase the speed, we'll have to see. Through the chicane they go, and on to the not quite so straight, the Welsh Wiggle, and of course that double slalom now. 2 cones, it's all it takes to unsettle the car and the drivers, but it is looking quite sluggish, I can't lie. I'm hoping this is a sighting lap rather than a need for mechanical sympathy as they head in towards that final hairpin, the Bales hairpin at the bottom of the course. Through they come into the Mansell Meander now. Watch out for the exit. I don't think they're carrying enough speed for it to trouble them. No, this is going to be very clean indeed from Cambridge as they head across the final corner and across the line with a time of 1. I'm hoping 1. Give it a 1. Hold, please, cooler. What's it going to be there? A time. It took some time, X amount of time. I mean, they're Cambridge. They can work out what X is. Yeah,
it's not saying what time it is.
We're not been given a time there, unusually. I'm not quite sure why that is. Very odd. It's not even coming up on the screen here in the commentary box. It must have taken a amount of time. You can't just do it in no time at all. But, I mean, Modena have tried and almost succeeded. I mean, 52 is no time at all. But that took some time from Cambridge. We're just not sure how much.
No, it looks like a conservative lap, it looked like. But I think they're going to go again.
A big shout out to Modena, by the way. The hot seat is yours. Please, please come and claim it on the hill at Copse Corner. Please come and claim the hot seat, Modena. We are waiting for you.
Not just the driver. Can we have the
whole team?
The whole team.
The whole team, or representatives of the team, if you're busy working on the car. But we would love to hear from you.
Or they might be in static finals. We don't know.
But we'd love to see from you. Just somebody from Modena, please come and sit in the chair. Meanwhile, up to the line come Cambridge. We'd love to tell you what their last time was, but we don't currently have it, I'm afraid.
Maybe they missed a timing beam or something.
Can't have done. You can't miss that timing beam. You've got to start the track, unless they can't have done. They just can't.
No, exactly.
Not sure what's gone on there, but suffice to say, interesting stuff coming there from Cambridge. Malta waiting in the wings. Edith Cohen in the queue as well.
It is getting a bit cooler in some parts of the circuit, but Cambridge are going through. They passed the timing beam and they were struggling to get the car started, Giles, but they're going through.
Off they go then. Do Cambridge into turns 1 and 2. A ginger start. Couldn't quite find the revs and the gearing, but they've got it into gear now. And away they go. I heard the scream, the wail, the beep of an electric motor under power. So Malta are lining up clearly as through the chicane goes Cambridge and on to the Brutus Maximus hairpin, and through it they go with relatively calm pace, shall we say.
But it's better than them stopping and having posting no time at all. It looks like a lot faster than the last lap from the University of Cambridge, of course. They were going at a leisurely pace when they were going through Screw yesterday and a bit of this morning. So just for them to be at Silverstone is an amazing feat. So through they go. Looks like the drivers found a bit more confidence than what we saw in the last lap earlier on. So it's going to be interesting to see well, we don't know what time they posted. So I think whatever lap time they're going to post is going to be very good indeed. A few more corners to go, and it seems to be very tidy.
Very tidy indeed. Coming up to the Mansell Meander, not carrying enough speed for it to really be a problem, which is probably good news. Across the line then, come Cambridge with a time. Are we going to get a time? Of 1:26.384.
15th at the moment.
In the words of Cambridge, because you know how it is. Jolly good show.
Yeah, that. Honestly, we didn't know their first time.
We've had Oxford, we've had Cambridge, we've had Exeter.
We had Surrey.
And we've had Surrey. It's the who's who of Waitrose and M&S.
And we also had Aberdeen and Glasgow Caledonian. We've had people from all over the UK and across the world.
Indeed.
So who's next
Malta
then?
are
Malta.
next. Malta are next. Exeter are waiting in the background there. I'm not sure what they're intending to do, but away goes Malta. Lightning fast, as evidenced by the nose cone. Squealing through that second corner with the tail stepping out. Can they control it and keep a clean lap going is the question. Into the chicane ahead of the Brutus Maximus hairpin. Looking very tidy through there. No such trouble so far by Cones, but it does remain to be seen. How much power are they going to carry on exit from here? Looking very nice on exit from the hairpin and into the slalom, dancing through there. That's turning on a die, is the car from Malta. This is looking incredibly quick, but nonetheless also incredibly clean, which is exactly what they need. Into the chicane they come. Looking brilliant through there, I've got to say, as they come into view of us here in the commentary box, through the high-speed section of the course, onto the second slalom, into the not quite so straight, and the Welsh wiggle before the Bale hairpin at the bottom of the course. Here it comes, middling line. A lot of teams have settled on that one. What are they going to do through the Mansell meander? Bit of tail spin, tiny little bit, very well controlled. Here comes the line, and across the line they come with a time of 1:02.001. And I've got to say, in the very last moments of that lap, it almost looked like they eased off.
Yeah, it looked a bit slow on the power there. They were very consistent throughout the lap, but they just got to the end and lost a bit of power there. But Exeter are going to go again then. Is that their first driver or their second driver?
I'm not quite sure whether this will be their second run technically, because their last one was red flagged, but then they couldn't get it going again when they stopped because of the red flag.
Oh, wait, hang on a minute. They're getting their car wheeled back, it looks like.
And is this going to be the same gearing problem? Because there are a lot of people who are very impatient behind, unfortunately. With all the love in the world to
it's the
Exeter.
same problem. They're rocking to make sure they can get the car into gear.
Oh dear, that's not gone well for Exeter. But no, they've got it out of the way. Good stuff. There's something is not right with that car. Something could be many things. I couldn't possibly comment.
There could be a lot of things, Giles. We hope they could get it fixed. We hope that a lot of people could get their cars fixed with the gremlins that they have, of course. But Modern is still leading by a few seconds, Edith Cowan, but we've got quite a lot of comments in the live chat.
We've got an absolute legend, a former commentator here at Formula Student commenting from Sam. And I can reliably give you some answers for you, Sam. Have Oxford Brooks got a helicopter? No, they don't. Have Oxford Brooks got a working accumulator? We're not quite sure. Is Hertfordshire orange? Hertfordshire is orange. Hertfordshire is not through scrutineering. And leading the Celtic Cup, as we have it here, the fastest Celtic team, I would suggest, is probably Glasgow Caledonian. Away then go Malta.
That looks fast.
Carrying a lot of speed on the exit of turn 2 and into the chicane they go. Sideways through there. Taking a leaf out of the book of ECU and Modena. Turn right to go left. Rally it sideways and through the hairpin they are going. Very nicely done here. Not a lot of speed that you could carry through that exit. And onto the slalom. Dancing through there yet again. Haven't seen any cones gone, I will admit. So this is looking on for a very fast time from Malta. Squealing and just holding on right on the limit there. The Maltese team slightly sideways, but just enough to keep the momentum going without overcooking it. Really impressive stuff as they go through the second slalom now. Through the Welsh wiggle and onto the Bales hairpin. Excellent stuff here. Perfectly primed and placed through the hairpin, through the Mansell complex. Not a lot of torque steer through there. Across the line, and the time is a 58.576. They are over the moon with that, cheering here at Copse Corner.
I believe that was a sub 1 minute time. They've gone into the 58th, which is a massive time. They moved them, well, stayed in 5th place, and they're not far off Staffordshire as well. That's about a second between themselves and Staffordshire. And speaking of Staffordshire, they want to do something about that to try and increase the gap to Malta and try and see if they can close in on Bizkaya and Edith Cowan. Maybe Modena as well, but that's going to be a tall order. But Staffordshire are a team that are taking advantage of the unlimited runs. We'll see what they can do here.
Staffordshire are on for a really good time if they can just keep it clean. It's an incredibly powerful car, but in doing so, it does step out a bit, and in doing so, you kind of lose time through those cone penalties. Hello to the media officer from ECU who's on the other side of the fence. directly in front of us. Meanwhile, here's John Dangerfield having a look at the timing screens here. The time, we'll recap it for you very, very quickly as we wait. In fact, no, I've got to talk about Staffordshire because here they come and they are away. And you've got to keep your eyes on this team because this is one of the home hopes for the title here at Formula Student 2026. The question is, can they keep it clean? This is looking a little more reserved from Staffordshire than we've seen earlier. Once more under the breach indeed as they head towards that hairpin. The key here is going to be keeping it clean as opposed to speed. We know they're quick, but every time they go fast, there's a lot of cones picked up along the way. They've got to be both precise and quick. This is looking like both as they head towards the chicane now. Watch how it dances through here. How does the suspension perform? Looking very, very good indeed, I must say. Keeping that contact patch on all 4 tyres. Coming past us here in the commentary box onto the high-speed section of the course. The not quite straight and the double slalom here. Into it they go through the Welsh Wiggle and then in onto the Bales hairpin. Only the Mansell Meander to contend with now. Don't carry too much speed here, I would, otherwise you'll lose time recovering. They've done so through the final corner and across the line with a 105.462. Nowhere near their fastest, but having said that, it is their cleanest.
Yep, no codes, not, and I wonder if it's just their second driver getting a bit of an eye on it at the moment. But here is Edith Cowan University with their next driver then going to do another run. Well, their first run. Their first one looked very, very good. Of course, they have technical gremlins earlier, which seemed to have fixed itself. They're going to be getting ready very, very soon. But Staffordshire, they got a lot of work to do if they want to beat the likes of the University of the Basque Country, which is their nearest competitor in Formula Students so far. Of course, we have many teams that are going through static finals at the moment. Best of luck to all of them.
Here we go then, looking out onto Copse Corner with Edith Cowan behind the wheel of one of the contenders for Formula Student 2026, and away they go, and they have got down to beat a 52.929 as set by Modena. As we reckon it in the commentary box, that was clean, so they need a clean lap that gets close to that 52 from Edith Cowan if they can be in the hopes of taking sprint and those 100 points. Evenly matched are the 2 cars from Edith Cowan and Modena. Through the slalom go Modena, a little bit sideways. I believe it's Callum behind the wheel in this instance as he heads towards the chicane, dancing it through the corners as previously with Kean behind the wheel. It does look slightly less aggressive, but nonetheless it's a really quick car with a livery inspired by the current livery worn by the Mercedes Grand Prix Formula 1 team. As they pile down towards that hairpin, through the hairpin they come. This could be a case of looking so clean it's even quicker than we imagine. Little bit of torque steer on the exit of the Mansell Meander. Across the line, a 57.072. It's not enough. Not enough for the 52.929 set by Modena.
I'm just trying to see what their fastest time, and it's nowhere near their fastest time either, but they'll go soon shortly. But before that, University of the Basque Country are going to have another go. They think that they can beat Modena. Well, we're going to have to wait and see if they can beat Modena. 52.929 to beat. The Basque Country held the top spot for quite a bit until Modena managed to beat that. In our opinion, those are the 2 teams to beat in Formula Student 2026 are Modena and the Basque Country of Vizcaya. They're going to the track at the moment with the EV. We can't tell when they're about to start, and here they're underway, and that looks like a clean start from the Basque Country. They just got to make sure they keep it clean.
52.929 to beat. Looking slow there. That's not looking like a quick time at all. The green light's on the roll hoop, and this could be a big problem then for the University of the Basque Country. Last year's title winners here at Formula Student, and unfortunately the red flag is out and the car has come to a stop. It's lost power. The green light on the roll hoop, the last thing the Spaniards will want to see. And unfortunately for them, this suggests big problems, and that expression is not a good expression. A head back against the headrest for the driver from the Basque Country, gutted, suggesting that this isn't the case of just turning it off and turning it on again. Do we have problems for the University of the Basque Country? They were running in contention alongside previous title holders ECU and Modena. Looking down at the dashboard, is the driver now hoping beyond hope to get it underway, but resigning themselves to potential defeat here on this occasion. It doesn't look hopeful for the University of the Basque Country as the
They've been
green
looking
light...
good all weekend as well. They were very reliable, and sometimes technical gremlins could just plague you at the moment that you least expect, unfortunately. So
Here comes the sight that none of these teams want to see. I mean, I'm a bit disturbed by that sight on occasion myself. Mike and Henry on the way to collect the car. I'm allowed to say that I went to university with them. So here they come to recover the University of the Basque Country's car. Not the result this team will have wanted. They were hoping to trouble the number 1 position, currently running in 3rd place, but I suspect that will be inhibited by cone penalties, a 55.606, their fastest time. Not to mention we're doing the unlimited runs, so they may well have sacrificed that fastest time to go again. So it's all to play for with the Basque Country. The pressure right on them, and as you can see from the body language of the driver, gutted when the car ground to a halt. Currently occupying 3rd place, behind their closest rivals, Edith Cohen and Modena.
And Staffordshire.
Staffordshire are right behind them, Jess, indeed. And unfortunately for them,
yeah,
Basque
that's
Country...
going to be a bit of a problem. We do have an update from Monty, Giles. Monty!
Hello guys, been doing a bit of a roaming round in the pit, so news for you. Vermilion are working on a fix. They should be out soon, fingers crossed. University of Bath, we've been watching them push their car around and round in circles, presumably to charge a battery. University of Exeter, they were running on those sprints with about 1/8 of the oil pressure that they need, so they're going to go and resolve that and hopefully have a nice working engine for their next attempt. And commiserations to the University of Basque Country, of course known as Biscaya. If you guys give me back my shirt, I will tell the gods to give you back your power. Back to you guys.
Monty, could you do us a favour? Water or of some kind, or potentially iron brew would be very welcome.
A what?
Water of some kind, or
water.
even iron brew.
You want water or iron brew?
Yes, please.
Yes, sire. Coming right up, sire.
I can't really go anywhere, can I? Anyway, back on track, you can see plenty of cars queuing up for their runs on...
Multiple runs. Oh, we got Lancashire.
Lancashire are back. I mean, crikey Moses. When I asked for water, I wasn't expecting to be waterboarded with the stuff. Struth, he's come in with one of those office water containers. Meanwhile, John Dangerfield has actually supplied something a little more useful in the sense of 2 bottles of water. But
Mine
I must
is
say,
far more useful. That's 10 litres of water. Surely you can get
what am I supposed to do with that?
Drink it.
How?
Like any human being would. Chug it.
You want me... I'm going to drown on land, Monty.
Cheers, Giles.
I rest my case. I should point out, by the way, that the reason we're all here is because we're free. Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Cheryl isn't free. Cheryl is available for all of your social media needs, shall we say. She's available as Mayuki Panda.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Hooray!
Actually, on that note, whilst we're waiting for Lancashire to get underway, if anyone fancies following us on Instagram, it's @Giles_Cosgrove and @JessGames95.
There we go. That's a cheeky plug. And if you want to follow Formula Student on Instagram, it's Formula Student as Lancashire. That looks a bit more speed than what we saw in acceleration. But I'm not going to count my chickens because every time I say something good about a team, they tend to lose it. So, of course, they were having some issues earlier on in the day, but as they make their way through the first part of the course, that they were a team that got through scrutineering quite quickly yesterday. We'll see if they can make it way through the sprint today. Getting a lap time on the board for Lancashire is a lot better than, obviously, DNF are not setting a lap time on the board at all as they make their way through the slalom. That looks like a tidy sight of lap for Lancashire, probably a lot faster than we saw the other teams. So whatever issues that they probably had seems to have fixed themselves for Lancashire. Oh, the way that they handled the slalom, looking very, very planted for car 46. No cones have been knocked so far, touch wood, for that team, and I think their team are going to be absolutely delighted. Final few corners they go for Lancashire, and what time is it going to be for their first time on the sprint? It's looking like their best run of the day, of course, because acceleration, well, they couldn't get their car going as much. Up to the line, a 1:10.316. They'll be happy with that.
Excellent stuff there for the University of Lancashire. Update from the pits. The Basque Country have suffered from a software error. They're hoping it can be fixed. Surrey underway for their second lap. as they head out on through the first and second corners into the chicane, and looking a little bit ginger compared to their previous lap, I must say. In response to the questions asked of us by Sam, we'll get back to you in a moment, Sam. I'm just wanting to keep an eye on Surrey right now, because this is looking uncharacteristic of a team that we saw post a very competent first lap for the first time in several years, getting a car out on track. So this is either a new driver getting to grips with the car, or there may be something causing concern.
It is their second driver.
It is their second driver, so there's a bit more confidence in the fact that this could well be a sighting lap, and
yes,
as we've evidenced previously.
You saw that earlier with the first driver's lap as well.
No judgment from me when it comes to driving slow, as we've seen on previous VT over the years. There's a reason I'm in here and not in the cockpit.
And I can't drive because I need a driving licence. Anyway, Lancashire on for their second run for driver one.
Lancashire away. All eyes on Surrey, though. They come back into view here in the commentary box. What can they do here with this car now? Through the second slalom they've gone, no problems there. Through the not quite straight and onto the Welsh Wiggle before we arrive at the Bales hairpin. Slowing right down for this one, taking that middling line that so many drivers have taken. Not many taking advantage of the possible wide line. Through the Mansell meander and across the line go Surrey with this sighting lap for driver number 2. And that's going to be a time then of 1:41.422. Meanwhile, Lancashire is looking very, very good for them as they head through that second slalom and onto the end of the course, onto the Bales hairpin they come. Through they go then, carrying not enough speed, I think, to trouble the Mansell meander. And yes, indeed, that's very clean through there, through the final corner, and across the line with a time of 1:05.017, and that puts them into 8th.
That is a good time. Just pipped Glasgow Caledonian by a second and a half there. So whatever they fix in that car, I think must have worked for Lancashire. Of course, that's going to score them some good points. Looks like Surrey are going to probably do another lap for their second driver. Hopefully for us, it's just getting a sighter lap because, of course, they haven't had much track time. And hopefully they could go fast.
And
that looks a lot faster.
There we go. That looked to be a sighting lap then, and straight into turns 1 and 2. Although right, maybe back to that slightly ginger pace. But then again, you've complete endurance, and you've got significant points compared to a lot of the teams. So if they're being sympathetic mechanically and just being cautious, I certainly wouldn't blame them as they head into the chicane and on into the hairpin. Come through the hairpin now.
It looks like leisurely once again then.
It does look like they're taking their time. I won't lie to you, but they've spent so long trying to get to this point, year upon year upon year of heartbreak and close calls, but never quite getting a car out on track. And I can understand the intention of keeping it calm. Meanwhile,
Glasgow Caledonian is back on track, Giles.
They are indeed making a lot of noise as they arrive out on track in doing so. And there's a team I don't think are going to keep it particularly calm. They're Glaswegian after all. I should know, being half Glaswegian myself. Big up to them. Meanwhile, big up to Surrey, who have got a car out on track for the first time in several years, and they are looking very good in the process. It isn't the fastest that we've seen from this team. In fact, the fastest that we've seen from Surrey put them up into 6th position, and they've stayed there for quite a while at 1:04.425, and that looked clean as well, so we know they can go faster. I'm hoping that this is just a case of a driver being cautious rather than a mechanical problem inherited from that fast time earlier that they're trying to contend with now. So fingers crossed for Surrey as they come over the line.
And 1:27.973 was their fastest time.
Their latest time.
Well, their slowest time actually for Surrey, but it's their time currently. But while Surrey will go back. So that's their 4 runs done then. They will be doing unlimited runs soon if they have time. Glasgow Caledonian are making their way through. I believe it's with their second driver because their first driver ran earlier on, up through the final few corners. And again, this could be a sighter lap for Glasgow Caledonian. And what's it going to be? It is a 1:16.7. So yeah, it was a sighter lap for Glasgow Caledonian.
They'll be getting ready to go again. University of Leeds, talking of going again, are on the line.
As John's saying, there's quite a lot of teams wanting to go again to either get their unlimited runs in or get their second driver in. There is some tough competition in the sprint as we head into the last hour and a half. Don't forget, as soon as 6 o'clock happens, that's when it stops. So they got to get going very, very quickly. And here are Leeds then as they make their way through into the first turn.
It just revs so high before they change gear. The gear ratios on that car, really interesting. Cone gone then for the University of Leeds into turn 1, out of turn 2 now, and on through the bus stop and headed to the chicane. Sam Collins asking, question for commentators, if endurance ends up early tomorrow, will there be additional runs with rules made up by that Dangerfield/Danger Mouse bloke and the commentators? Yes, there will be, because that's what we like
there will be some runs for a bit of fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll do some wacky races. I mean, Monty's got a wacky races shirt on somewhere. Anyway, meanwhile, Leeds out on track, headed through into this faster section of the course. Oh dear, cone gone there, car unsettled. I suspect either by the cone or the transition in surface underneath. Bear in mind that you're transitioning from the actual tarmac of the Grand Prix course to the runoff area, which isn't surface quite the same, and these cars are quite small and therefore susceptible to the change in surface beneath them and very sensitive to that as they go through the second slalom now and well into the not quite straight, the Welsh wiggle. I can't believe I've got to say that, but that's what the marshals have called it. And then in through the Bales hairpin. Looking, oh, they lost a lot of speed on the exit of the Bales hairpin, unfortunately did Leeds there. In through the Mansell meander, very cautious through there, and across the line with a time then of, drumroll please.
It is a 1:23.899 for Leeds. As we're seeing Oxford being wheeled in to start their lap time, and there they go.
Off goes Oxford. Now they'll be hoping to beat Cambridge, and Cambridge have set a time of 1:26.384. Can Oxford compete with that? Well, yes, they can. In fact, their fastest time is a 1:08.904. So currently in the race between Oxford and Cambridge, Oxford are leading. If you keep up with the boat race.
It's not Oxford Brookes, it's University of Oxford, just yes. For those of you that are watching at the moment. Oxford Brookes still yet to run. They're still having some problems, but hopefully we will see them on track soon. Hopefully we'll see Vermilion on track soon as well. 24 cars have passed break, and we've only had 20, so we're waiting for 4 more cars to get onto the circuit.
University of Leeds coming past us in the commentary box. You may be able to hear it in the background, but right now you're with University of Oxford as they come back into view of the commentary box. This is looking like it could well be a very strong lap for the university from one of the great cities of the UK, in fact one of the oldest universities in the world, the University of Oxford, as they come through the Bale hairpin and into the Mansell meander. Across there they go with no issues whatsoever through the final corner, across the line then, and the time is going to be a 1:11.979.
3 seconds slower than what they did, but they got a car going. Now this is good. Now Leeds with their second run with their second driver, as it looks like it's a bit more comfortable with this one, and that was a cone, that was just not. I was almost certain of it, and of course there were Leeds, I think.
There's a cone under there, Jess. There is still a cone under that
left
left front tyre.
It's not going to look good for their suspension, is it?
Possibly not. It's going to drag, certainly. It's going to inhibit this time. They may end up actually challenging the guys from Staffordshire for furthest travelled cone, but they've slowed right down,
they got a
and they've collected
one.
several cones in the process of this. It's not going to be the perfect lap that Leeds were looking for, and in fact they've got cones everywhere. They've got cones on their front left and their front right, and it's really slowing them down, and they can't corner as a result. They've lost steering because the cones are jamming the steering arm, and that is an end to this lap, I suspect, for Leeds. They tried to get the car restarted. It stalled as they lowered the revs in the hope of turning it through the final corner. That didn't happen, and this is going to be a problem for Leeds on this lap. I suspect they'll be able to get some help, get the car manoeuvred out of the way and get the cones, or in fact they might well just be able to get the marshals to pull the cones out from underneath it. That's always an option.
So they could get the car out.
Yes, I think it's inhibiting the steering, which meant that they couldn't go anywhere but straight, and I don't think they want to do a Wuhan University. The red flag waving there for this moment during the session. Luckily, though, this red flag should be a lot cleared a lot sooner than the intense rain that we had last year.
And luckily, no cars out there on the track, so their laps won't be aborted this time. So I think there's some cones that are trying to get off, according to that.
I do feel for the chap in purple who's just got to wave the cone. Well, not wave the cone, wave the red flag continuously in this heat until they get this car cleared, because that red flag will last as long as the car is obstructing the course. But that means the poor chap in purple waving the red flag has just got to continuously wave it. And in this heat, you'd be surprised how quickly that's going to get to you. So fair play for that one. In fact, all the marshals waving those red flags. They've got, especially the poor chap on the left of your screens there, in the orange boiler suit. It must be boiling in those. So big up to the Motorsport UK Marshals. Thank you very much indeed to them for their time, and also big up to all the volunteers for the IMECI here at Formula Student for making this event possible. Meanwhile, what isn't possible right now, apparently, is moving Leeds' car, because there are cones stuck underneath it and it's not going anywhere anytime soon, which is a real shame. But there's a bit of elbow grease being applied to shift the car off the cones and get them out from under there, and hopefully that will allow the steering to return, and then they can get the car shifted. But do bear with us whilst we attempt to clear that. In the queue, plenty of cars, including University of Aberdeen. They're back. UE are back for another bite of the apple, or the cherry. We weren't quite sure already. Is it another bite of the apple, or is it another bite of the cherry? Do let us know in the comments.
Or both. They got one of the cones leads, it looks like. They're going to try and get the other one now, because I do see a green one.
Yeah, there was a green one on the right, yellow one on the left.
Yes.
Orphic Bobbles asking, when's Birmingham? Orphic, I don't know. Mohammed asking, what about the Algerian team? Again, I don't know. Has the Algerian team's turn come yet? It's not a case of turns, it's a case of actually getting through scrutineering, and I suspect the team from Algeria have not got through scrutineering, so we can't give them a turn until they've passed all the safety checks, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Leeds are back underway and across the line. That's going to be a very slow time, Jess.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. They may have ripped it off of the timing board because it was aborted. That's a real shame for Leeds. What happened there, we suspect, is the cones got jammed under the steering arm and they couldn't make any further progress. But they are pulling away now, our Leeds, I suspect, for an inspection of that suspension. Both front right and front left affected by that one there. Meanwhile, Aberdeen on the line. UE waiting in the wings. Currently top of the timing boards provisionally. We've got 52.929 from Modena. We suspect that was a clean one. In second, Edith Cowan, 55.222. Again, a clean one. The fastest UK team is Staffordshire with a 57.477.
Oh, look at that on the top of the commentary box.
Very nice. There's a duck on top of our box. So if you hear a shout duck, don't drop to your knees. You're fine. University of Aberdeen on the line then. I'm not quite convinced about Staffordshire's fastest time. I think that's without cone penalties, so that may be subject to change. Don't take our word for it. These are all provisional here in the box right now.
It's the same on FS stats as well. If you look at it on FS stats, that's without cone penalties as well, if you are looking on that. And you could also see the results from acceleration and skid pad from earlier on to find out which teams have done well there.
So we've got an hour and a quarter of the event left. You can see in the queue we've got UE, we've got Warwick, and away goes
Birmingham.
Aberdeen. Birmingham are finally in the queue, so good news for them. GCU in the queue there as well. Bizkaya, but right now on track we've got more Scotland. We've got Aberdeen. Oh, Scotland, goodness gracious, my English is appalling. Through the chicane they go, and on the approach to the hairpin immediately. This is looking incredibly quick then. Designed for Aura, says the rear wing. It will be Aura if they can get a nice tidy lap in. So let's see how much Aura farming they can do across the rest of the course. Through the slalom they go, into the fastest section of the course now. And in through to the chicane. I'll always watch how a car performs through this chicane. It's incredibly tight. See how the tyres perform and how close they are to the ground. Perfect from them. Away go UE for another attempt, but right now we're staying with the University of Birmingham as they head through the second slalom onto the not quite straight, the Welsh wiggle, and finally the Bales hairpin, I should say, sorry, and through the Mansell meander. No trouble through there. The finish line approaches, it beckons, and they cross it with a time of
something.
Exactly.
A 106.209.
106 then for Birmingham. That puts them into 9th currently. Out on track right now is UE into that far section of the course. They did stop earlier on, so whatever the problem was, they have fixed it, and they're back underway again through that all-important chicane. and on to the fastest section of the course, directly opposite us here in the commentary box. You've got to go through the not quite straight, the Welsh Wiggle, that second slalom, and into the Bales hairpin. Bales hairpin proving no issue for them at all. Very nicely done. An excellent exit out of there. Very good stuff from Yui there. Car 121. Little bit of torque steer on the exit of the Mansell Meander, but no trouble for them as they cross the line. With a time then, it's going to be a 1:06.824, and that puts the University of the West of England into 11th.
Oh, well, it stays 11 because it's not their fastest time.
Alas. Meanwhile, finally, after a lot of anticipation in the live stream, Birmingham are underway. Excellent stuff for Red 5 as they enter into the chicane. They've cleared the first 2 corners and, of course, the bus stop, and they're now on to Brutus Maximus, the hairpin, proving no issue for the team from Birmingham as they go through the slalom. A very, very competent team. They won endurance last year by being cool, calm and collected, getting on with the job, troubling the top runners and taking it from them. Oxford Brooks and Bizkaya didn't know what hit them as Birmingham just got on with the job, and they are doing so now as well. We've been waiting all afternoon to see them, and it's been worth the wait. This is an absolutely fantastic lap. Clean, precise and quick, but calm nonetheless. Through the final hairpin, onto the Mansell Meander. Watch out for the exit on here. No trouble at all for the team from Birmingham as they cross the line, and it's going to be a 1:00.073. What a way to kick off from Birmingham, placing immediately in 6th. And there are no cones that we could see. Warwick, meanwhile, straight out there, zipping along, bit of steerage to the right as they... Oh, and they've really slid, and they've overcooked it on the entrance to the bus stop. That's unfortunate. They were carrying a lot of pace out of turn 2. They came sideways out of turn 2, and unfortunately they've overcooked it. That will be an aborted lap for them. They will go round, but unfortunately this won't count. It's a real shame.
A real shame for Warwick, but at least they were able to get the car going again for this team, and it looks like they're going to be trying to negotiate the course again, but of course it's going to be a lot slower time than we would expect from Warwick.
They will get a penalty, a 10-second penalty for an off course as well for this. Yes. So unfortunately this will just be an opportunity for the driver to get to grips with the track even more, become more familiar with the car and the track, but I suspect Warwick have already had their fastest runs. They've had their first 4 runs, sorry. They will have sacrificed a fast time for this, Jess.
And I think it might be their fastest time.
Absolutely. Their fastest time has been sacrificed in order to post this, so they will have to go back out in order to recover from this. 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, an hour and 10 minutes left of this event. Several teams in the queue. Through the hairpin goes Warwick. What can they do through the Mansell Meander? Are they going to step it out? No, they've learnt their lesson here. They did overcook it on the entrance to the bus stop, and obviously that time is completely unrepresentative, a 1:25.213. Even after all that, there are teams who have posted clean laps and they're slower, so fair play to Warwick for that one. Meanwhile, getting underway then is Glasgow Caledonian. They're off.
Driver 2, run 2 for Glasgow Caledonian. This is their 4th run. Don't forget that each driver has 2 runs each before they can start doing unlimited runs. It looks like a cool, calm and collected run for Glasgow Caledonian once again. Like one of the representatives was saying earlier, it took them a long while to get through into scrutineering over the last few years, but they eventually did it. The majority of the team are completely brand new to Formula Student. They have never touched this track before, so getting through to this stage on a Saturday is a huge achievement for one of the Glaswegian teams here at Formula Student UK.
The design ethos behind this car is something I really do admire, because they've got a semi-stress sump, so it's right within the interpretation of the rules rather than the exact nature of the rules, which is exactly how the Formula 1 teams exceed expectations compared to others. It's in terms of interpretation of the rules. Their founding member TJ was talking to me about it earlier. The sump isn't stressed exactly. It's got a little bit of load through it, but not the full load, and certainly nowhere near the engine. So they've interpreted the rules to allow them to do this. It's very, very Formula 1-esque, and they crossed the line with a time of 1:11.677. And if you're wondering at home, is the number 42 a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? Yes, it is. Meanwhile, Staffordshire back for another bite of whatever fruit you're interested in. Jess, can they keep it clean?
I think the question is they have to. It's not a question of can they. They must keep it clean because otherwise they're going to probably lose so much time and they could get held up by slower cars when they do their endurance lap tomorrow, which is something they do not want to do. Is car number 4. I'm almost certain they're in the start of their unlimited runs again because they could have their fastest time get eliminated.
Staffordshire on the line then. I do think Warwick did go off course because they drove outside of the cones and onto the grass momentarily to right themselves and get back online. So I do think they went off course. Can Staffordshire stay within the cones and not clip any? Now, they're going to have to, as Jess has said, in order to vie for a top position in sprint. Looking very, very powerful. It's just a question of keeping it clean, which is easier said than done with that large aero package. Cars like Warwick are a lot smaller, a lot lighter. They can afford to throw it around a fair bit more. We know that Staffordshire's car is quick, but they've got to kind of rein that in the words of Sam Fender and Olivia Dean, in order to actually post a clean lap through the slalom with no problems. But there is a cone there, just gone as a result of being clipped by the front aero. There's nothing the driver's done wrong there. Oh, very well held there. Unfortunately, a cone has gone in the recovery. But a torque steer stepping out, handled by the driver, managed perfectly, but there's several cones going, and it's just because of the aero, I think, and unfortunately this time, no matter how quick it is not going to do well for them once the cones are added in. Through the Mansell meander, slowing it down to get through there cleanly, a bit late for slowing it down now, because across the line they come, and it will be a 59.169, but there are several cones, and the driver's frustrated with that. You can see the reaction from the driver, slapping his thigh in frustration. Edith Cowan on the line now, as they line up ready to go once more. Their hybrid power unit, very akin to their closest front runners here in sprint, Modena. They need to get a 52.929 or faster in order to take it from Modena, but they also have to keep it clean, and therein lies the challenge. Kean behind the wheel. We've seen he was behind the wheel for their fastest, 55.222.
That's the unlimited runs.
They've got the unlimited runs, but they will be sacrificing that fastest 55.222 in order to run this. So what can Kean do behind the wheel of this entry? The first time that the Australians here have run a hybrid power unit. Just waiting on the line, waiting for confirmation from the Dynamics volunteers to go once more. And we're wrapped with anticipation here because this will be one of those laps that determines who wins sprint. 100 points available for the winner here at Formula Student 2026. The past 3 winners of the event overall are here competing against each other for the first time. The thumbs go up. Kean under his own starter's orders. As soon as he crosses the timing beam, he's underway, and he is underway. The lightning start for Edith Cowan is exactly what they needed. Turns 1 and 2 are a distant memory already as they come through the bus stop and now drive towards that chicane, setting them up for the Brutus Maximus hairpin. It's an incredibly narrow entrance into this hairpin. They've got to shed a lot of speed. You can see the brake light flashing there. Slightly sideways on exit, exactly what we were hoping for when the course was set up. Dancing through the slalom, well held there. Turn right to go left, almost rallying it through. Rallycross style there from Edith Cowan. After all, they are Australians, so they would know all about it. Through the chicane they go, and now onto the fastest section of the course, blistering past us in the commentary box. Onto the second slalom now. 2 cones to contend with, but they're very difficult because it will set you up for the Welsh Wiggle and the Bales hairpin. Through they go, sideways through there. Excellent stuff, carrying all the speed they need to. Again, kicking it out through the Mansell meander, coming across the line with a time of course, 55.312. It's not, unfortunately, faster than their 55.222.
But still second fastest even with that time. So
absolutely, and no cones as far as we could see.
So yeah, I think they had no cones last time either. So still second place, but could be first if the other teams have been found to have cones knocked off.
Precisely.
So we've got 46 then, University of Lancashire, about to take to the circuit once more for their second driver. Been looking a lot more reliable in the sprint, which is what they want. And we are about to see then take it to the circuit for the first time for driver 2, it looks like. We'll wait for the Dynamic Marshals and the Silverstone Marshals to give the go-ahead before we can get underway.
I should also point out, by the way, that if you're from Hertfordshire, and if you're interested in Sam buying you around, he will buy you around if you get through scrutineering at the Harrier. Apparently he shares a local with them, so there we are. There's a round on offer for Hertfordshire if they get through scrutineering, and if Cardiff get through scrutineering, I will wear a Welsh miniskirt. Don't ask. Anyway, UClan underway. Now, it says UCLan on the graphics, but it says University of just Lancashire on the side of the car.
We've been told to call them the University of Lancashire.
Right, excellent. Thank you very much for clarifying, Jess. As they head through the first slalom of the course, those cones getting narrower as the slalom continues, heading through now into a twisty section that ends in a very, very aggressive chicane. You can see it here on the left of your screen as they approach it now. Do the University of Lancashire. Through they go, now on to the fastest section of the course. This is looking very nice, I must say. And well, I may have spoken too soon. That was a complete 180, just carrying too much speed across the fastest section of the course. Bear in mind, they do cross several surface changes in this section, and they just lost it. But they've got to get the car restarted now. It has been restarted, but that's a real shame for what was looking like a very promising lap, Jess.
It looked very promising. The driver looked a bit more comfortable, and they've done a full 360 once more, and I think they got the car stalled again, Giles, which is very unfortunate. The red flag has been waved, so the session has stopped for a bit. So the driver is just going to make their way through back into the area. So we're just waiting for certain cars. We'll have to wait a little bit, including Cambridge, who's going to have another go at sprint.
It'd be nice to see if they can put the foot down in the Cambridge car. Cambridge on the line then, as University of Lancashire bring it home.
Obviously, it's not going to be representative, but they got a time on the billboards earlier, so they'll be happy with that. So next is car 51, which is full blue racing, the University of Cambridge. It's a real achievement for them to be in Formula Student competing in a dynamic event, but the question is, can they translate that into pure speed here at FSUK? Of course, yes, they can get the car running. Their next target is to go faster, and it looked a bit faster off the start as they go through, but they're just going a bit slower once more to go through the slalom.
There's a cone over there, and I wonder whether they caught a cone on the start, Jess.
Yeah.
As they're looking fairly slow, and yes, indeed, there are several cones that have been caught, I suspect, by the team from Cambridge. Yes, there was a smattering of cones off the line that they caught, and there's more cones going away there as they go through the chicane on the approach to the Brutus Maximus hairpin, which is a real shame because that will be added to what is already looking like it's going to be a conservative time. The team just wanting to bring the car home. It's the first time we've seen in our memories a Cambridge car, both myself and Jess having commentated here for a few years since Andrew Mather and Sam Collins moved on to pastures new. Sam Collins currently watching, I imagine, ahead of Spa later this weekend. The cones are being reset by Mike Mansell as Cambridge continue on their way through that that intense chicane. And round the chicane they come, looking to come past us here in the commentary box. It just sounds to me, could it be stuck in one gear perhaps? It just the revs are quite high.
They're quite quiet
but
as well.
It doesn't seem to. They don't seem to drop. It's not like there's a gear shift going on there. So I wonder whether they're running the entire thing in second, which is entirely feasible, but it may not necessarily give you the fastest possible time. Through the hairpin they come, and onto the Mansell Meander, one of my favourite corners of the course. This exit here, out of this left. This is a right-hander, and it can really unsettle the car, as we've seen in previous runs, both today and last year. Across the line then, Jess, what's the time?
The time is a 1:41.402 for Cambridge, which is considerably slower than what they did earlier. Meanwhile, it looks like Malta are going to have another go. Car number 9 looked very fast earlier on here in the sprint. It looks like they're going to be going for fast times at the moment. The car is sitting in 5th. Their last lap was their best lap with a 58.576. It's a good EV car that have been very electric, literally, here at Silverstone. When they got through scrutineering yesterday, the crowds erupt full of people from Malta. They were absolutely delighted. Will they be delighted if they could get their car faster? We'll have to wait and see as the revs go through. We've got more teams in the queue. Looks like Manchester will be having another go later on, but Malta are underway once more.
Zipping away, sounding like a very angry wasp, is the car from Malta as they pile their way through, and that's a disaster. That's what happens when you try too hard, I'm afraid to say. we know this car is fast, but I would suggest on occasion it might be worth easing off just a little bit, because into the bus stop they went, and out of the bus stop with a cone wedged under their front right wheel they've gone, and they can't get it underway again. Malta, I love you, but maybe, just maybe, ease off a little in order to complete a lap without touching any cones. They have done it on a few occasions today, and they're currently running in 5th with a 58.576, and I don't think they got any cones on that run. But equally, these times are provisional, and unfortunately, the red flag is out because they cannot get that front wheel moving until a marshal comes on and gets the wheel out, gets the wheel moving again by removing the cone. We've lost a lot of cones here today, Jess, more so than usual.
I would like to know in total how many cones have been knocked. Probably quite a lot.
There'll be a lot of cones knocked. It's how many cones have been mortally wounded that I'm interested in. Through the hairpin they go at a far more ginger pace, I must say. And
it won't count.
It doesn't particularly surprise me that they're taking this one a bit more slowly. Someone earlier on was talking about one of the teams that was taking it at a leisurely pace and pointed out, of course, that the tortoise and the hare does apply to Formula Student, and indeed we've just seen it does, because the hare's just gone off like a stabbed rat and unfortunately got caught in a trap. So through the chicane they're coming, but this is not going to be representative of the team from Malta. They will be gutted with this, as will their international fan base watching on the live stream.
Yes, I think they will have another go later on though, but we've got plenty of teams that are first in the queue, including Cambridge, that are looking to have another go. They're not going to give up without a fight, is Cambridge. Of course, Malta are going to go across the line. It's not going to be representative. The time is a 2-minute 8:43.
Meanwhile, I've got a comment here saying Oxford Brookes is running a little later. We might actually see Oxford Brookes. They've had accumulator problems. The accumulator was overheating. That's not the easiest thing to fix. Oh, talking of fixing things, they're going to have to fix the circuit again, because Cambridge has just completely knocked it out of the park. Literally, the cones have been knocked into the air by Cambridge as they've made a rather exuberant start off the line, and it's giving Mike Mansell plenty of practice for the London Marathon as he runs out to pick the cones back up and remount them. You can actually see the tyre marks on the cones as they've been run over continuously over the course of the afternoon. And headed into the hairpin comes the Full Blue Racing team, and it's
a lot faster than what we've seen previously.
Yeah, I think I got a funny feeling that you've got the driver and the car bedding into this circuit, because after all, as we were saying earlier, we don't think we've seen a Cambridge car for several years, possibly ever, here at Formula Student. We'll get some clarification from them for you before tomorrow. But interestingly enough, I think this is a case of they've not done this before and they're just building confidence.
Yeah. I think it's like with sim racing as well. For me, when I sim race, it takes so long to embed onto a circuit, and it's like that in real life, especially if they haven't had a chance to get the track. Well, as we had another cone that got knocked, you can see the tyre mark. So, yeah, the marshals just had it to go. So another cone knocked by the team from Cambridge, but that looks considerably fast to what we saw earlier. Can they beat their 126.384? Quite comfortably, a 118.397. That is way faster than their previous attempts. And good news, everybody, we got Manchester back on circuit. They had some gremlins earlier on. We hope it's been fixed for Manchester. The first team to pass through scrutineering. They're on the start line, but we do have Lancashire out. Is that I'm trying to see what.
Lancashire are already out there, Jess. Lancashire are already out there. DKN asking how many cones have been killed. I'd like to know the answer to that myself. Here's Lancashire on your screens, then coming through the final throws of the course and across the line. Their time is going to be a 1:09.896. So there it is then for the University of Lancashire. Oxford Brookes have arrived here at Copse Corner, so suspect to hear them. Certainly you can hear them before you see them. Manchester underway then, and not again. Yeah, there's a significant amount of frustration from the driver because it's happened yet again. The car launches well off the line and then just will not settle, and you could see that frustration in the hands of the driver. There's a lot of irritation behind the wheel of the Manchester car, and it won't restart either. This is the last thing that this team needed after being first through scrutineering. They put in a lot of testing on Friday, and I do wonder, as we said this morning, have they spent the vehicle's performance prematurely in testing, and there are issues now that weren't there yesterday because they've run the car in?
Or maybe it's a hot day today and it's just not helping them a little bit. So the driver in frustration once again in Silverstone. I don't think you could do anything, and the marshals has been pulling the car away, which is a real shame if you're a Manchester fan. The Manchester team's not doing very well here at Silverstone. Hopefully they can improve a little bit later on. So I'll wait for more cars to be going onto the circuit, as I think they're pushing the car to the other edge of the circuit to make sure they can get into the start-finish straight.
50 minutes or thereabouts left of this event. Closes at 6 o'clock. Manchester's car being wheeled out of the way. Conversations between the Dynamics volunteers and the driver. So hopefully we'll be underway. We are indeed underway again. And whoa,
Basque Country are back.
Boy howdy, are we underway again. The whiplash on the camera there just goes to show you how quick Bizkaia are. They shot out of shot, and it took a little while for the camera to catch them up. They are blisteringly quick, are the Spaniards, as they head through the hairpin at the top of the course. The Brutus Maximus hairpin. Into the slalom they go. Through there very, very quickly and very well held. They very nearly lost that, I think. They were almost sideways on the exit there. They are really pushing it here in order to make up for lost time and try and contend with the 52, and that is it. Yeah, they've overcooked that completely. You can tell exactly what they were trying to do. They were trying to match the 52.929 from Modena, because Basque Country are currently in third with a 55.606. And in doing so, they have just completely overcooked that.
Look at that! University of Huddersfield.
I mean, crikey Moses, they're already back at the end of the course, are the guys from Basque Country, but there's a lot of cones gone then. That's a spectacular way to crash out of the course, and that is a 58.992.
Not their fastest.
Of course it isn't, and I know what they're trying to do, and I've got a funny feeling they can do it. They've just got to really, well and truly lock in. Meanwhile, University of Huddersfield out on track for the first time today. Great news for them as they come through Brutus Maximus and into the first slalom of the course. Bear in mind, it gets narrower as it progresses, and headed into the fastest section of the course now. I expect to find Oxford Brooks here fairly soon. They're on their way, so keep an eye out for them as well.
They're in the queue.
Meanwhile, Huddersfield might be causing a bit of a longer queue because they've just drawn to a halt, which is rather sad, to say the least. And unfortunately, I'm not convinced they can keep it going again. A punch on the stop button and hoping to restart it. The red flags are out. And can Huddersfield get going again? Eject, says the dash, and there's a cross of the neck from the driver, and there's a deep sense of frustration there, a smack on the steering wheel, and unfortunately that is it all over for Huddersfield before really it's even begun.
Yeah, because they were one of the teams that did not have that much testing, because they only passed literally this minute. So of course, yes, it's good to pass the scrutineering, but if you haven't tested your car out on track, you're not going to know if it's actually going to last. The braking test is only for like one section. And unfortunately for car 36, University of Huddersfield, they're not going anywhere, and they're going to get wheeled back into the waiting area.
Up next, they're from the land of Waitrose and John Lewis. The University of Surrey are on the line, waiting to go.
Currently sitting in 7th place, just ahead of Warwick.
Their fastest time, a 1:04.425. That was clean, 4 tenths quicker than the fastest time we've seen from Warwick. Bear in mind that all of these times are provisional and potentially don't acclimatise for the lost runs as a result of the unlimited runs. So if you've lost your fastest time, we're not going to see that in here, so we're just judging off the overall baseline fastest time. But if you've actually accidentally lost that and then not been able to improve on it, we can't account for that in here. They will do in the timing shed, and that is, the timing booth, I should say. And that is no mean feat, so thank you very much to the volunteers that are running that one. Meanwhile, here is Surrey, and they are just waiting for the track to be cleared. They're trying to get both Manchester and Huddersfield out in one fell swoop, but away then go Surrey. Jess, that doesn't sound like it usually does.
No, that was quite a lot of revs, and they were stuck in one gear for a long period of time, and they were struggling a little bit just to get the car started as well. So looks like it could be another cycle lap for Surrey, car number 20, who has not competed in dynamics for quite a while, and they've only been in tilt in the last few years and haven't got any further. They got further this year, but it looks like the slalom looks like a lot faster this time, but the start just didn't look like the best for Surrey.
Not quite sure about what happened there, but away go Oxford Brookes then, much to the excitement of their collective army. Bear in mind that rather than camping, Oxford Brookes stay in Oxford, and that's not good, Jess. That's really bad luck for Surrey. They've just come to a stop, and the driver stroking the helmet in frustration, as meanwhile Oxford Brookes carry on obliviously to the stoppage on track, which is a real shame for them because this lap is going to have to be aborted because Surrey are blocking the course. And there's a red flag been brought out, and they're trying to get Oxford Brookes to slow down because Surrey are right there. You can see them both on your screens there. The visors come up on the Surrey car. The volunteers from the IMEC for Dynamics running across to the stranded Surrey car to get it out of the way of a rather impatient Oxford Brookes. They've been waiting all day, or all afternoon I should say, to make this run in sprint. They've suffered from accumulator problems. They seem to have rectified those, determined to get through and get underway and get some timings on the board, but unfortunately for them, they haven't managed to do so because of Surrey blocking the way. The marshals have taken the opportunity to get Huddersfield out of the way as well. Now it's just a case of getting Surrey moved.
That's a practice for the London Marathon, if I do say so myself.
Mike will appreciate the extra exercise. He was watching what he was eating in the Hilton earlier this week, so already in training for the London Marathon is Mike. Look at the thighs on that man, they're bigger than tree trunks. Here we go then, University of Surrey being wheeled out of the way, hopefully leaving a clear track for Oxford Brookes. They will be determined to set a fast lap up amongst the big boys. I don't know, I just work here, says the back of the Oxford Brookes car, having spoken to the team. A lot of them know a lot about the car. They're all incredibly passionate about it. The times that they need to be aiming for, then let's go through those. Modena with a 52.929. Edith Cowan, their fastest, a 55.222. The Basque Country, their fastest, a 55.606. Staffordshire's fastest, a 57.477. And Malta's fastest, a 58.576. Some of those will have cone penalties. They're bringing it through our Oxford Brookes, but we'll ignore the time.
But it will be aborted.
It just doesn't matter at all. That was red flag. They'll be able to get underway. Here we go then. The two Oxford universities back to back, because unfortunately for Oxford Brookes, they're going to have to be a little more patient because here is University of Oxford ahead of them in the queue.
Yes, two of them on track potentially at one time. That's going to be exciting if you're a fan of the Oxford Universities, of course. So two completely different universities. And with only 45 minutes to go, they're underway. Their last run was absolutely fantastic. They managed to get a working car. Will they be able to do the same here as they go through the first few corners? And nope, commentators curves as they got going out in their car to a halt. The driver is in frustration there in car 96. Looks like it's game over.
It's over before it's even started, which is a real shame for Oxford because it's a nice car. And you can see the evolution they've had over the past few years, because I've been commentating since they first started in Formula Student. And unfortunately for them, that's hardly a lap completed, which is a real shame. They have got some times on the board.
Yeah, they've got, I think, a couple of laps on the board, yeah.
108.905 is their fastest, but it's not consistent, this car from the University of Oxford, which is hardly going to help them out in endurance. Exactly. Meanwhile, Surrey being moved out of the way. Oxford Brookes, you can see on your screens there, the full army. Now, they don't camp with us here at Silverstone. They go back to Oxford, and the money that they've saved on camping, they then pay for additional team members. You get 25 free team members to come with you, and then Oxford Brookes will pay for those additional ones rather than camping. It's their choice, and they bring a whole army with them, and that whole army on tenterhooks now. The track is clear, I believe, which means
that Oxford's still on the track.
Oxford's still on the track. Oh, dear. Oxford Brookes on camera. Give us a cheer, give us a wave. And they're looking on with anticipation on the circuit as we wait to get underway. Just University of Oxford's got to be cleared first. And in fairness, there's no one else I'd rather pull me back than, of course, Mike Mansell, who the Mansell complex, I want to call it, but they've called it something else this year. It's the final corners of this course, and they are so exciting. They've led to plenty of drama here over the past couple of years. They want to call it the Mansell Meander, and I've been doing my best to call it that, but sometimes complex does just slip out. Right now then, Oxford Brookes waiting with rapt anticipation to see what time their driver and car can post. It's a brand new concept for Oxford Brookes this year. Their first time with a new concept since they went to electric. And this is going to be the all-important lap for them. They've got to put themselves up into contention alongside the international set of Basque Country, Edith Cowan and Modena in order to be competitive for the rest of the weekend. They managed to get into acceleration and skid pad. They've gone away with an overheating accumulator. It was caught early, so they were able to repair it. And now all eyes are on Oxford Brookes University as they wait for their Oxford compatriots to be cleared out of the way. And it's a case of all or nothing in this instance. And they're away. They are off like a shot. Are Oxford Brookes. The cheer goes up. The characteristic cheer as soon as Oxford Brookes enter the track. You know they have, because the team are beside themselves with joy. Through the bus stop they go. And that's a disaster. That is an absolute disaster for Oxford Brookes, because it stopped right after the bus stop. On the approach to the chicane, the car has drawn to a halt, and that is an absolute disaster for a team that are desperate, absolutely desperate, to be competing at the top end of the running order alongside Edith Cowan, the Basque Country, and of course Modena. They're back underway again, but they can't afford mistakes like that. They just cannot if they want to get up there, to get close to those 100 points in sprint. They need to be posting a lap, a clean lap, a consistent lap and a fast lap. This, unfortunately, won't be consistent. No doubt, though, it will be clean and quick. The team cheering again, the car squealing under power. The 4 in-hub motors, they've got a far smaller car this year, carbon fibre monocoque and an aero package very similar to those being run on both ECU and Modena. But again, that power unit is not happy, Jess.
No, and with that new concept, you sometimes have to take a gamble. Will it work on track? We didn't know it until now, but unfortunately, for car 92 Oxford Brookes, it looks like they're not going to go anywhere. Oh, they're going again.
They are going again, but it's not consistent, to say the least. I'm going to look into the comments and see whether anybody's got any suggestions as to why that's happened. Sam Collins has suggested that Oxford Brookes ought to have bought a helicopter. But I'm afraid to say I think that joke's before our time. But there we are. Oxford Brookes crossed the line.
With technical remnants is pretty good. Birmingham is back, Giles. Birmingham is back on their next run through in towards turn number 1 now. They were looking very consistent in their first run, but it looks a bit slower this one. They ground into a halt again.
Something's not right with this car, Jess. That's way too slow compared to what we're expecting. In fact, that's an off course. They've just pulled out of the way. Have Birmingham, the driver, looking down at the dash. I'm trying to see what the display says. There's a few lights that we can see there, but there's no wording, unfortunately. In previous cases, like earlier on with Huddersfield, I think it was, someone's dash, certainly when it came to a stop, said eject.
We haven't had that many cars finish in the last half an hour, have we?
We are struggling for finishers, I must say, with 40 minutes of the event left. Birmingham now stranded on track with the red light out. This is certainly giving the Dynamics volunteers and the Motorsport UK marshals a runaround, and I know this is, at least this is training for Mike Mansell's London Marathon run, but I'm not convinced the rest of them will take kindly to this in this heat. It would be nice if some teams could get round seamlessly and cleanly, and unfortunately that doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. But Red 5 stranded out on track. The red light is showing on the roll hoop, so I'm not quite sure.
Could it be just the driver trying to struggle to get into gear?
Well, there's no gearing in electric cars, Jess. It won't be that. Design for Aura. It says Castrol gives you wings. Other things also give you wings, are available. But meanwhile, I'm just trying to work out what's the problem here. Because if the red light's flashing, there's nothing to suggest why. They're touching it with their gloves. They've got their gloves out, but obviously the red light's still flashing. So they've got to be careful when touching it. I'm not sure whether they can get it into limp home mode. That may be one of the problems. There's the limp home mode. There it is. It's back into green now, but interesting. Not quite sure what's gone on there with the Birmingham car. Meanwhile, Yui on the line waiting for the go-ahead. So they're taking the opportunity to not only move the University of Birmingham's car, but the University of Oxford as well.
2 cars stranded on the circuit with not that long to go. This doesn't put them in good stead in endurance, does it? Where speed stranded cars like that will have them a DNF, as Oxford has been wheeled away. And I think Birmingham's going to be wheeled away as well.
Twitch has commented here, Giles, they're probably struggling to get into R2D. Yes, I can imagine that. I imagine R2D might be what they're searching for and then unable to actually get into. So that could well be the issue. These electric cars have got so many additional considerations to make, both in its scrutineering and in the running. So fair play to those that have got through with, I mean, Warwick. Look at Warwick. Come on, Warwick. Big up Warwick.
P8.
Big up Warwick. Birmingham have lapped incredibly quickly when they've been able to lap, but in this instance they weren't able to. Their one and only lap, a 1:00.073, and it was clean. So this car is capable of very good things, but unfortunately in this instance it wasn't able to do them. Oxford Brook's been left to the side of the track there.
Here's Yui.
Off they go then. Oxford Brook's back under their own power, that's worth noting. But here is Yui powering away towards the top of the course. Through the bus stop they go and in towards the chicane in anticipation of Brutus Maximus at the top here. They've got to really slow it down on the entrance and then they can really rag it on the exit. Just how brave they're feeling it comes down to. Through then goes Yui and on to the slalom they come. Twitching through there. Just making sure they max out all the power they possibly can through the corners onto the high-speed section of the course now, into the very harsh left-hand chicane, into the left, onto the right. You can see how the chassis and the suspension are performing through that one as they head then past us in the commentary box and onto the second slalom. Oxford Brook's back underway and the team cheering for them as they go through the final hairpin. Do Yui bit slowly, I must say, and that is not what Oxford Brooks are going to want to hear because Yui are stuck on track and that's going to be a red flag. Yui have stopped on track and Oxford Brooks cannot catch a break. Oxford Brooks have stopped as well. Now, have they stopped because of a red flag or have they stopped because of their own problems?
I hope they've stopped because of a red flag, not
well, the red flags have only just been brought out, so I do
think
wonder.
They've got a problem.
Oh, they're back underway though, are Oxford Brooks, but it's been suggested by Twitch that they're struggling to get into R2, RD2 or R2D, I think it is.
Yes.
Ready to drive, I suspect. Yui sounds to be running on 2 cylinders at some times. Says Twitch, get those coils replaced, ladies. Meanwhile, questions for the commentators: why are some cones down?
Because they knocked them.
Because they've been knocked and not been updated. But I don't know where you're talking about, DKN. So there we are. A lot of people very sad about Oxford Brooks's lack of a result.
We are as well. We're very shocked.
They need to get something in the next 35 minutes. Otherwise, they might well be out of contention for Formula Student 2026. You can see the driver really wants to go for it. But, dear, I'm not sure, Jess. I'm really not sure. Because look at who's about to line up and set down the gauntlet once more. The Italians have returned. Someone saying in the comments that someone really needs to take it to Modena. Currently in a league of their own by over 2 seconds between them and the second place team.
I got a question. Can they do a sub 50?
Can they do a sub 50? I reckon they can get a 49. Probably about a 49.8, 49.9 I reckon is possible.
Yes, and especially with these conditions, it suits well with the Modena car. So this is a perfect condition for them to go faster. But they could be sacrificing one of their fast runs, so this is a gamble.
52.929 to beat for Modena, and away they go into turn 1, straight out of turn 2, onto the bus stop now. In reflection of Spa this weekend, front tyres locking up on exit. Into the chicane they go, out of the chicane immediately, and on to Brutus Maximus. Braking into very lightly into Brutus Maximus, carrying a lot more power than I would expect. Out of Brutus Maximus, but jumping a little bit, bunny hopping through there. Through the slalom they go, onto the far section of the course immediately. How do they do through the left-hander chicane? Here comes that chicane, and they're sweeping through it right now. The tyres remaining planted on the tarmac. No cones gone as far as I can see. Coming past us here in the commentary box now. There's cones gone though. There's a lot of cones gone. In fact, flattened on the front left by Modena, and that will be a disastrous for their run here because, as Jess said earlier, they've sacrificed their fastest run in order to do this. That is not what they will have wanted to see. Into the Mansell meander they go, twitching through there, still on the power, across the line, but it's not going to be the actual time. There was about 3 cones or 4 cones gone there. 1:00.375. I'm not sure that was worth it, Jess.
No, I don't think it was worth it either. I think they were just pushing so much to get a fast time that they just, unfortunately, it just did not work with them with the cones. Meanwhile, on the other hand, University of Warwick doesn't look like they troubled any cones so far. It looks like to be a tidy lap from them, and it looks like to be very fast through these sections of corners. They really picked up the speed a little bit. Finished second in acceleration this morning. Of course, in skid pad, they did quite well as well, but they've got a few more corners to go then. I think this could be a very good time from Warwick. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 1:05.5.
Alas, not their fastest, but still a good time from the electric team from Warwick, keeping it simple. I'm a big, big fan of that car.
At least they finished.
Precisely, and I genuinely am very, very happy with that car. I just think it does everything that I want a Formula Student team to do. It keeps it simple.
Yes.
It strips it back to basics, doesn't worry about aero, just worries about getting a chassis and suspension bolted onto a car that can carry a power unit that works. And that's exactly what Warwick have done. Hats off to them.
And in the queue, we've got Malta then.
Malta in the queue. In the background there, I can see Cambridge. I'm also seeing Birmingham being worked on by their team members. Remember, you're only allowed a certain number. I think it's 3 team members into the pit lane with you to work on your car before you have to take it back to the pits.
Yeah, I
and
think
clear.
we only have 3 cars waiting behind Malta.
Yes, indeed. Away goes Malta then. And it's zipping away. Little sideways out of turn 2 again. Can they hold it firm and just keep it clean? They don't need to be messing around here. We know it's a quick car. They don't need to prove that. They just need to get around very, very cleanly as well as quickly. And the cleaner they are, the quicker it will be, because there'll be no cones added on to their time. So this is what we need to be seeing here. This is looking very good so far from Malta. Looking nicely and planted, just twitching here and there. You can hear the tyres squealing, just right on the limit of that performance rather than overdriving it, which is what we want to see. Through the chicane they go, onto the far section. Another twitch there, but it's well handled by the driver, who clearly knows what they're doing. And they're headed now towards the back end of the course, and that final hairpin at the bottom, the Bales hairpin. They've taken that wide line, the excellent line out of that there, and into the Mansell meander. Little twitch out on the exit, but nothing to trouble the car, and across the line with a time of 58.856. That is, I believe, their fastest. No, just shy.
Slower.
Just shy. 3/10 slower indeed, Jess.
Consistent. And that's what they have to do in endurance tomorrow. So if they could do a few laps like that, watch out.
Huddersfield are underway. Huddersfield are out on track. All we need is a lap from them.
Even if it's slow, it's better than nothing. So they're just going to probably go at a leisurely pace, test the car, make sure it works ahead of tomorrow. They don't need to go too fast. There'll probably be certain teams that will be doing that if they just go through this group, because we do not have very long. There will be certain teams trying to make it through, of course. They haven't had that much testing. Through into this next section. They go for a leisurely pace, but
I think
they're going further than what they did earlier.
I was about to say, they've gone further than they previously managed, have Huddersfield. I feel the need to remove the H because they don't pronounce it themselves if you're from Huddersfield. As away go the University of Cambridge. And I was saying earlier, it looks like Sam Collins does agree with me on the Cambridge car. It does look like a rather interesting view out of the front of it because it's a low slung. Oh, hang on a minute. Back onto Huddersfield for a second. A groan going up from Copse Corner as the car draws to a halt once more.
And we got a red flag, Giles, once again. So that means Cambridge run has been compromised.
Yes, indeed. And that is a real shame then for Cambridge, who finally were looking like they were going to be able to post a consistent and untroubled lap, but sadly that's not going to be the case. The fastest lap so far from Cambridge has been a 1:18.397. That was looking to be faster, I suspect, Jess.
I think it was going to be about 5 or 6 seconds faster. They just get confident every lap, and sometimes it's the way the cookie crumbles. unfortunately, as they're going slowly, understandably, and hopefully with the low revs they can keep the car going, just Cambridge, but I don't think Huddersfield are going to make it for endurance tomorrow. I'm getting slightly worried for them.
Yes, indeed. Meanwhile, 28 minutes to go as my watch has it here in the commentary box. And we've got a legend of the sim racing joining us here for a moment. The big friendly giant that is Callum. Big up love to him. Talking of love, there's a lot of love for Malta. Malta's driver has some serious confidence in that car, and the car just takes it all. Very impressive. Elsewhere, someone else saying, I love how reactive Malta's car is. It wants to be driven fast, and they're doing a fantastic job of doing just that. I completely agree. Malta's car is looking fantastic, but you've got to. There's a very fine line between driving it on the very limit and overdriving it, as we saw a few laps ago from them when they span out. So there's that fine margin, and all hats off to the Maltese driver for managing to stick right on that line.
Yeah, I think most of the teams are learning from other teams on how not to hit the cones, pretty much, as we get to the latter stages.
Bear in mind, Jess, I'm looking here, and Oxford Brookes are currently sat in 15th for the 114.377.
They're going to get held up tomorrow.
They're not going to be happy about this. Now, on your screens right now, we have got Lancashire back again, Birmingham back again, and Oxford Brookes back again. And there's also Malta waiting in the wings, and we've got 26 minutes of running left until 6 o'clock. Now, it will be a harsh cut-off. We saw that earlier with acceleration, but in no doubt it will be the exact same here for sprint. Lancashire on the line.
Lancashire about to get started then. They had a troubled first, I think previous lap earlier on as well, as they get their way through, but hopefully they can have a better one this time. Of course, these are the laps that will determine where the running order for endurance tomorrow, because if you are a fast car but don't have a reliable car, then you're going to get held up by slower cars, and it's around about 250 points endurance tomorrow. If you make it through endurance, you will do well in Formula Student. Most likely will finish in the top 10, top 15 in endurance, as car 46 is going to wait for 51 to make their way through to the end before they can get going. Hopefully this could be a better lap for car 46.
Yes, absolutely. It's also a crying shame for car 51, because that was looking like a promising lap from Cambridge.
Yeah, I'm a bit gutted for them. The question is, will they have time?
By my watch, possibly. Lancashire underway again then, and off they go. Twitch off the line, well held. Into turns 1 and 2. Putting those in the back of their mind as they approach the bus stop. Through the bus stop they go, not really losing too much speed and power there. Well done from them. Into the chicane they go. Now they really do have to brake, because that's incredibly harsh. I did it yesterday in the van. You could really feel it on braking. Into the Brutus Maximus hairpin as they head down towards the first slalom. The narrowing slalom, it gets narrower as it progresses. No trouble though for Lancashire as they head then into the faster part of the course. You can see the twisting, turning sections. These fast corners encouraging the drivers to really engage with their cars. This chicane here, really very hard indeed. Meanwhile, getting underway, coming past us though, they're really putting their foot down as well. And I'm very, very excited. I've heard in my ear we might be about to see Vermilion as well. Monty,
it could be or it might be Malta.
Possibly. Meanwhile, coming through the final corners then are Lancashire with what should be their fastest time, completely untroubled by cones. Very exciting stuff for these guys. Across the line with a 105.642. That puts them into 9th. It's not quite faster than their 105.017, 6/10 slower.
Here goes Cambridge.
Cambridge are underway again. Surely they can go better. Meanwhile, Monty, what have you got? You're observing something and you're intrigued somewhere.
I'm seeing something red, I'm seeing something white, and it's got wings in the pits. I'm really hoping this is number 2.
They fixed it.
It's Vermilion. Oh, they're running behind.
T-cell issue, I've been reliably informed by the team from Vermilion. Big up to them. They've come all the way from Denmark. Regular viewers of the Formula Student podcast, so got to show them some love back. Thank you very much to them. Cambridge out on track right now, looking really quite good. I'm hoping that they can get faster than their 118.397. Surely they can. They're into the final throw. They're into the... They've just come out of that chicane now. In fact, they're going into the chicane, I should say. A bit slow through there, cornering in this car is a bit of a struggle, and it does look like the line of sight is obscured by that bonnet because they're sat very low in the car compared to the top of the nose cone and the push rod suspension. As a result, they may struggle to see over it. I spotted it earlier, backed up by Sam Collins, and if he's saying it, then I might be onto something. Through the final corners, go Cambridge, and across the line with a time then of 1:08.601.
Wow.
That is their fastest time. Congratulations, Cambridge. That was clean as far as we could tell in the commentary box. That puts them all the way into 13th.
Which means they're going to have a good position in endurance tomorrow. Watch out for Cambridge. It's all about that driver confidence. You can see it was going slow, so it's maybe not to do with the car. They could go faster, I think, tomorrow.
Now, I'm hoping, can anybody hear me whilst we're commentating? Can you hear us? I will give you a shout out to your family in Mexico after I've done a birthday shout out for Gustav from Vermilion, because it's his birthday today and he's driving Vermilion's car, and we're reliably informed he doesn't actually want any fuss, but the team from Vermilion are determined for it. Gustav is not driving yet, apparently. Who's your family in Mexico? And who are you? Cirano. Florenta. If you're part of the Florenta family in Mexico and your daughter is with Yui, big shout out to you watching in Mexico. Meanwhile, Gustav's birthday's today, and we're going to give him a shout out whilst he's driving, but we'll hold off on that.
Hey Giles, quick question. Do you know which continent Mexico's in?
Don't start on me with geography. It's too late in the day for that. Look, as long as the sat-nav or the pilot or the train driver knows where I'm going, I'm happy.
It's not Gustav in the car, it's someone else.
Put it this way, Jess. I left the hotel and took a wrong turn and ended up driving to Milton Keynes rather than Silverstone at the beginning of the week. So that's how my sense of direction is. Meanwhile, you can see there all the excitement surrounding Vermilion. We've been waiting to see these guys. They had a T-cell issue. They've been working all afternoon to fix
It's
it.
not Vermilion. It's Oxford Brooks. They're ahead in the queue.
Oxford Brooks are ahead in the queue, but I was just talking about Vermilion because they were in shot and also now being brought up to the line.
Ah, there we go then.
Vermilion up to the line. The Danes will be on the edge of their seats if they even sat down. I'd be standing up if I were them. In fact, I am stood up because they've been working towards this all day. We saw them in the top 6 acceleration shootout, and then they've been absent ever since. The thumbs are up. The T-cell issue is fixed, and they are away. The team from Denmark, and it's a very, very strong start. The team cheering as they head towards the bus stop. That's a cone gone, I'm afraid to say. But hey, one cone and you're still on track. Rock and roll. Keep going. Through the chicane they go. On to Brutus Maximus now. They've got to shed a lot of power. Look for the brake light. No braking. Fair play.
How on earth do they do that?
Look at this, though. That is planted as anything through the slalom.
That
Excellent
looks really
stuff
fast.
there from Vermilion as they head through the fastest section of the course, almost sideways on the exit of that corner, through the chicane now. They are planting it past us in the commentary box. These could be troubling the top 3 teams with this lap if they keep it very consistent as they have been. I'm not sure whether that was another cone gone there. Into the final hairpin now, taking that middling line. Bit of a sideways action out of the side of that. Very well held. Holding it tight through the Mansell melee and away across the line with a time of 54.799.
And that puts them ahead of Edith Cowan. That puts him into P2.
But do remember the cones. 2 cones, we're reliably informed. We saw one, we weren't sure of the other. We've had the second confirmed. They just need to repeat that, but cleanly, and they'll be up into second place. They're over the moon. I can hear that from here. They are chuffed with that, Vermilion. And away they go once more into turn 1, straight into turn 2. Now onto the bus stop they come. Through the bus stop. This is where they caught a cone earlier. No cones this time. Then straight into the chicane. Looking very nice through there. Very planted. Now straight into what should be the Brutus Maximus, but they're not finding it particularly brutal. They're carrying a lot of speed through there. Straight into the slalom now. Planted once more, as we've seen earlier. This is a very well set up car, and with these T-cell issues eliminated, it's performing excellently. Straight then onto that chicane that really does prove the car's handling capability. Now then, through the back of the course, cones flying though, big cones gone, and the car slowing to a halt. And is it me, Jess, or does the right look suddenly lower than the left side there? Has the suspension collapsed on the right side?
Looks like it.
Oh dear. Oh dear, you can actually see a mark on the IMEC logo on the bottom of the rear wing where a cone's flicked up. I wonder whether they've actually damaged that rear suspension, and it's dropped on the right-hand side of the car. The red flag is out. Monty, what have you got?
I'll be completely honest, Giles. I was looking at that as they were braking, and I could see the rear losing control before they even entered. So I'm pondering whether something went before they even came into the corner, and that's just coincidental marking from the cones.
Suspension then potentially collapsing prior to striking the cones. The rear suspension dramatically collapsing on the rear of the Vermilion car. Student driven into disaster, unfortunately, through no fault of the driver's own. The suspension collapsing can't be controlled by the driver, but this is the situation that the team from Denmark find themselves after spending all afternoon working on fixing the T-cell issue. Now is the moment that the rear suspension chooses to collapse.
Yeah, and at the wrong time as well. It looked like to be a faster time than what we saw earlier as well, but they've got a time on the board. They can still score some good points. The question is, they're probably going to be going late into the night to get this issue fixed.
54.799 was their time on the board. It put them into second place, but there will be 2 cones added to that. Even then, that would put them, by my mark, into 5th place, I think.
Yeah.
So they would still be within the top 5, but it's going to be difficult to move that, and you can see the car sitting far lower on the rear right than anywhere else. Commiserations to the Danish. That is absolutely gutting.
That is heartbreaking because, again, we were worried that we weren't going to see them in sprint. They did a good first run. It looked like to me a good second run.
Yeah.
But the rear's just lost them.
Twitch has commented here, and it's a very good point. It's a very good car, and someone suggested that a cone hit the suspension. We're not quite sure. We're wondering whether it collapsed and then hit the cones. We're not 100% sure, but nonetheless, we reckon that ought to be manageable, surely.
With what, sorry?
Repairing the suspension on the Vermilion car.
Definitely manageable. Whether it'll be back before today, we'll have to wait and see.
15 minutes to go.
That could be a bit of a tight one. We'll have to wait and see. You know, it's never over until the Fat Lady sings. However, quick update on their first run. So I've just been informed that apparently they hit 2 other cones out of sight of the camera. So it's a 4-cone run for their first attempt. I've just been told.
Shame. That's a real shame, and I'm not sure they're going to get time to do more because there's a lot of cars waiting in the wings. Oxford Brookes, Glasgow Caledonian, as well as what you can see on your screens right now. Malta on the line, 16 minutes by my watch to go of the event. The Vermilion car being wheeled out of the way. Gutting for them. If you're in the paddock and you fancy helping out the Danish repair their suspension, then crack on. It's the spirit of Formula Student, and they're going to need all the help they can get. And here we go then. Malta first, then Oxford Brookes. I suspect Glasgow Caledonian will be up next. I can also see Warwick there waiting. Right now, though, thumbs up and away go Malta. It's a brilliant car. It turns on a dime. It's excellently balanced, but of course, it can be overdriven just by exuberance from the driver in the hopes of getting even more performance out of it. We know it's quick. If you sit right on that line, it's going to be absolutely sublime. Through the hairpin of Brutus Maximus they go. The time to beat, 52.929, as set by Modena. Cones notwithstanding, of course. This is just impeccable, Jess.
I think they've been consistent with not knocking many cones over the last few months, and sometimes that is better than outright pace for the University of Malta. Oxford Brookes are going to have another run at it. Let's hopefully they don't get compromised, and let's hope that they do not stop. Meanwhile, Malta is going through the final section of the course. Obviously, they're going to be sacrificing one of their fastest times to do this, and let's hope they can be faster, because otherwise this could cost them a little bit.
I reckon they're going to be faster. Here they come and across the line.
It's
the
going
time
to
for
be
Malta, 58.015.
It is quicker, only just.
Just quicker. Brilliant. I think they found the pinnacle of their performance curve. Meanwhile, Oxford Brookes have found more problems. They were stopped. They've got underway again. The red flags have been withdrawn, but Oxford Brookes clearly struggling with consistent power. It's been suggested they've been struggling to get into RD2. I think that might well be the case. As they come on through, as soon as it gets going, it's quick. But unfortunately, with the competition as high bar as it is this year, they cannot afford this inconsistency in the power unit. They've got to be working on this evening.
Yeah, they've got to. They got quite a while to go through this, because they could be most likely one of the first teams to actually go through endurance tomorrow. So
they'll just be held up by far slower cars that we've seen earlier on. Much to their frustration, no doubt, holding it through the Mansell Meander, and that is a time of 1 14.360. That's just not what they're needing. That's not what they're needing.
Nope.
Southampton are back though, Jess. Southampton are back, and here they go with a rather tender start.
They're not giving up, aren't they? But the question is, can they just keep the car going, even if they go slowly?
Monty's back with an update, Jess.
That is Vermilion done. They have got cost finals in 6 minutes. If they don't get that car there, they will be disqualified. So they're prioritising that and accepting that they've at least got a top 10 finish here.
Worth it, to be completely honest with you. Fair play to Vermilion for that one. Meanwhile, Southampton on track as they come through the chicane. Just one more. Unfortunately, to my mind, all I can hear after seeing that is just one cornetto, and I could do with ice cream. It is rather warm.
Yeah, it is. I think cooler than earlier on, but I think for Southampton, at least they want to get through into endurance tomorrow. So at least they're going to keep car planted. Looks like they got further.
As I've been reminded in my ear, other ice creams are available.
Yes.
Right now, though, University of Southampton, as you say, Jess, they are indeed lapping further than they have managed previously.
Quite considerable margins for Southampton. They'll be lucky to actually finish this, because then they could go through to endurance tomorrow. It'll be a slow time, but at least it'll be a good time nonetheless. I think everybody will be cheering on for Southampton, because they have done so well to get to this point. They've not given up without a fight as they make their way through the final sector of the course. People will probably say, you could do it, Southampton. Of course, you're sim racing champions for 2025-2026, and they'll be struggling to get their car over the first few sections of the course, but it looks like they're going to have no such troubles. Yes, they're going to have a slow lap, but earlier on we said tortoise and the hare.
I tell you why it's a slow lap, and I've just noticed this thanks to a comment from someone called Cole, who's pointed out that the front wing on that Southampton car is completely on the wonk. It's on the front left. It's been trailing across the track the entire time, scraping against the tarmac, and I'm not quite sure how long it's been like that.
At least it's still a lap time on the board of 1:47. Meanwhile, Warwick are going.
Not quite sure it should be allowed to go through, though, with all due respect to Southampton.
They might have to get it re-scrutineered.
Well, precisely. Away then goes the University of Warwick. And that's all. They lost power momentarily on the exit of the bus stop. They're back on it now, though, which is great news. And into Brutus Maximus now. And this is looking pretty good for the University of Warwick. They need to get better than a 104.871. That's their fastest. And it's looking clean, to say the least. There's a car revving on the line there as well. And away goes, of course it is, Staffordshire. They're off, and with big cheers from the team. Meanwhile, Warwick coming past us here on the other side of the course in the commentary box. Looking very nice indeed, I must say.
I think we're not seeing the fast teams currently, because they're probably going through the cross finals as we speak.
Well, possibly. Oxford Brooks are still here.
Yeah, but we don't know who's made it through cross finals. Of course, we'll find out the results for that tonight as Warwick goes up to the line, and it's going to be for Warwick a 108.937, nowhere near their fastest.
Alas, not. Can, though, Staffordshire troubled their fastest. Their fastest at 57.477. But bear in mind, that will have got a lot of cones along the way. And they're talking of cones, the cone's gone again for Staffordshire, I'm afraid to say. The one that we've seen, it could just be that one. There may be others that we haven't witnessed. But Staffordshire coming through the final throws of this lap, through the Mansell Meander, holding it nicely through there, and across the line with a time then of 1:00.363. In response to your comment there, Sam, regarding wings, I can't help but say I agree, but keep that to yourself. Meanwhile, Lancashire on the line once more. Cambridge waiting to go. Lancashire being given the thumbs up.
And we've got Cambridge waiting as well, but as soon as they're giving in the thumbs up, it's their decision on when to go. They don't have red lights or anything like that. As soon as they're ready to go, they can go.
9 minutes of the event left. Lancashire and of course Cambridge there on the line. Waiting in the background, there's someone else just been brought through, and I wonder who that is. I can't tell from this distance, but Lancashire are first up and ready to go.
I'm just trying to see the camera, but
Cambridge
it's hard
next.
to see. I think it might be Surrey.
Could that be? I mean, we have seen the Surrey team walk back past us, so maybe
And we have X2 in the queue as well.
Wonderful. Then away goes Lancashire. Swarm of angry bees in the back of that car. Straight through turns 1 and 2 with no problems whatsoever, and into the bus stop they go. It's a classic Formula Student design, and into the chicane they go once more as they attempt to beat their fastest time. Now, Lancashire's fastest time does not actually get into the top 15 on the board that we've got, but you can only see the top 15 followed by those that didn't finish. There we go. Hang on a moment. So, where then have they gone? I've lost them. Central Lancashire, there they are. 105.017. That is their fastest time. That's what they've got to beat here. But bear in mind, there's only 8 minutes to go. 4 cars waiting to go. It's going to be tight to get all 4 cars out. Lancashire may just have to content themselves with one more lap here as they come through the final throws of the course. Through that hairpin, into the Mansell Meander. Watch for the exit from this right-hander. No problems for the University of Lancashire. And across the line they go with a time of 1:04.827. That is their fastest time. Cones notwithstanding, of course. And away go Cambridge. Now, finally, Cambridge ought to have a consistent car and an empty track. Now, this is what they need in order to post their best time. So far, Cambridge's best has been a 1:08.601. They're going to need to do better than that if they want to put themselves further up the board and get as many points as possible. A maximum of 100 available to the team that wins sprint. And the sprint winner will be announced tonight in the pavilion, so make sure you join us. Meanwhile, then, coming through the slalom is Cambridge, and they don't seem to be shedding a lot of speed with that. This looks like a very strong time, although that front nose does seem to be buffeting just a little bit.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. It looked a bit weird for Cambridge, but at least, yeah, it definitely looks faster.
It is looking faster.
And that 108, so much more control.
That 108 isn't slow, so clearly the driver, the car, and the circuit becoming familiar with themselves. There's a cone gone there on the second slalom, unfortunately. That will be a penalty. There's another cone gone there, another 2 cones gone there, I suspect, into the final hairpin, into the Mansell Meander, clean through there, and here comes the finishing line for Full Blue Racing, and the time is a 1:08.939. Even with those cones, I don't think that was their fastest, unfortunately. So, alas, not their quickest.
Nope. Definitely not their quickest, but definitely it goes well with their endurance tomorrow if they can produce multiple laps in the 108s. Right, who's going to go next then?
I will also say, by the way, in response to Sam's commented here saying Lancashire look reasonable, could be a reliable endurance runner.
I agree.
He's also said, though, need better stickers. I actually like the homemade DIY look on the University of Lancashire car. I've been there myself. We did the livery on the Cardiff car last minute back in 2023, and that was a case of me with a printer trying to get every single sticker printed ourselves using JPEGs and a stencil printer. So I can relate to that from Central Lancashire, University of Lancashire. I quite like the DIY aesthetic personally. Now, who's coming up to the line? This is going to be an interesting one because the car didn't seem to want to go. They're finally underway then. University of Aberdeen up to the line.
And Aberdeen at the moment, it doesn't see where they
Aberdeen are down in 21st. Their fastest time of 1:50.312. According to my watch, it's 4 minutes left of this event. There are going to be disappointed teams, but away then goes Aberdeen, and that's not a healthy sounding car. Finally found a gear. First gear, or whatever that gear is that they set off in, it's not happy. This is not a happy car, Jess. That's grumbling and groaning.
That doesn't sound healthy, that
like
car.
An old man.
It's ground into a halt.
I'm hardly surprised. With all due respect, all the love to Aberdeen and all the love to Scotland. But I've got to be honest, that just did not sound healthy. And almost I would have aborted it because you could run the risk of causing more damage to your power unit. There's something not right there. And I've got a funny feeling if that is a red flag with 4 minutes to go, that could well be it. They've got the car refired. They're going to have to get going, though, because there's 4 minutes. No, that's not happy. That is not happy. And if I was over with the marshals right now, my priority would be getting them out of the way to allow...
Red flag.
Indeed, red flag, but I'd be getting them out of the way so that Malta can have a go. I don't think Surrey are going to get another go. I don't think they're going to get in time. Malta are currently ahead of them in the line. There's 4 minutes to go, and there's a red flag at play. That's going to be a real heartbreaking moment then for not only Surrey, but there's a team behind them as well.
That's Lancashire in the queue again.
Lancashire back in the queue, and yeah, that's a heartbreak for Surrey and Lancashire, and potentially frustration for Malta.
And Exeter as well in the queue.
Dear, oh dear, a lot of disappointment then as a result of this red flag as we clamp down the minutes to 6 o'clock. 3 by Mike Mark.
Oh, it looks like there's something was leaking just there from the Aberdeen car. And the driver looking frustrated. And unfortunately, that will be the end for their dynamic runs today. It's not boding well for endurance for Aberdeen.
Unfortunately not. I've got a funny feeling there's going to be late nights for a lot of these teams. Vermilion, Aberdeen. Surrey are back after problems. If someone from Surrey could come and let us know what those problems were, I'd be grateful. But suffice to say, it's looking like we may not actually get any further running if they can't get this car from Aberdeen cleared. 2 minutes to go on the clock. Monty, you've been out and about. Have you got anything further?
Absolutely nothing. We're just seeing the last few drivers have a shot now, hopefully get a final time in, improve their time. How many is that? We've got over 20 who've completed time now.
Yeah, we have 24 including 2 DNFs. Those being Huddersfield and Manchester. So, looking on your screens now is the car that may have brought a premature end to proceedings because it's blocking the track, and I'm not sure they'll get it cleared in time. Aberdeen being moved out of the way, the camera team having to move their wiring to get Aberdeen under it. And now we turn our attention to Malta, who are currently lined up to have a go. Behind them is Exeter, then of course it's Surrey and NCME. That's it, that's NCME there. And unfortunately, I'm not convinced we'll be able to even get Malta going, let alone anybody else. But suffice to say, from Exeter onwards, I got a funny feeling this is your event done before it's even started. Well, I say that, you have had goes, but meanwhile, there's a bird. I mean, great. I'm not quite sure why we're showing you a bird.
Is it a plane?
I'm not sure why. There we go. That's more what, I mean, I'm not, unfortunately, David Attenborough. I'm hardly Murray Walker either, but I do know a bit more about cars than I do birds. Thumbs up from the marshals then. University of Malta ready to go for what will be the final lap of sprints at Formula Student 2026. The Maltese team have posted a fastest lap of 58.015. Barely, it was very close to their previous fastest, so clearly finding the top, the apex of that performance curve for this electric car from Malta. The question therein, can they get under 58 seconds? The fastest time we've seen today, and I don't think they're going to be troubled by anything further. 52.929 from Modena, the drivers from Italy. There just is something in the water. And away goes
Malta.
Thank you. There we go. Malta underway.
You tell us I was almost the end of the day. We've been commentating since 9 a.m.
Honestly. Meanwhile, Malta are coming through the chicane and heading on towards the... I nearly did the Monty Python joke. It's actually Brutus Maximus, not something else, if you're familiar with Monty Python's Life of Brian. Anyway, through the slalom they go, looking very planted indeed, and this could be on for a really fast time if they can just avoid touching the cones. We've been lauding it all day, this Maltese car. Through the chicane they go, and looking then through the high-speed corners and on to the final slalom. Only a couple of corners left as the final hairpin. The Bailey hairpin beckons for the team now, heading through into the Mansell melee and across the line. This could be on for their fastest time, Jess. It's a 50...
Go on.
57.575, and it was clean. That is the fastest time from Malta. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them. Very well done indeed.
That puts them in 6th place, just behind Staffordshire.
Excellent stuff. That's bearing in mind cones haven't been accounted for in those times. Staffordshire will fall, I suspect, because every single one of their fast times had several cones along the way. An absolutely monumental afternoon here at Silverstone. Some great results. We'll recap the top 5 for you irrespective of cones for now. This may be subject to change, but in at 5 with a 57.477 is Staffordshire, the Basque Country, last year's winners. In 4th with a 55.606, Edith Cowan, the Aussies, 55.222. Denmark, Vermilion, 54.799. And currently, leaders, without cones added, Modena, 52.929. Those are the preliminary results as we have them in sprint at Formula Student 2026. It's been an absolutely wonderful afternoon, Jess. I think we may be about to hand over to Cheryl and Monty to close out proceedings for the afternoon. A quick final word from you.
There's a lot of cars that struggled in the heat this afternoon, and it's going to take a lot of effort this evening to get their car fixed for endurance. That's going to be the big one. 250 points plus efficiency as well for the fuel. If they can make their car surviving, they could do well in Formula Students. So they're going to think more about reliability. So cars that we saw struggling, they're going to be the ones that hopefully do not DNF, fingers crossed. But we got some more action coming up tomorrow, and I can't wait.
Yes, do tune in tomorrow. I'm sure Monty and Cheryl will be about to tell you all about it. Best of luck to all the teams working through the night to get their cars back up and running. It's been Giles and Jess in the commentary box, and over to Cheryl and Monty to close out proceedings.
And that is the end of Saturday for Formula Student 2026. We currently have Modena on top with Vermilion, but they have hit 4 cones. And then what are the next 2, Monty?
So we've then got... Oh, brain, don't do this to me either. So we've got Modena, we've got Vermilion, we've got Edith Cowan, and then it is Bizkaya. Yeah. You can tell it's been a long day. I'm so sorry, Cheryl.
It's been a very warm one today, but makes a difference. So usually we are drenched, so it's been a very, very good day. We've seen some highs and lows with the students. It's been really, really fun. What has been a highlight for you, Monty?
I'll be completely honest, seeing how well that Coventry have done today. They may not have the fastest car, but they've got something which looks really reliable, really stable, and I can't wait to see actually how they do tomorrow in the endurance because, well, that's the big event, isn't it? 400 of the 1,000 points will be available there, so we've seen the pace today, but it all counts tomorrow with the reliability.
Yes, reliability is going to be a big one. I'm, for one, very, very proud of Vermilion for getting out on track. Well done, guys. Really proud of you all. I've had a really fun day. It's been very warm. I just keep saying this weekend is very warm.
Warm is a complete understatement. Jess, final words go to you then. What was that like from the comms box?
That was a lot of fun, and I wasn't surprised that Modena was going to do well. By the looks of things, provisionally they're going to be your sprint champions and the ones to watch out for this weekend. I think they're one of the only ones who have not had any problems. So keep an eye on them. Edith Cowan were looking good when they got their issues fixed. So keep an eye on tomorrow, but we're going to be announcing some awards later on tonight.
Absolutely. So we'll have to go into the awards now. Cheryl, shall we do it at the same time again tomorrow?
Yes, definitely. I'm excited to see everyone here tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it.